Ethan opened the door and stepped outside. Hannah White stood frozen, her eyes welling up with despair, realizing that he had gone out to buy food, which meant that she and little Lily would have to go hungry for another night. And so Hannah White bit her lip, her face pale, tears streaming down her face, and Lily, thinking her mother was crying because she was hungry, hastily raised her small hand to wipe away her mother's tears, saying, "Mom, don't cry. I'm not hungry anymore." But Hannah White's tears only fell more profusely, and after a while, she managed to speak in a gentle tone. "Lily, be a good girl. Mom will sleep now. And when you sleep, you won't feel hungry anymore. Okay? Tomorrow morning, Mom will get up early and cook something delicious for you. Okay?" Lily nodded obediently, and Hannah White held her, slowly getting up, feeling a sharp pain in her back, and due to prolonged malnutrition, she felt dizzy, but she struggled to stand firm, holding Lily, and took a step-by-step approach to the bedroom, where she lay down on the bed, feeling a bit more at ease, gently singing a lullaby to Lily, who slowly closed her eyes. And as Hannah White looked at her daughter, she thought about the hardships she had endured over the past 2 years since her marriage, her heart aching, and she finally made up her mind that tomorrow she would escape from this hell, that it was better to die on the streets than to be tormented to death by this devil. Just then, the sound of the door lock echoed from outside. Hannah White, lost in thought, was startled and instinctively covered Lily's ears. Listening to the commotion outside, Ethan pushed the door open and stepped inside, looking around the room, seemingly surprised that no one was there. Maybe they were already asleep, but it seemed they hadn't eaten yet. He looked at the food in his hand, thought for a moment, and then put it on the table, heading towards the bedroom. Hannah White, still tense, heard the sound of his footsteps approaching, quickly closed her eyes, pretending to sleep, praying that he wouldn't come in. But soon after, a knock on the door sounded. Ethan said, "I've bought food for you. If you're hungry, go and eat. Tonight." He would sleep in the other room. Upon hearing his familiar voice, Hannah White was shocked, opened her eyes, and then heard the sound of his footsteps fading away. The room fell silent again. Only the sound of her heavy breathing echoed. Lily, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes, seemingly having heard Ethan's voice, and was curiously staring at the closed door, thinking about food. She felt hungry again, and looked at her mother with longing eyes. The sudden turn of events left Hannah White at a loss, but seeing her daughter's hopeful gaze, she mustered up the courage, slowly got up, and walked to the bedroom door. Opening it, the aroma of food wafted in. Hannah White's eyes welled up with tears. Looking at the food on the table, everything seemed blurred. Ethan had actually bought food for them. Facing this sudden kindness from the devil, Hannah White didn't feel happy, but rather fear. Why was he doing this? What did he want from her now? Lily, with short legs, quickly ran to the door and looked outside through the crack. Her eyes lit up, tears of joy streaming down her face, but she didn't dare to take action. As Ethan opened the door and stepped outside, Hannah White stood frozen, her eyes welling up with despair, realizing that he had gone out to buy food, which meant that she and little Lily would have to go hungry for another night. And so Hannah White bit her lip, her face pale, tears streaming down her face, and Lily, thinking her mother was crying because she was hungry, hastily raised her small hand to wipe away her mother's tears, saying, "Mom, don't cry. I'm not hungry anymore." But Hannah White's tears only fell more profusely, and after a while, she managed to speak in a gentle tone. "Lily, be a good girl. Mom will sleep now. And when you sleep, you won't feel hungry anymore. Okay?" Tomorrow morning, Mom will get up early and cook something delicious for you, okay? Lily nodded obediently, and Hannah White held her, slowly getting up, feeling a sharp pain in her back. And due to prolonged malnutrition, she felt dizzy, but she struggled to stand firm, holding Lily, and took a step-by-step approach to the bedroom, where she lay down on the bed, feeling a bit more at ease, gently singing a lullaby to Lily, who slowly closed her eyes. And as Hannah White looked at her daughter, she thought about the hardships she had endured over the past 2 years since her marriage, her heart aching, and she finally made up her mind that tomorrow she would escape from this hell, that it was better to die on the streets than to be tormented to death by this devil. Just then, the sound of the door lock echoed from outside. Hannah White, lost in thought, was startled and instinctively covered Lily's ears, listening to the commotion outside. Ethan pushed the door open and stepped inside, looking around the room, seemingly surprised that no one was there. Maybe they were already asleep, but it seemed they hadn't eaten yet. He looked at the food in his hand, thought for a moment, and then put it on the table. Heading towards the bedroom, Hannah White, still tense, heard the sound of his footsteps approaching, quickly closed her eyes, pretending to sleep, praying that he wouldn't come in. But soon after, a knock on the door sounded. Ethan said, "I've bought food for you. If you're hungry, go and eat." Tonight, he would sleep in the other room. Upon hearing his familiar voice, Hannah White was shocked, opened her eyes, and then heard the sound of his footsteps fading away. The room fell silent again. Only the sound of her heavy breathing echoed. Lily, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes, seemingly having heard Ethan's voice, and was curiously staring at the closed door, thinking about food. She felt hungry again, and looked at her mother with longing eyes. The sudden turn of events left Hannah White at a loss, but seeing her daughter's hopeful gaze, she mustered up the courage, slowly got up, and walked to the bedroom door. Opening it, the aroma of food wafted in. Hannah White's eyes welled up with tears. Looking at the food on the table, everything seemed blurred. Ethan had actually bought food for them. Facing this sudden kindness from the devil, Hannah White didn't feel happy, but rather fear. Why was he doing this? What did he want from her now? Lily, with short legs, quickly ran to the door and looked outside through the crack. Her eyes lit up, tears of joy streaming down her face, but she didn't dare to take action. Ethan couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness and guilt as he gazed at Hannah White, her face pale and thin, her eyes sunken, a stark contrast to the vibrant and beautiful woman she once was. And he couldn't help but wonder if it was due to the lack of sunlight and proper nutrition. And his heart ached with a mix of emotions, sadness, anger, and regret, thinking to himself that he was indeed a monster for letting his wife deteriorate to such a state. And so he decided to break the awkward silence. Clearing his throat, he said, "Good morning. I'll go cook some rice," trying to sound as casual as possible. And with that, he quickly turned around and headed to the kitchen, not daring to look back at Hannah White, who was taken aback by Ethan's sudden display of domesticity, and she couldn't help but think to herself, when did he learn how to cook? And she felt a sense of injustice and bitterness rising up within her, her eyes welling up with tears as she looked at Ethan's back, busy in the kitchen. And just then, Lily, who had woken up from her sleep, stumbled into the living room, and upon seeing her mother, she rushed towards her, but then she caught a whiff of something delicious coming from the kitchen, and her eyes widened as she turned to look at Ethan, who was indeed the one cooking, and he couldn't help but notice Lily's gaze and flashed her a warm smile. But to his surprise, Lily shrank back, hiding behind Hannah White, and Ethan felt a pang of disappointment and frustration, his chest constricting with emotion. As if he was suffocating, And before long, the meal was ready. And Ethan called out to Hannah White and Lily, "Come and eat! I've prepared everything." But they just stood there, frozen in uncertainty. And Ethan's initial excitement and expectation quickly turned to despair. And with a sigh, he told them to just eat. And Hannah White, still looking a bit dazed, finally mustered up the courage to sit down and eat. And Lily, emboldened by her mother's actions, also began to eat. And as they ate, Ethan excused himself and retired to his room, feeling a mix of emotions. And Hannah White, looking at the closed door, felt a pang of sadness and regret. And Lily, looking up at her mother, asked, "Mom, is this food cooked by Dad?" And Hannah White, after a moment's hesitation, nodded. And Lily's eyes lit up. "Mom! Mom! This is delicious! Dad cooked it for me." And Ethan, sitting at his desk in his room, couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow and regret, knowing that he still couldn't sit down and eat with his family. And he took out his phone, opening the video sharing app, and deleted his old account, which only had a few thousand followers, and created a new one. And as he browsed through the trending page, he raised an eyebrow, surprised by the new crop of talented singers, and a plan began to form in his mind. And he reached into his drawer, pulling out some old sheet music that Hannah White had left behind, and he began to hum a familiar tune, his hand moving swiftly as he wrote down the notes. A sense of purpose and determination rising up within him. Ethan couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness and guilt as he gazed at Hannah White, her face pale and thin, her eyes sunken, a stark contrast to the vibrant and beautiful woman she once was. And he couldn't help but wonder if it was due to the lack of sunlight and proper nutrition, and his heart ached with a mix of emotions, sadness, anger, and regret, thinking to himself that he was indeed a monster for letting his wife deteriorate to such a state. And so he decided to break the awkward silence, clearing his throat. He said, "Good morning. I'll go cook some rice," trying to sound as casual as possible. And with that, he quickly turned around and headed to the kitchen, not daring to look back at Hannah White, who was taken aback by Ethan's sudden display of domesticity. And she couldn't help but think to herself, when did he learn how to cook? And she felt a sense of injustice and bitterness rising up within her, her eyes welling up with tears as she looked at Ethan's back, busy in the kitchen. And just then, Lily, who had woken up from her sleep, stumbled into the living room, and upon seeing her mother, she rushed towards her. But then she caught a whiff of something delicious coming from the kitchen, and her eyes widened as she turned to look at Ethan, who was indeed the one cooking. And he couldn't help but notice Lily's gaze and flashed her a warm smile. But to his surprise, Lily shrank back, hiding behind Hannah White. And Ethan felt a pang of disappointment and frustration, his chest constricting with emotion as if he was suffocating. And before long, the meal was ready, and Ethan called out to Hannah White and Lily, "Come and eat. I've prepared everything." But they just stood there, frozen in uncertainty. And Ethan's initial excitement and expectation quickly turned to despair. And with a sigh, he told them to just eat. And Hannah White, still looking a bit dazed, finally mustered up the courage to sit down and eat. And Lily, emboldened by her mother's actions, also began to eat. And as they ate, Ethan excused himself and retired to his room, feeling a mix of emotions. And Hannah White, looking at the closed door, felt a pang of sadness and regret. And Lily, looking up at her mother, asked, "Mom, is this food cooked by Dad?" And Hannah White, after a moment's hesitation, nodded. And Lily's eyes lit up. "Mom, Mom, this is delicious. Dad cooked it for me." And Ethan, sitting at his desk in his room, couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow and regret, knowing that he still couldn't sit down and eat with his family, and he took out his phone, opening the video sharing app, and deleted his old account, which only had a few thousand followers, and created a new one. And as he browsed through the trending page, he raised an eyebrow, surprised by the new crop of talented singers, and a plan began to form in his mind, and he reached into his drawer, pulling out some old sheet music that Hannah White had left behind, and he began to hum a familiar tune, his hand moving swiftly as he wrote down the notes, a sense of purpose and determination rising up within him. Ethan, a former musician, found himself inspired to create a new song, and in just a moment, a complete melody appeared before him, prompting him to rush to his guitar and start playing. As his fingers gently strummed the strings, the sound of the guitar filled the room, captivating the attention of Hannah White, who was quietly eating, and she turned to look towards the closed door with a surprised expression, for she knew Ethan didn't know how to play the guitar, and even little Lily, who was happily eating, stopped and looked towards the door, mesmerized by the gentle voice. It was the first time she had ever heard her father sing so softly. Although Hannah White had never heard this song before, she could feel its beauty, the beautiful melody, and the moving lyrics. She couldn't imagine that this song was coming from the mouth of a demon. As the singing continued, Hannah White's eyes began to well up with tears, and she couldn't hold back anymore. Her shoulders started to shake, and tears streamed down her face. For 2 years, she had been living in fear and had not heard music or gone out. Her life had been limited to just food, clothing, and shelter. And a man who had turned into a demon, now, when she had finally gathered the courage to leave him, he was singing like this. What did it mean? Was this sudden change a sign of something? Hannah White was on the verge of collapse. She was scared that this was just a short dream, and when she woke up, everything would go back to the way it was. Just then, Lily noticed her mother crying, and she became frantic. She jumped onto Hannah White's lap and tried to wipe away her tears. "Mom, don't cry. Mom, don't cry," Lily said, as she blew on her mother's face, thinking that her mother was in pain. And as she looked up at her mother's face, she pulled aside her mother's collar and saw the scars on her back. Meanwhile, Ethan was recording himself singing and playing the guitar, and when he finished, he saved the recording and uploaded it. Feeling relieved that he had finally completed it after putting away his guitar, he couldn't wait any longer and quietly opened the door and looked outside, where he saw Hannah White holding Lily, and her eyes were red from crying. She also saw him and quickly took Lily and turned back into their room. Ethan let out a sigh of relief and went to the dining table, where he found that Hannah White had left some food for him, which made him happy. After eating, he wandered around the house. As Ethan stood there, he heard the door to the master bedroom suddenly open, and he turned to see a small head peeking out, belonging to none other than 3-year-old Lily, who was curiously watching him with her head tilted to the side. Upon seeing Lily, Ethan instinctively wanted to smile, but before he could, she quickly became frightened and shut the door, running back into her room as the sound of her tiny feet pattering against the floor filled the air, accompanied by the soothing voice of Hannah White trying to comfort her. Time seemed to fly by, and before Ethan knew it, 4 hours had passed, prompting him to put down his phone and stand up, wondering if it was time to start cooking, just as Hannah White emerged from the bedroom carrying a pile of laundry, her expression devoid of emotion, as if she hadn't even noticed Ethan standing there, and she headed straight for the bathroom. Ethan was taken aback, feeling a surge of tension as he realized Hannah White was going to wash the laundry, and he suddenly remembered that his own clothes from the day before were still in the washing machine. So he quickly followed her to the bathroom, asking if he could take out his clothes to hang them up. To which Hannah White, still crouched down, opening the washing machine, jerked back in surprise, her body recoiling deeper into the bathroom. Ethan couldn't help but add a warning, be careful, as Hannah White, now reacting to his presence, avoided eye contact, yet managed to utter a brief response, "You can take them out," her voice barely above a whisper. Ethan nodded, his eyes inadvertently falling upon the bruises on Hannah White's neck, a sight that filled him with a mix of anger and sadness. Despite having memories of the past, he couldn't imagine why someone would be so cruel. And he quickly gathered his clothes from the washing machine, deciding not to dwell on the matter. Instead, thinking about cooking and reminding Hannah White to wake Lily up for dinner. But she, still shaken, hesitated, and Ethan realized his presence was causing her more distress, so he swiftly took his clothes to the balcony to hang them up and then headed to the kitchen to start cooking. As Hannah White, still in the bathroom, eventually came back to reality, hearing the sounds of cooking coming from the kitchen, and she couldn't help but wonder why Ethan was suddenly taking the initiative to cook for her and Lily, feeling a complicated mix of emotions as she finished the laundry and took it to the balcony to hang it up, where Ethan was still busy in the kitchen. And just then, Lily woke up on her own and rubbed the sleep from her eyes. As she pushed the door open and took her first steps out, her small hands continuously rubbing her eyes. As Ethan walked into the kitchen, his 3-year-old daughter, Lily, gazed up at him with wide, curious eyes, her bright smile faltering for a moment before she continued to watch him with interest, while her mother, Hannah White, was busy hanging laundry outside. But as she turned around, she was startled by the scene before her, her eyes widening in fear as she quickly turned away, her hands covering her face as she slid down the wall, tears streaming down her face in silence. A sight that hadn't been seen in a long time. A moment that had only existed in her dreams. Ethan, however, didn't join them for dinner. Instead, he hastily left the house after putting the food on the table, leaving Hannah to wipe away her tears, stand up, and carry Lily to the dinner table, where the same 2 savory dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 2 bowls of steaming rice awaited them, along with a steamer of dumplings. Hannah looked at the food, her eyes glazing over for a moment before she slowly sat down. Her thoughts a jumbled mess, even she didn't know what she was thinking. The food was as delicious as ever. Lily ate her meal with gusto, savoring the dumplings, but their peaceful lunch was short-lived, as the sound of the door opening broke the silence, and they instinctively looked up to see Ethan walk in, carrying a large bag. Lily's eyes followed him, her spoon hovering over her steamer, as Ethan approached the sofa, set down the bag, and spoke up, his voice a little softer. He told Hannah that he had bought her some ointment and asked her to use it, and also mentioned that he had bought Lily a toy, hoping she would like it. Hannah didn't respond. Ethan continued, saying that he knew she didn't trust him, but he had to say it. From now on, he wouldn't hit her or Lily, and they didn't have to live in fear. The atmosphere in the house wasn't good for the child. Ethan spoke in one breath, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders, and then fell silent, before turning and walking back to his room. Hannah watched him go, her mind a whirlwind of emotions. As she struggled to understand the sudden change in Ethan, she found it hard to open up and trust him, especially after everything they had been through. As she finished her meal, she left some food for Ethan and cleaned up the dishes. Looking at the bag on the table, she thought for a moment, before taking Lily's hand and heading back to their room. Unsure of what to make of Ethan's sudden kindness, wondering if it was just a ploy to lull her into a false sense of security, as she had grown accustomed to the pain, and Ethan's actions only added to her bewilderment, leaving her to ponder the complexity of his intentions and the turmoil that had been brewing inside her for so long. Ethan felt a bit embarrassed by the situation, but he quickly composed himself, noticing that Lily was still sleeping, and Hannah gave a soft murmur, nodding her head, her heart beating faster due to the scent of sweat and exercise emanating from Ethan, making her feel a bit dizzy, and she instinctively stepped back, hurrying towards the kitchen, saying, "Just go ahead and shower, I'll cook something," her voice laced with a hint of caution, to which Ethan responded with a slightly eager tone, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll make it." Hannah paused for a moment before answering in a somewhat cold tone, "Anything is fine." And with that, she quickly walked towards the bedroom, leaving Ethan feeling a bit helpless as he watched her disappear into the room. After his shower, Ethan's hunger pangs intensified, and his body's craving for alcohol also started to act up, making him feel rather uncomfortable, so he could only try to alleviate the discomfort by drinking hot water while cooking. Meanwhile, Lily woke up, and with Hannah's help, she freshened up, then clung to the kitchen door, watching Ethan cook, still holding the doll he had given her the day before. Ethan turned around, saw her smiling sweetly, and asked gently, "Lily, what do you want to eat today? Daddy will make it for you." Lily tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. "I want steamed fish." Ethan's face lit up with a warm smile as he said, "All right, steamed fish it is." He wanted to ruffle her hair, but hesitated, not wanting to scare her, thinking to himself that Lily was gradually accepting him, which filled him with hope, and even his craving for alcohol and hunger seemed to fade away. Breakfast was as plentiful as usual, with a meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and of course, the steamed fish Lily had requested. As usual, Ethan went to their small bedroom to let Hannah and Lily eat. However, unlike before, the room was now filled with the sounds of laughter and conversation. Ethan lay on his bed, took out his phone, which was on silent mode, and wanted to check the effect of the video. As soon as he unlocked his phone, he was shocked. The notifications were overwhelming. With over 999 plus messages, he was a bit stunned and quickly scrolled through the notifications, his heart racing. He clicked on the home page of his account, and the number of followers, over 1 million, nearly blinded him. Just overnight, he had surpassed 1 million followers. With an excited heart, he continued to click on the video, which had over 2 million likes, and when he looked at the comments, they were all positive and praising. He then checked the private messages of his account, which were mostly from advertisers looking to collaborate and entertainment companies wanting to sign him, but he didn't pay attention to them as he was more interested in checking his earnings. He clicked on the account management section, and the current earnings figure made him smile. In just 1 day, without any advertising, just based on the views of this video, he had created a huge profit of up to 320,000 yuan. Seeing the earnings, Ethan let out a sigh of relief. Ethan felt a bit embarrassed by the situation, but he quickly composed himself, noticing that Lily was still sleeping, and Hannah gave a soft murmur, nodding her head, her heart beating faster due to the scent of sweat and exercise emanating from Ethan, making her feel a bit dizzy, and she instinctively stepped back, hurrying towards the kitchen, saying, "Just go ahead and shower, I'll cook something," her voice laced with a hint of caution, to which Ethan responded with a slightly eager tone, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll make it." Hannah paused for a moment before answering in a somewhat cold tone, "Anything is fine." And with that, she quickly walked towards the bedroom, leaving Ethan feeling a bit helpless as he watched her disappear into the room after his shower. Ethan's hunger pangs intensified, and his body's craving for alcohol also started to act up, making him feel rather uncomfortable, so he could only try to alleviate the discomfort by drinking hot water while cooking. Meanwhile, Lily woke up, and with Hannah's help, she freshened up, then clung to the kitchen door, watching Ethan cook, still holding the doll he had given her the day before. Ethan turned around, saw her smiling sweetly, and asked gently, "Lily, what do you want to eat today? Daddy will make it for you." Lily tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. "I want steamed fish." Ethan's face lit up with a warm smile as he said, "All right, steamed fish it is." He wanted to ruffle her hair, but hesitated, not wanting to scare her, thinking to himself that Lily was gradually accepting him, which filled him with hope, and even his craving for alcohol and hunger seemed to fade away. Breakfast was as plentiful as usual, with a meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and of course, the steamed fish Lily had requested. As usual, Ethan went to their small bedroom to let Hannah and Lily eat. However, unlike before, the room was now filled with the sounds of laughter and conversation. Ethan lay on his bed, took out his phone, which was on silent mode, and wanted to check the effect of the video. As soon as he unlocked his phone, he was shocked. The notifications were overwhelming, with over 999 plus messages. He was a bit stunned and quickly scrolled through the notifications, his heart racing. He clicked on the home page of his account, and the number of followers, over 1 million, nearly blinded him. Just overnight, he had surpassed 1 million followers. With an excited heart, he continued to click on the video, which had over 2 million likes. And when he looked at the comments, they were all positive and praising. He then checked the private messages of his account, which were mostly from advertisers looking to collaborate and entertainment companies wanting to sign him. But he didn't pay attention to them, as he was more interested in checking his earnings. He clicked on the account management section, and the current earnings figure made him smile. In just 1 day, without any advertising, just based on the views of this video, he had created a huge profit of up to 320,000 yuan. Seeing the earnings, Ethan let out a sigh of relief. Ethan felt a bit embarrassed by the situation, but he quickly composed himself, noticing that Lily was still sleeping, and Hannah gave a soft murmur, nodding her head, her heart beating faster due to the scent of sweat and exercise emanating from Ethan, making her feel a bit dizzy, and she instinctively stepped back, hurrying towards the kitchen, saying, "Just go ahead and shower, I'll cook something." Her voice laced with a hint of caution, to which Ethan responded with a slightly eager tone. "What do you want to eat?" "I'll make it." Hannah paused for a moment before answering in a somewhat cold tone. "Anything is fine." And with that, she quickly walked towards the bedroom, leaving Ethan feeling a bit helpless as he watched her disappear into the room. After his shower, Ethan's hunger pangs intensified, and his body's craving for alcohol also started to act up, making him feel rather uncomfortable. So he could only try to alleviate the discomfort by drinking hot water while cooking. Meanwhile, Lily woke up, and with Hannah's help, she freshened up, then clung to the kitchen door, watching Ethan cook, still holding the doll he had given her the day before. Ethan turned around, saw her smiling sweetly, and asked gently, "Lily, what do you want to eat today? Daddy will make it for you." Lily tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then her eyes lit up. "I want steamed fish." Ethan's face lit up with a warm smile as he said, "All right, steamed fish it is." He wanted to ruffle her hair, but hesitated, not wanting to scare her, thinking to himself that Lily was gradually accepting him, which filled him with hope, and even his craving for alcohol and hunger seemed to fade away. Breakfast was as plentiful as usual, with a meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and of course, the steamed fish Lily had requested. As usual, Ethan went to their small bedroom to let Hannah and Lily eat. However, unlike before, the room was now filled with the sounds of laughter and conversation. Ethan lay on his bed, took out his phone, which was on silent mode, and wanted to check the effect of the video. As soon as he unlocked his phone, he was shocked. The notifications were overwhelming, with over 999 plus messages. He was a bit stunned and quickly scrolled through the notifications, his heart racing. He clicked on the homepage of his account, and the number of followers, over 1 million, nearly blinded him. Just overnight, he had surpassed 1 million followers. With an excited heart, he continued to click on the video, which had over 2 million likes, and when he looked at the comments, they were all positive and praising. He then checked the private messages of his account, which were mostly from advertisers looking to collaborate and entertainment companies wanting to sign him, but he didn't pay attention to them. As he was more interested in checking his earnings, he clicked on the account management section, and the current earnings figure made him smile. In just one day, without any advertising, just based on the views of this video, he had created a huge profit of up to 320,000 yuan. Seeing the earnings, Ethan let out a sigh of relief. Ethan's life had taken a dramatic turn, as he no longer had to worry about making ends meet. A stark contrast to his previous life, where he had to be extremely frugal with the little over $1,000 he had. Now, with his newfound wealth, he felt a sense of relief and freedom. After depositing his earnings into his bank account, he waited for his mother, Hannah White, and his little sister, Lily, to finish their breakfast before heading out to the shopping mall, where he splurged on a new mobile phone for Hannah and then proceeded to buy a plethora of items, only returning home at 10:30 a.m. with a truckload of goods from the mall. He was ecstatic, realizing that being wealthy meant being able to shop to his heart's content, and this feeling was incredibly liberating. Meanwhile, back at home, Hannah took Lily out of her room and began to clean the house from top to bottom, then sat down on the sofa, gazing out the window at the clear blue sky, feeling the gentle breeze wafting through the window, which had been ventilated for 2 days and was now free of any foul smells. Lily lay beside her, playing with her favorite doll, her bright eyes sparkling with joy, and her smile had become more frequent. Hannah couldn't help but notice the change in her daughter, who had become more energetic and lively. As she watched Lily play, Hannah's eyes curled up into a small smile, savoring the beauty of their new life. But her expression suddenly changed. As she felt a strange sensation, she touched her mouth and realized she was smiling. And a thought flashed through her mind. She was smiling. Something she hadn't done in a long time. Just then, the sound of the key turning in the lock broke the silence, and Hannah's heart skipped a beat as she quickly got up, holding Lily, who had also stood up, clutching her doll, as they watched Ethan and a stranger carrying a cream-colored sofa into the house. Hannah's eyes widened in surprise. Ethan's face lit up with a bright smile as he saw his mother, and he asked her to get some hot water for the workers. Hannah, who had been out of touch with the outside world for a while, seemed a bit flustered, but quickly regained her composure and took Lily to the kitchen to get the water. As Ethan and the workers continued to bring in the new furniture, piece by piece, including a new TV and refrigerator, the old ones being carried out. Ethan was like a man on a mission, working tirelessly alongside the workers. as the new items were being brought into the house, transforming it into a cozy home. As Ethan basked in the joy of his newly decorated home, his mother, Hannah White, stood in the kitchen, her eyes widening in shock and disbelief at the sudden transformation, her gaze shifting from astonishment to incredulity and then to confusion, her hands instinctively tightening around 3-year-old Lily, who was looking around at the new furniture with wide, curious eyes. And when Hannah's grip became too tight, Lily turned to her with a plaintive expression, saying, "Mommy, you're hurting me," prompting Hannah to quickly adjust her hold and apologize with a tender kiss on Lily's cheek, all while keeping an eye on Ethan, who was busy haggling with the movers over the old furniture, which he eventually managed to sell for $800, a price that Hannah thought was too low, considering the items were still in good condition. But what really puzzled her was where Ethan had found the money to afford all the new decorations, as their family's financial situation had been quite dire. After the movers left, Ethan carried a large bag into the living room, set it down on the new coffee table, and plopped himself down on the sofa, where he sat with a satisfied smile as Hannah and Lily stood in the kitchen, still taking in the changes. Lily, now free from her mother's grasp, clung to Hannah's leg, looking around at the new surroundings with wide, wondering eyes. And when Ethan pulled out a large, pink toy from the bag, Lily's attention was immediately captured, and she began to make her way towards him, though hesitantly, as if unsure whether to approach this new, exciting thing, her eyes fixed on the toy, and her small hand reaching out, prompting Ethan to open his arms, inviting her to come closer, saying, "Lily, come see what Daddy bought for you." Though she didn't run to him right away, instead looking up at Hannah, who nodded slightly, encouraging her to go. And when Lily finally reached Ethan's side, he had already unwrapped the toy, revealing a beautiful, if slightly disheveled, dollhouse, prompting Lily to exclaim, "The dollhouse is messy. Daddy, can we clean it up for the little princess?" Her eyes shining with excitement as she reached out a small hand to touch the dollhouse, and Ethan, still smiling, took her small hand in his, helping her to hold the dollhouse, and Hannah, watching from a short distance, couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder at the tender moment between her daughter and Ethan. As Ethan tenderly took his 3-year-old daughter Lily's small hand in his, he couldn't help but smile, his eyes filled with affection, and said, "Lily, can you help Daddy dress up the little princess?" Lily's face lit up, and she began to instruct Ethan on how to properly dress the doll, her tiny hands guiding his, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. And Ethan couldn't help but chuckle at his own clumsiness, feeling a deep sense of joy and connection with his little girl. The warmth of her small hand is a stark contrast to the coldness he had once felt, and as they played, the room was filled with the sweet sound of their laughter, a sense of happiness and contentment washing over them, a feeling that had been absent for far too long. And Hannah White, Ethan's wife, stood in the doorway, watching the heartwarming scene unfold before her, a mix of emotions on her face, her eyes shining with unshed tears, as she witnessed the special bond between her husband and daughter, a bond that had been strained for so long. And she felt a sense of relief and gratitude, seeing Ethan, the man she loved, being gentle and kind to their child, a side of him she had thought was lost forever. And as she gazed at them, she was suddenly taken back to a painful memory, one that she had tried to forget, but the image of Ethan's past behavior, his anger and violence, flashed before her eyes. And she felt a shiver run down her spine, but she pushed the thought away, not wanting to taint this precious moment, and instead, she focused on the present, on the love and happiness that filled the room. And as she looked at Ethan, she saw the sincerity in his eyes, the remorse and regret, and she knew that he was trying, that he was genuinely sorry for his past mistakes. And as she watched him with Lily, she felt her heart soften, her anger and resentment slowly fading away, replaced by a sense of hope and renewal. And just then, Ethan suddenly stood up, his face pale, and rushed to the bathroom, overcome with a wave of nausea, the memories of his past actions flooding his mind. And Hannah's heart skipped a beat as she quickly got up, fear gripping her, and rushed to the sofa, where she enveloped Lily in a tight hug, trying to comfort her as Lily clung to her, seeking reassurance, and Hannah whispered softly to her, trying to calm her down. As they waited for Ethan to emerge from the bathroom, his face ashen, his eyes red-rimmed, but as he looked at them, his expression was one of deep regret and sorrow, and he apologized, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I just felt a bit queasy, thinking about my past." And Hannah's eyes met his, and she saw the sincerity there, the remorse, and she nodded, trying to reassure him, as Lily, still clinging to her, looked up at her father, her eyes wide with concern, but as she saw the gentleness in his eyes, her face relaxed, and she smiled, her tiny hand reaching out to him, and Ethan's heart swelled with emotion as he took her hand, feeling a sense of gratitude and love. And as they sat there, the tension in the room began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of peace and understanding. And Hannah, still watching him, saw the effort he was making, the struggle to overcome his demons, and she felt a sense of pride and admiration for him. And as they sat together, the three of them, they knew that they still had a long way to go, but they were ready to face the future, together as a family. And Ethan, his voice filled with emotion, said, "I'll go start cooking dinner. Maybe Lily can play for a bit longer." And Hannah nodded, smiling, as Lily, still nestled in her arms, looked up at her father, her eyes shining with love and adoration, and Ethan's heart filled with joy. As he got up, his movements slow but deliberate, as he headed to the kitchen, the sound of his footsteps a testament to his determination to rebuild, to rediscover himself, and to create a new life, one filled with love, laughter, and happiness, for himself and for those he loved. Ethan's daughter, Lily, was eating with her mother, Hannah White, when she suddenly looked up at her with a puzzled expression, asking why her father wasn't eating with them. Hannah White, who was savoring her favorite dish, a spicy stir-fry, subtly turned her head towards the bedroom, then back to Lily, forcing a gentle smile, saying perhaps it's because her parents aren't ready yet. Lily's face scrunched up in confusion, not understanding her mother's words. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Ethan was lost in thought, aware that his recent behavior was due to psychological issues, but unable to change. He tried to comfort himself, knowing it wasn't his fault, but the reality remained that he was struggling, feeling helpless. He distracted himself by scrolling through videos on his phone. His own work was still trending, with many comments urging him to create new content, but he had no intention of doing so, as making money was just a means to an end, and his current videos were still generating revenue, enough to support his family's daily life. So there was no need to create new content for the sake of money. Just then, the sound of dishes being washed came from outside. Ethan put down his phone, opened the door, and saw that Hannah White had left food for him on the table. Lily was playing with her new dollhouse and dolls on the sofa. Ethan smiled and walked over to gently pat Lily's head. But instead of playing with her, he sat down on the sofa, looking towards the kitchen. Lily, expecting her father to play with her, looked up at him with hopeful eyes, But when she saw that he wasn't going to play, she pouted and sat down beside him, starting to play on her own. Hannah White, who had just finished washing the dishes, saw Ethan staring blankly and couldn't help but quicken her pace. Her hands not knowing what to do, she subconsciously grasped the hem of her clothes. Seeing Hannah White like this, Ethan raised an eyebrow, sighing silently. It was because of her gentle and soft personality that she was taken advantage of, he thought. And then he picked up the phone he had just bought and placed it on the table, saying he had bought her a new phone, asking if she liked it and if she wanted to see more. Ethan had something to discuss with Hannah White, so he asked her to sit down, and after a brief moment of hesitation, she nodded slightly and walked over to the sofa, her eyes meeting his, and he could see the faintest glimmer of surprise in them before her gaze drifted to the new phone on the table, and she seemed uncertain, then finally sat down, her voice barely above a whisper as she asked what was on his mind. And Ethan had to lean in to hear her. He proceeded to take the phone, opening the box and setting it up, the startup tune filling the air as he handed it to Hannah White, telling her it was for her and that she should register it herself. He had already saved his number in it, so if she needed anything, she could reach out to him. And then he pulled out a stack of cash, placing it in front of her, saying it was for her and Lily to go out and have some fun, that staying indoors all the time wasn't good, and if they wanted to buy something, they should go ahead, especially clothes. As he had noticed theirs were getting a bit small, then he suggested she get a bank card, as carrying cash wasn't safe or convenient. Hannah White looked up, her eyes welling up with tears as she listened to Ethan, and he felt a pang of helplessness, wondering if she didn't like the phone, but she simply shook her head and looked into his eyes, her voice still barely audible as she thanked him. Their eyes met, and Ethan felt a spark, but quickly looked away. Relieved that the moment had passed, he got up, saying he was going to eat, and hastily made his way to the dining table. Meanwhile, Hannah White was still sitting on the sofa, wondering where Ethan had gotten all the money to buy such expensive things. But she didn't ask. Instead, she picked up the new phone and examined it, even the white earbuds that came with it. At that moment, Lily, who had been playing, came over, curiosity getting the better of her, as she looked at the phone in her mother's hand and began to study it. It was already 5 p.m., and the heat outside had dissipated. Hannah White sat on the sofa for a moment, then finally decided to take the money and lead Lily out of the house. Lily, who had been cooped up for far too long, was ecstatic. She loved going out, but her mother had never taken her before, and her father had never allowed it. So this outing was a huge treat for her. She skipped along, one hand holding her doll, the other holding her mother's hand, taking in all the sights and sounds, her big round eyes drinking in the novelty of it all. Hannah White, on the other hand, seemed a bit ill at ease, her footsteps quickening as she glanced at the people passing by. She couldn't explain why, but she felt a twinge of inferiority, especially when she looked at the other mothers with their children. Ethan's eyes widened as he watched his family walk in, Hannah White and their 3-year-old daughter Lily, looking like a completely different pair, as if a simple trip out had transformed them entirely, with new clothes that fit perfectly, a stark contrast to their previous attire, which had always made Hannah feel like she was under scrutiny. And now, with a spring in her step and a gentle hum, she seemed carefree, her hand holding a few bags, while Lily clutched her mother's dress with one hand and hugged a doll Ethan had given her with the other, the image of which left Ethan momentarily speechless, as he took in the sight of his little family, now looking like they belonged in a different world. And just as he was trying to process this new development, Lily's sweet voice cut through the air, calling out "Daddy," a term that made Ethan's heart skip a beat as he responded with a soothing feeling his tense heart ease, and quickly scooped up his adorable daughter, asking if she wanted to eat noodles with 2 peaches, to which she replied that she loved peaches and loved her daddy the most, a declaration that made Ethan's heart swell with love, while Hannah stood outside looking frazzled, having just moments before declared that Lily loved her the most, as the little girl had asked for ice cream and Hannah had agreed, but only for 1 bite, as she didn't want Lily's stomach to hurt. And now, as they all went inside, Ethan couldn't help but feel a sense of joy and contentment wash over him, as he watched his little family now looking happy and at peace, with Hannah's earlier worries about being judged by others' gaze, seemingly a thing of the past, as she had taken control of her life, getting a new SIM card and a bank account, and even considering finding a job to support herself and Lily. And as they all sat down to eat, Ethan couldn't help but notice the change in Hannah, who had earlier felt lost and uncertain, but now seemed to be embracing her newfound freedom. And as they all dug into their noodles, Ethan felt grateful for this little family of his, and the love that they shared, which had brought them to this moment where they could all sit together and enjoy each other's company without a care in the world. As the evening drew to a close, with Lily's happy chatter and Hannah's gentle smile filling the air, and Ethan's heart full of love and gratitude for this little family that had brought so much joy and meaning to his life, Ethan couldn't help but recall the experiences of raising his child, which had been a gentle and loving journey, as he told bedtime stories to his little one. And this was also the first time Lily had slept in his large arms. A moment that felt truly special. And it was also the first time Ethan had cooked for Lily and bought her gifts. And now, with 2 more firsts added to the list, Lily felt incredibly happy and content, drifting off to sleep. And the next morning, Lily was still fast asleep, while Ethan woke up early as usual, quietly opening the door to the living room to prepare for his morning jog. And it was then that he noticed the missing medicated oil, which made his eyes light up with a smile, and with a joyful heart, Ethan went for a run, took a shower, and cooked, spending over 2 hours on these activities. And after finishing breakfast, he had one more task, which was to wake up Lily, who was awakened by Ethan's gentle voice, and the little girl rubbed her eyes, sleepily seeing Ethan and immediately raising her soft arms, wanting to be held, and Ethan quickly obliged, helping her change into new clothes and then taking her outside to wash her face. Although he had learned how to take care of young children through videos, but theory and practice were different, and now, as he was actually doing it, he realized how difficult it was, as Lily's body was too fragile, and he didn't dare use force, so the whole process was a bit clumsy, especially when it came to tying her hair, which made Ethan feel helpless, and after a while, he could only manage to tie it in a crooked way. And Lily looked at her messy hair in the mirror and giggled, and Ethan gently pinched her nose, making her laugh, and Hannah White saw the warm scene between the father and daughter, and didn't say anything, just quietly went to the kitchen to bring out breakfast, and perhaps even she couldn't help but smile. And after the simple breakfast, Ethan didn't hand Lily over to Hannah White, but instead took her to the sofa to play with the toy princess. And during this playtime, Ethan unintentionally taught Lily some basic numbers from 1 to 10, and after discovering Lily's issues, Ethan had secretly planned to teach her during their daily play, and under his unintentional guidance, Lily quickly picked up some knowledge. And Ethan also noticed that since Hannah White had returned yesterday, she seemed to have changed. Although she was still quiet, but her eyes now had a sparkle that wasn't there before. And now, instead of going back to her room, she sat at the other end of the sofa, playing with her phone and occasionally glancing at them, which was a good sign that made Ethan feel more at ease. and Hannah White was downloading phone apps while observing the interaction between Ethan and Lily, and she quietly felt a sweetness in her heart as she had wanted to take care of Lily for a long time, but with their difficult life in the past, she hadn't been able to. And now she was happy to see Ethan secretly teaching Lily, and Hannah White withdrew her gaze, lost in thought, as the scene unfolded before her. Ethan couldn't help but recall the experiences of raising his child, which had been a gentle and loving journey, as he told bedtime stories to his little one, and this was also the first time Lily had slept in his large arms. A moment that felt truly special. And it was also the first time Ethan had cooked for Lily and bought her gifts. And now, with 2 more firsts added to the list, Lily felt incredibly happy and content, drifting off to sleep. And the next morning, Lily was still fast asleep, while Ethan woke up early as usual, quietly opening the door to the living room to prepare for his morning jog. And it was then that he noticed the missing medicated oil, which made his eyes light up with a smile. And with a joyful heart, Ethan went for a run, took a shower, and cooked, spending over 2 hours on these activities. And after finishing breakfast, he had one more task, which was to wake up Lily, who was awakened by Ethan's gentle voice, and the little girl rubbed her eyes, sleepily seeing Ethan and immediately raising her soft arms, wanting to be held, and Ethan quickly obliged, helping her change into new clothes, and then taking her outside to wash her face. Although he had learned how to take care of young children through videos, but theory and practice were different. And now, as he was actually doing it, he realized how difficult it was, as Lily's body was too fragile, and he didn't dare use force. So the whole process was a bit clumsy, especially when it came to tying her hair, which made Ethan feel helpless. And after a while, he could only manage to tie it in a crooked way. And Lily looked at her messy hair in the mirror and giggled. And Ethan gently pinched her nose, making her laugh. And Hannah White saw the warm scene between the father and daughter and didn't say anything, just quietly went to the kitchen to bring out breakfast. And perhaps even she couldn't help but smile. And after the simple breakfast, Ethan didn't hand Lily over to Hannah White, but instead took her to the sofa to play with the toy princess. And during this playtime, Ethan unintentionally taught Lily some basic numbers from 1 to 10. And after discovering Lily's issues, Ethan had secretly planned to teach her during their daily play. And under his unintentional guidance, Lily quickly picked up some knowledge. And Ethan also noticed that since Hannah White had returned yesterday, she seemed to have changed, although she was still quiet, but her eyes now had a sparkle that wasn't there before. And now, instead of going back to her room, she sat at the other end of the sofa, playing with her phone and occasionally glancing at them, which was a good sign that made Ethan feel more at ease. And Hannah White was downloading phone apps while observing the interaction between Ethan and Lily, and she quietly felt a sweetness in her heart, as she had wanted to take care of Lily for a long time. But with their difficult life in the past, she hadn't been able to. And now, she was happy to see Ethan secretly teaching Lily, and Hannah White withdrew her gaze, lost in thought, as the scene unfolded before her. Ethan's eyes widened as he stared at his phone. A flurry of notifications from various apps had just downloaded, and upon logging into his account, he was immediately greeted with an unread message from a familiar name. Lak, a little intern who had followed him for 2 years. Her WeChat only had a handful of people outside of Ethan, including a few from their old company. The messages from Lak had been consistently sending since his wedding, mostly inquiring about his well-being, and Ethan felt a warmth in his heart as he scrolled through the messages. He quickly typed out a response, apologizing for not being able to reply sooner and assuring her that he was doing great. Don't worry. The message had just been sent for 2 seconds before Lak responded, and Ethan couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. He thought to himself, I didn't know you'd think I'd abandon you after getting married. Lock, lock. You know me too well. Since I left the company, there have been all sorts of rumors, especially that despicable Luthien, who's been bad-mouthing me non-stop, making Ethan feel like he's had enough. But looking at Lock Lock's messages, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Luthien wasn't wrong. I was indeed asking for trouble back then, always suppressing him. After leaving the entertainment industry, it's no surprise he's been acting out, but this little intern was still as lively as ever. Lock, how have you been lately? Is life treating you well? Ethan asked. And Lock replied, I'm doing great, sis. Don't worry. I'm a tough cookie. I won't die that easily. Hehe. I miss you so much. Sis, are you going to come back? Ethan pondered for a moment, a hint of complexity in his eyes. As he turned to look at Hannah White, then back at the phone, after a while, the complexity in his eyes gradually faded. Perhaps, if Lack misses us, we can arrange a meeting. Yes, Ethan replied, this Saturday, I'm free. As he scrolled through the messages, a smile finally broke out on his face. He switched to the Weibo app, and his last activity on Weibo was still from 2 years ago. The notification of his retirement from the entertainment industry. The number of fans had dwindled from tens of thousands to just a few thousand. Apart from the loyal fans, there were still some old fans leaving comments, caring about his well-being. As he browsed through the trending news on Weibo, most of it was about the entertainment industry, but amongst them, there were a few articles mentioning a song that was currently going viral. A mysterious singer with just one video had gained over 1 million followers. Ethan's curiosity was piqued, and he clicked on the article. The author wrote a lengthy review filled with praises for the song and attached a link. Ethan clicked on the link, and a familiar face appeared on the screen. The guitar melody was unmistakable, and the voice, the voice, it was Lily, who was sitting on the couch with her eyes wide open, staring at Ethan as he stood there, frozen, his phone still clutched in his hand. The room fell silent, with only the sound of the song filling the air. Hannah White's eyes met Ethan's, and she looked away, trying to hide her emotions. As the song continued to play, the atmosphere in the room became increasingly awkward, and Ethan's face was a picture of shock and confusion. The voice, it was so familiar, yet it couldn't be. As the song came to an end, the room was still, with only the sound of Lily's gentle breathing, breaking the silence. Ethan's eyes remained fixed on the phone, his mind reeling with questions. How could this be? The song, the voice, it was all so familiar, yet it couldn't be. And as he stood there, trying to process it all, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, as if his whole world had been turned upside down. Ethan was filming his 3-year-old daughter, Lily, who pointed at the screen and looked at Hannah White with big, curious eyes, saying, Daddy is in the phone, right? Hannah White stroked Lily's head, responding, Yes, that's Daddy. And Lily seemed to understand why Ethan had a lot of money to buy new things for the house, with millions of likes on his videos. And she looked at Ethan with a complex gaze, and Ethan's eyes gradually melted as Lily's small hands touched his face. And he asked if she wanted to sing, and Lily nodded enthusiastically. And Ethan said he would teach her how to sing, and when she learned, they could sing together on the phone, and Lily eagerly agreed. And Ethan quickly got his guitar and began to compose a children's song just for Lily. And he explained that he would sing a line, and then Lily would sing a line. And Lily nodded, and Ethan started singing. And after a while, he put the guitar aside and held Lily on his lap, saying they would learn to sing together. And Lily agreed, and as they sang, Hannah White was quietly cooking lunch, and Ethan and Lily were immersed in their singing. And by the end of the morning, the living room was filled with their voices. And during lunch, Lily kept asking for Ethan to cook, which made Hannah White a bit jealous, feeling that Lily was ungrateful and had been won over by Ethan in just 2 days. But Lily learned very quickly, and in just 3 days, she was singing better than the original. And at her request, Ethan made a video of her singing and posted it online, where Lily wore a pink princess dress and a bow tie, and her small figure was adorable. Ethan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and satisfaction as he watched his 3-year-old daughter, Lily, dance and laugh to the music, her face filled with joy and her eyes sparkling with delight, and his wife, Hannah White, standing beside him, looking stunning as always, and he couldn't resist the temptation to glance at her, catching her gaze and exchanging a sweet smile. Their relationship having improved significantly over the past few days, thanks to his efforts to be more expressive and communicative. And now Hannah White would even initiate conversations with him, which made him feel happy and content. And as they were getting ready to go out, Hannah White, who had just finished taking a shower, walked out of the bathroom looking radiant and beautiful, her face flushed from the heat and her hair still damp. And Ethan, who was taken aback by her stunning appearance, couldn't help but stare, feeling a little embarrassed. And Hannah White, sensing his gaze, quickly covered her chest, her face turning red. And Ethan, feeling a little helpless, smiled and turned away, trying to compose himself. And as they went about their daily routine, Hannah White got dressed in a beautiful outfit, looking elegant and sophisticated. And Ethan couldn't help but notice how stunning she looked, and he thought to himself that this was the vitality and beauty of being in his 22nd. And Hannah White, still feeling a little self-conscious, asked him if she looked okay. And Ethan, trying to play it cool, didn't respond, but Hannah White could tell that he was impressed. And as they sat down to eat, Lily called out to her mother, and Hannah White, still feeling a little embarrassed, tried to focus on her food, but Ethan could tell that she was still thinking about his reaction to her appearance. And as they finished their meal, Hannah White asked him if he wanted to join them on their outing, and Ethan, who was delighted to spend time with his family, quickly agreed. And as they walked out of their apartment complex, they attracted a lot of attention, with everyone staring at them in admiration. And Ethan felt proud to be with his beautiful wife and adorable daughter. And he knew that they made a stunning family. And as they walked down the street, they turned heads, with people looking at them in awe. And Ethan felt grateful to have such a wonderful family. And he knew that he was a lucky man to have Hannah White and Lily by his side. Ethan had never seen Lily, who was 3 years old, hold hands with both him and his wife, Hannah White, and jump around with a beaming face. And the little girl had never thought that she could be like other kids, holding hands with both her parents at the same time. And now Lily was filled with joy, which seemed to overflow even the largest of houses. Despite the hot weather outside, the three of them didn't seem to notice, as they were all in a good mood. Ethan hailed a taxi and first put Lily in the back seat, then politely asked Hannah to get in and close the door for her before sitting in the front passenger seat. Today, they were going to the Yicheng district in the city center, where Hannah had a meeting with her old friend, Dao Lai, at a milk tea shop. Ethan and Lily were tagging along because Dao Lai wanted to meet Lily, and lately, Lily had become Ethan's little shadow, so he didn't mind taking her along. The drive from here to the city center would take over 40 minutes. Lily was excited to look out the window. Everything was new to her. The taxi driver first complimented the beauty of the family, then suddenly felt that the little girl in the back seat looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place her. So he chatted with Ethan, who was friendly and chatted back. The atmosphere in the car was not too quiet, And before long, they arrived at the Yichang district, which was the busiest area in the city, not far from where Daolai worked and lived. After 2 years, she was finally going to meet Hannah again. Daolai was very excited. She had already bought a few cups of milk tea and was sitting at the shop, constantly looking at the door, waiting for Hannah. She had worked with Hannah for a year, and the two were like sisters. Hannah had treated her very well, but unfortunately, Hannah had gotten married, and Daolai didn't understand why Hannah had to stay with a man who seemed so useless. She had tried to advise her, but Hannah had already made up her mind and wouldn't listen. As she was lost in thought, she suddenly saw a familiar figure walking towards the shop, holding hands with a little girl. Daolai's eyes lit up, and she stood up, waving at Hannah, who heard her voice, looked up, and saw Daolai waving at her. A smile spread across her face. As she walked towards her, Daolai was still as lively and cheerful as before. As the two friends met, they both felt a mix of joy and tears. They had missed each other, and Daolai carefully observed Hannah, who looked thinner, her eyes red. Daolai grasped Hannah's hand and asked if the man was treating her badly, and if so, she would teach him a lesson. Hannah just smiled and shook her head, and they sat down. With Lily sitting beside her, Daolai asked if Hannah was okay, and Hannah reassured her that she was fine, and that Daolai shouldn't worry. As they sat down, Daolai couldn't help but notice the little girl sitting beside Hannah, and she asked about her, and Ethan explained that Lily was his daughter and that she had become his little shadow. And Daolai smiled and asked if she could hold Lily's hand. And Lily, who was initially shy, slowly warmed up to Daolai, and the three of them sat there, chatting and laughing as they caught up on old times and made new memories. The atmosphere was warm and joyful, filled with the sound of their laughter and the love that they shared as they sat there. Ethan couldn't help but feel grateful for this moment and for the people in his life, his wife, his daughter, and his friends, who made every day worth living. Ethan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he listened to Hannah White's story, and he couldn't help but notice the drastic change in her demeanor, her once gentle and calm nature now tinged with a hint of shyness and nervousness, as if she was trying to hide something. And Ethan's motherly instincts kicked in, making her want to protect Hannah and her 3-year-old daughter, Lily, from the man who seemed to have hurt them so deeply. Ethan's eyes locked onto Hannah's, searching for answers. But before he could ask any questions, Lily suddenly piped up, asking for ice cream, and Ethan jumped at the chance to get her mind off things. But just as he was about to speak, a chilly voice cut through the air, making Hannah's eyes widen in surprise, and Ethan's eyes narrowed, sensing the tension. As a woman with a slender figure, wearing a beret and sunglasses, appeared, her eyes gleaming with a sharp light, and Ethan's instincts told him that this woman was trouble, especially when she addressed Hannah with a condescending tone, asking about the work she had assigned to her. And Hannah's face turned pale as she stuttered, trying to explain, while Ethan's eyes never left the woman's face, his mind racing with questions. Who was this woman, and what did she want with Hannah? And just as he was about to intervene, the woman's eyes landed on Hannah, and a sly smile spread across her face as she said, "Oh, it's not Sister Hannah. Why aren't you at home taking care of your husband and teaching your child?" Ethan was out for a stroll with his mother, Hannah White, and his 3-year-old sister, Lily, when they ran into an acquaintance, and Hannah's eyes sparkled with a forced smile. But her words were laced with sarcasm, saying, "Just out for a walk. Didn't expect to run into you." But before she could say anything else, Lily's face turned red with anger, and she scolded the acquaintance, telling her to mind her own business, and Hannah suggested they leave, saying, "Let's go, there's a mad dog barking around here. It's not good for our mood. And Lily picked up Lily and started to walk away. But the acquaintance quickly blocked their path, her eyes slightly gloomy, and she smiled, saying, Hannah, why are you so thin? Is life tough? If it's tough, just let me know. I can give you some charity. And Ethan's eyes widened in surprise, and Hannah's face turned pale. And she looked at the acquaintance with a mixture of shock and anger. And the acquaintance continued, saying, look at Lily, working under me. Life is pretty good, right? And Hannah's eyes filled with tears. And she looked at Lily, who was silently staring at the acquaintance. And Ethan's face turned red with rage, and he clenched his fists. But before he could say anything, Lily spoke up, saying, my contract with the company ends at the end of the month, and I'll automatically resign. I hope some people won't be too proud, or they'll fall hard. And the acquaintance, Lou, smiled, saying, this is the funniest thing I've ever heard. What company would dare to sign a contract with an artist like you? With a child like that? And Hannah's face turned red with anger, and she was about to speak up, but Lou continued, saying, you should consider training your child to be a star. They're pretty good. And Ethan's anger reached its limit, and he stepped forward, saying, who are you? Stop talking about my family. And Lou took a step back, looking surprised, and Hannah placed herself between Lou and her children, protecting them. And Ethan's voice was cold, saying, you're the one who's useless. I thought you were someone else. And Lou smiled, saying, oh, it's you. I didn't expect to run into you here. And Ethan looked at Hannah, asking her who this person was. And Hannah explained that Lou was a singer from the same company as her. And Ethan's face turned red with anger. And he looked at Lou, who was still smiling. And he realized that Hannah was afraid of him, and he understood why. Ethan, accompanied by his mother, Hannah White, and his 3-year-old daughter, Lily, sat down at a restaurant where he presented them with menus, and after they ordered a few simple dishes, he added some more, considering Lily's preferences, and then proceeded to describe the ordered dishes to the waiter, while Hannah continued to chat with Lily, who had been preoccupied with some concerns earlier but hadn't had a chance to discuss them yet. And now, with no one else around, she finally asked the question she had been wanting to ask. Lily, why did you start working as a janitor for Mr. Liu? And Lily, trying to hide her sadness, explained that her former manager, who was like a mother to her, had been fired. And after a long period of unemployment, she could only find a job as a housekeeper, as she had to take care of her ailing mother, which left Hannah taken aback, reminiscing about her former manager's dedication and efficiency, and the atmosphere turned somewhat heavy. And after they finished eating, Lily quickly excused herself, leaving Hannah feeling somewhat low. And initially, they had planned to take Lily to the park, but now Hannah didn't feel like it. Yet, seeing Lily's expectations, she decided to go anyway. And at the park, Lily was overjoyed, and Hannah, trying not to disappoint her, put on a brave face, and they started with a merry-go-round, followed by a visit to a special task force play area, and then some more games until it got dark and the park lit up with colorful lights. And a magnificent castle-like structure caught their attention, leaving Lily spellbound, wondering if she could be like a princess in a castle one day. And they ended up on a giant Ferris wheel, which could accommodate 2 or 3 people per cabin. And when Ethan held Lily and Hannah stepped into the cabin, Lily fell asleep in his arms, and if it weren't for the upcoming fireworks, Ethan and Hannah would have called it a night. Ethan, accompanied by his mother, Hannah White, and his 3-year-old daughter, Lily, sat down at a restaurant where he presented them with menus, and after they ordered a few simple dishes, he added some more, considering Lily's preferences, and then proceeded to describe the ordered dishes to the waiter, while Hannah continued to chat with Lily, who had been preoccupied with some concerns earlier but hadn't had a chance to discuss them yet, and now, with no one else around, she finally asked the question she had been wanting to ask. "Lily, why did you start working as a janitor for Mr. Liu?" And Lily, trying to hide her sadness, explained that her former manager, who was like a mother to her, had been fired, and after a long period of unemployment, she could only find a job as a housekeeper, as she had to take care of her ailing mother, which left Hannah taken aback, reminiscing about her former manager's dedication and efficiency, and the atmosphere turned somewhat heavy. And after they finished eating, Lily quickly excused herself, leaving Hannah feeling somewhat low. And initially, they had planned to take Lily to the park, but now Hannah didn't feel like it. Yet, seeing Lily's expectations, she decided to go anyway. And at the park, Lily was overjoyed, and Hannah, trying not to disappoint her, put on a brave face, and they started with a merry-go-round, followed by a visit to a special task force play area, and then some more games, until it got dark, and the park lit up with colorful lights, and a magnificent castle-like structure caught their attention, leaving Lily spellbound, wondering if she could be like a princess in a castle one day, and they ended up on a giant Ferris wheel, which could accommodate 2 or 3 people per cabin. And when Ethan held Lily and Hannah stepped into the cabin, Lily fell asleep in his arms, and if it weren't for the upcoming fireworks, Ethan and Hannah would have called it a night. Ethan's heart melted as he saw his 3-year-old daughter, Lily, whine and cry, still half asleep, as she slowly opened her eyes, confused as to why her mother, Hannah White, was taking her place. But then the little girl's face lit up with a smile as she eagerly wrapped one arm around her father and the other around her mother, planting kisses on their cheeks, and they both smiled, feeling happy and content, thinking to themselves that this was the best day ever. And as they gazed at their beautiful daughter, they felt speechless, feeling that their lives were unfolding in a positive direction, and all they needed to do was make a few adjustments to their plans. And as they stepped off the Ferris wheel, Hannah White immediately pulled away from Ethan, suddenly becoming cold and distant again, leaving him feeling perplexed and confused, wondering why she was being so aloof. And as he held Lily in his arms, he felt a sense of tension and unease, and Hannah White's cheeks and ears felt warm, as if she was feeling embarrassed or flustered. And as they walked, Ethan couldn't keep up with her quick pace, and he had to jog to catch up, calling out to her, asking if she was planning on walking all the way home, and suggesting they take a taxi instead. And Hannah White finally stopped and turned to face him, but didn't meet his gaze. And when they arrived home, Ethan took Lily to her room and got her settled, while Hannah White went to the bathroom to wash up. And Ethan headed to the kitchen to make some noodles, thinking that she must be starving since she hadn't eaten much all day. And as he cooked, he heard the bathroom door open, and Hannah White came out, looking like she was trying to compose herself, and she saw Ethan busy in the kitchen, and her eyes lingered on him for a moment before she quickly looked away, and Ethan called out to her, saying that the noodles were ready, and Hannah White walked over to the sofa, trying to act nonchalant. But Ethan could sense that she was still feeling a bit awkward, and as he brought over the noodles, he saw that she was sitting on the sofa, curled up like a small ball, and he smiled to himself, thinking that she looked adorable. And Hannah White's face turned bright red as she quickly covered her face with her hand, feeling embarrassed, and Ethan gently called out to her, and she slowly got up and walked over to the table, looking a bit flustered. And as they ate, Ethan couldn't help but notice how beautiful Hannah White looked, even with her face still slightly red. And as they finished their meal, Hannah White quickly got up and started to clear the table, trying to take charge, and Ethan smiled, feeling happy to see her taking initiative. And as they stood there, Ethan felt a sense of contentment, thinking that they were all just one big happy family. Ethan, accompanied by his mother, Hannah White, and his 3-year-old daughter, Lily, sat down at a restaurant where he presented them with menus, and after they ordered a few simple dishes, he added some more, considering Lily's preferences, and then proceeded to describe the ordered dishes to the waiter, while Hannah continued to chat with Lily, who had been preoccupied with some concerns earlier but hadn't had a chance to discuss them yet. And now, with no one else around, she finally asked the question she had been wanting to ask. Lily, why did you start working as a janitor for Mr. Liu? And Lily, trying to hide her sadness, explained that her former manager, who was like a mother to her, had been fired, and after a long period of unemployment, she could only find a job as a housekeeper, as she had to take care of her ailing mother, which left Hannah taken aback, reminiscing about her former manager's dedication and efficiency, and the atmosphere turned somewhat heavy. And after they finished eating, Lily quickly excused herself, leaving Hannah feeling somewhat low. And initially, they had planned to take Lily to the park, but now Hannah didn't feel like it. Yet, seeing Lily's expectations, she decided to go anyway. And at the park, Lily was overjoyed, and Hannah, trying not to disappoint her, put on a brave face, and they started with a merry-go-round, followed by a visit to a special task force play area, and then some more games until it got dark and the park lit up with colorful lights, and a magnificent castle-like structure caught their attention, leaving Lily spellbound, wondering if she could be like a princess in a castle one day. And they ended up on a giant Ferris wheel, which could accommodate 2 or 3 people per cabin. And when Ethan held Lily and Hannah stepped into the cabin, Lily fell asleep in his arms, and if it weren't for the upcoming fireworks, Ethan and Hannah would have called it a night. As Ethan finally finished his hot shower, he headed back to his room, where his mother, Hannah White, had already gone to sleep, and he quickly turned off the living room lights and rushed to his own room, it being the latest he had slept since arriving in this world. At 6 a.m., the early risers began their day, and Ethan woke up on time, went for a morning run, washed his face, cooked, and called out to Lily, his 3-year-old sister, as he completed his routine. Hannah White also woke up, her face slightly red, and walked past the living room into the bathroom to wash her face, still wanting to sing, but not hearing Ethan's voice. She was taken aback for a moment, not reacting. Ethan, holding his phone, stood by the bathroom door, quietly waiting for her response. After a while, her soft voice finally spoke up, with just one word, no lengthy explanation. In Hannah White's current life, which she had not dared to imagine 2 years ago, singing was a distant dream that could only be buried deep within. Ethan didn't ask anymore, just nodded, and took his phone back to his room, where he opened the messaging app. His account had been flooded with messages since his first video. He had only browsed through them once and never looked again. Now, wanting to find a specific one, it was difficult, but he silently scrolled through the screen, patiently filtering through each message. Finally, his eyes lit up as he found the one he was looking for. He clicked on it and read the content. It was from a company called High's Music, sincerely inviting him to join their team. With his musical talent, they would quickly make him a top superstar. At the end of the message was the company's contact number. Ethan didn't hesitate, dialed the number, and after a few rings, the call was connected. A female voice spoke up. "Hello, who is this?" Ethan replied. "My account name is Ethan. I received a message from your company. I'd like to know if we can talk." In the headquarters of High's Music in Shanghai, the person receiving the call was surprised, then reacted. Her face couldn't hide her delight. "Hello, Ethan. We're happy to have you join our company. Are you interested in joining us?" But Ethan's response made her slightly surprised. "Hello, miss. I apologize, but currently, I have no intention of joining the music industry. However, I'd like to introduce you to a singer. I don't know if your company is interested." The person on the phone, whose name was not mentioned, was slightly disappointed, as she wanted to sign Ethan, who had already made a name for himself with 2 hit songs, but she still replied, "If you want to introduce someone, I can listen, but I need to discuss it with our team. If the person has talent, we might be interested. And if you're willing to write songs for them, that would be even better. We can also collaborate on songs in the future." Ethan's eyes narrowed as he listened to the voice on the other end of the line. His tone was calm, but his words were laced with a hint of warning. "I'm not sure if I can do that. I have to discuss it with my company first. I'll get back to you as soon as possible, whether it's a yes or a no." After hanging up, he walked out of the room to find his 3-year-old daughter Lily still playing with her toys. Her mother, Hannah White, was sitting at the dining table, having just finished washing up. Suddenly, they heard a knock at the door. Ethan and Hannah exchanged a surprised glance. They hadn't had any visitors in a long time, so who could it be? The knocking continued, growing louder. Ethan got up to answer it, but before he could, a loud shout came from the other side. "Ethan, open the door. We know you're home." Ethan's face darkened as he recognized the voices. He slowly made his way to the door. Hannah's expression was also one of disgust. Lily, sensing the tension, had stopped playing and run to her mother, clinging to her. The knocking had startled her. Ethan's face turned even darker as he saw the fear in his daughter's eyes. He opened the door to find 2 men, Tao and Hua, standing there with smug grins on their faces. Ethan's eyes flashed with anger. "What do you want?" he growled. Not waiting for a response, he reached out and pulled them outside. Tao and Hua struggled to free themselves, but Ethan's strength was too much for them. He dragged them out to the hallway, finally releasing them. "Leave now and don't come back." Tao and Hua's faces were red with anger, but they seemed to be intimidated by Ethan's strength. Tao spoke up. "We came to invite you to rejoin the band, but it seems your wife has ruined your career. Now we can help you get back in, but you have to divorce her." Ethan's eyes rolled in disgust. "Just leave. Don't bother my wife. If you do, you'll have to answer to me." With that, he turned and went back inside, leaving Kao and Hua to seethe with anger and humiliation. Ethan seemed to be walking away from a dramatic scene, with Cao Than and Hua Bing looking on their faces a mix of frustration and disappointment, as Ethan nonchalantly strolled back home, where his mother, Hannah White, and his little sister Lily, who was just 3 years old, were waiting, relieved to see him. And as they sat down to eat, the tension was lifted, and the atmosphere in the house became warm and cozy again. A stark contrast to the animosity and anger that Cao Than and Hua Bing were still harboring, after being humiliated and threatened by Ethan, who had also managed to outsmart and drive away 2 other individuals, Canem and Lu Thien, who had been sent to persuade him, but had ended up being rebuffed. And as the evening wore on, Hannah White took Lily out to buy some things, leaving Ethan alone at home, where he received a call from a woman named Duong Bang Bang, whose flirtatious voice came through the phone as she told Ethan that they had discussed his potential collaboration and were willing to introduce him to the company, but the boss still wanted to see more of his creative abilities. And Ethan, without hesitation, agreed to showcase his skills. And Duong Bang Bang, who had been a bit worried, felt a sense of relief and satisfaction as she had been rooting for Ethan and believed in his talent, but the boss was still skeptical and wanted to see more to make sure that Ethan was not just a one-hit wonder. And Dwang Bang Bang suggested that they meet in person to discuss the details, and Ethan, who was not busy apart from taking care of his daughter, agreed to meet her in Shanghai the next day, if possible. And as they finalized the plans, Ethan was impressed by Dwang Bang Bang's kindness and consideration, which was rare in their line of work, where people usually prioritize the company's interests over others. And after they hung up, Ethan started looking into flights to Shanghai, eager to see what the next day would bring. Ethan was fast asleep when his wife, Hannah White, and their 3-year-old daughter, Lily, returned home. Hannah quietly led Lily to the sofa, where Ethan was sleeping, and Lily gently snuggled up to him, her small hands stroking his face, feeling very comfortable. But soon Lily covered Ethan's nose with her hands, making him feel a bit suffocated, and he suddenly woke up to the sound of Lily's giggles, realizing it was his little daughter, and he smiled. Feeling that life was good, Hannah had prepared a delicious meal with a plate of crispy meat, a plate of potato fries, and a bowl of tomato soup, which looked very appetizing, and Hannah said she had made it herself. Although it might not be as good as Ethan's cooking, but she had tried her best. Ethan was impressed and complimented Hannah's cooking, making her blush. As they sat down to eat, Ethan told Hannah that he had to go away for a while, but didn't know how long he would be gone. Hannah was taken aback and started coughing. Ethan quickly handed her a tissue, looking worried. Lily asked where her father was going, and Ethan explained that he was going to find a job for her mother so that she could sing again. Lily was excited at the prospect of her mother singing, as she loved listening to her mother's voice. Hannah looked at Ethan, tears welling up in her eyes, and thanked him. But Ethan told her not to thank him, as he just wanted to make her happy. The next day, Ethan flew to Shanghai, and as he arrived, he could feel the city's energy. He looked for his name among the crowd of people holding signs, and finally found a woman in a business suit who introduced herself as Yang Bingbing. Ethan was surprised and apologized for keeping her waiting. Yang Bingbing looked at him with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, and Ethan introduced himself as Jiang Shengyi, and they began their conversation. Ethan was excited to be in Shanghai and was looking forward to his meeting with Yang Bingbing, who was an important person in the music industry, and he hoped that she could help him find a job for Hannah so that she could pursue her passion for singing again. Ethan met with a music executive, Hannah White, at a restaurant where she had just arrived and was looking for a place to eat, suggesting they grab a bite together since her car was parked in the underground garage and it was almost time to eat. And soon they found themselves at a specialty restaurant where Hannah White ordered food and then brought up the main topic, asking Ethan about the person he was introducing, whether it was a new face or a professional singer, and if he knew of a singer named Hannah White, who used to be in the industry but stepped back after her romantic relationship was exposed. And Hannah White had heard of her, having a great voice, but was taken aback by the fact that she had to step back due to her relationship being exposed. And Hannah White was thinking deeply, then looked at Ethan and asked if he knew about the relationship between him and Hannah White, and why she stepped back. And Ethan revealed that Hannah White was his wife, which shocked Hannah White, even though she had been through a lot, and Ethan could tell what she was thinking, that he was the so-called useless person in the rumors, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly, and Hannah White was suddenly at a loss for words. Having heard of Hannah White's music, but not knowing she was with someone like Ethan, who was once known for his good looks but not his talent, and now Hannah White was even questioning whether 2 of his songs were actually written by him. and Ethan didn't give her time to think, asking her if it would be difficult for his wife to join her company, and if it was, he would think of another way. And his request was not just for his wife to join the company, but also for her to have the best resources and freedom. And he believed that with his help, her company could reach new heights. And Hannah White looked serious, saying that they had never worked together before. And just because of 2 songs Ethan posted online, it wasn't enough to give his wife such a valuable contract. And she acknowledged Hannah White's singing talent. But in the music industry, it wasn't just about singing. And she understood what Ethan meant. But giving his wife the best resources was almost unprecedented. And it wasn't something they could decide on easily. And even though Hannah White didn't directly refuse, her words implied that it was almost impossible. And Ethan expressed his own stance, saying that it wasn't just about this one issue, but also about their future collaboration. And Hannah White suggested that they discuss it further. And Ethan also expressed his willingness to negotiate. And then he raised his glass and took a sip of water, as Hannah White's expression turned serious. And she said that they would need to discuss it carefully, as it wasn't a small matter, and even though she didn't directly refuse, her words implied that it was almost impossible, and Ethan got up to leave, saying that he would let her consider it. And as he walked out of the restaurant, he thought about his wife, Hannah White, and their 3-year-old daughter, Lily. And he couldn't help but think about how he would make it work. And he thought about his conversation with Hannah White, and how she had been hesitant, but he was determined to make it happen. And he walked out into the bright sunlight, feeling a sense of determination and hope as he thought about his family's future, and how he would do everything to make it work. And he smiled, feeling a sense of joy and anticipation as he walked away from the restaurant and into the unknown, with his heart full of love for his family and his mind full of plans for their future. And he knew that it wouldn't be easy, but he was ready to face the challenges ahead, and he was determined to make his family happy. And he walked on with a sense of purpose and direction, and he knew that everything would be all right as long as he had his family by his side. And he thought about his wife, Hannah White, and how much he loved her, and how much he wanted to make her happy. And he thought about his daughter, Lily, and how much he wanted to give her the best life possible. And he smiled, feeling a sense of joy and contentment as he walked on into the bright future ahead. Ethan, with an air of confidence, walked into the room where Hannah White, a renowned music industry figure, was waiting for him, and he proposed that she should give him a chance to showcase his abilities before making any decisions. To which Hannah White, seemingly intrigued by Ethan's audacity, agreed, and after their meeting, she hastily left to discuss the details with her company, while Ethan, meanwhile, returned to his hotel room, feeling hopeful that he would be given an opportunity. And he thought to himself that if this didn't work out, he would try other companies. And if all else failed, he would strive to earn enough money to start his own company. And as he lay on his bed, lost in thought, his phone rang. It was Hannah White, asking him to meet her at a building where he would meet her and other important figures, including the company's chairman. And upon arrival, Ethan was greeted by a mixture of curious and skeptical glances, and Hannah White introduced him to the others, explaining that they would be discussing a potential collaboration. But some of the executives were hesitant, questioning Ethan's talent and the origin of his songs, to which Hannah White responded that they should at least give him a chance. And then the chairman, with a warm smile, began the conversation, asking Ethan about his requirements. And Ethan, undaunted, stated that he was willing to cooperate, but they had to negotiate the terms. And the chairman responded that they could offer him the best resources, but the contract would have to be for 5 years, which Ethan found to be too long, believing that with the company's resources and his talent, he could become a star within a year. And therefore, he was only willing to commit to a 2-year contract, which the chairman found amusing, saying that Ethan was dreaming. And Ethan, with a confident tone, replied that he was willing to write songs for the company for free, but only up to a certain limit. And the chairman, still skeptical, wondered if Ethan was just all talk, as anyone could claim to be able to become a star within a year. And Ethan, with Lily, his 3-year-old daughter, on his mind, was determined to make it happen. And the conversation continued, with Ethan and the chairman engaging in a back and forth discussion about the terms of the contract, and Hannah White, observing the exchange, seemed to be enjoying the dynamics between the two. And the atmosphere in the room was tense, yet anticipation filled the air, as everyone waited to see how the negotiation would unfold. And Ethan, with his unwavering confidence, was ready to take on the challenge. And the chairman, with a sly smile, was prepared to test Ethan's limits, and the battle of wills had only just begun, with the outcome hanging precariously in the balance as the two parties delved deeper into the intricacies of the contract, and the fate of Ethan's music career hung in the balance, and the room was filled with an air of suspense as the negotiations continued, with neither side willing to back down, and the clock ticked away as the tension mounted, and the chairman, with a raised eyebrow, looked at Ethan, and Ethan, with a steadfast gaze, looked back, and the room fell silent, awaiting the next move, and the sound of pens scratching on paper and the rustling of documents were the only sounds that broke the silence as the negotiations wore on, with the outcome still uncertain, and the chairman, with a hint of a smile, leaned back in his chair, and Ethan, with a determined look, leaned forward, and the battle of wills continued, with the fate of Ethan's music career hanging precariously in the balance. Ethan was met with a scornful gaze from a bald man, but he just gave him a fleeting glance, not bothered by such people, thinking that a display of strength would be enough to shut him up. And then he heard the voice of Hannah White, who told him to stop talking nonsense as she tapped her finger on the table, and Ethan noticed that despite her cold demeanor, she had a charming smile, and he thought that having confidence was a good thing. But it all depended on one's abilities. And Hannah White told him that she had invited him for 2 reasons. One was to discuss a potential collaboration, and the other was that the company was participating in a national activity where each company had to submit a song, and she wanted to win, and asked Ethan if he had the talent to make that happen. And Ethan nodded slightly, saying that he was there for that very reason. And Hannah White seemed to like his confidence and quirky personality, and she told him that she would leave the details of the activity to her assistant, and Ethan would just have to wait for good news from him. And after the meeting, Ethan left the reception room and headed to the office of Hannah White's assistant, where he found her looking surprised that her mother had agreed to such a demanding condition, but she also knew that this activity was very important, and she looked at Ethan with a complex gaze, hoping that he could create something big which would prove her vision was right and dispel the rumors circulating in the company. And she handed him a file with the details of the activity, which gave him only 3 days to compose a song. And Ethan opened the file, and the first thing he saw was a title that read Ordinary Heroes, and his expression turned serious as he continued reading, and saw that ordinary heroes were not supernatural, but they did extraordinary things. And he flipped through the pages, seeing a few photos. The first one was of a group of doctors and nurses in protective gear who had collapsed outside an operating room. The second one was of firefighters, covered in dust and dirt, but smiling as they held a child they had rescued. The third one was of a group of police officers with their backs to the camera, and in front of them a group of criminals. And the fourth one was of a classroom where two teachers were helping students escape, and another teacher was handing a child to someone outside. And Ethan saw many more photos like that, and his heart felt a pang. And he thought that even if Hannah White's mother hadn't agreed to his condition, he would still write this song, as it was an honor and not about personal gain. And just then, Hannah White's assistant broke the silence and began to talk to Ethan. Ethan was deeply moved, and he honestly admitted that if he had the ability, even if it meant spending his own money, he would want to create a great song to give to them. But unfortunately, he couldn't do it. And even the large music company couldn't come up with a satisfactory product. So he asked if the other person could do it. And he only had 3 days, after which the music company would end the selection. Ethan nodded, and as a Chinese person, he couldn't help but feel moved. And he assured them that he would take care of it. After finishing his drink, he put away the documents, and then he went to the hotel to research and create. After studying carefully, he took her to the Yangtze River, and the time spent with Bai Thi Ham, or Hannah White, and little Gil, or Lily, was not long. Hannah knew that within 3 days, creating a great song would be very difficult. And now time was pressing. She didn't say much, stood up with Ethan, and went downstairs. That night, Ethan sat at the table, holding his pen, thinking silently. After reading the documents, he initially came up with 2 songs, both of which were very suitable for the theme. One was called Unknown Hero, and the other was just Ordinary. He thought for a long time before deciding to choose the latter. Just Ordinary was the theme song of the movie, and later it was used by the company as the background music for the anti-epidemic program, which was very fitting for the theme this time. Ethan held his pen and wrote the music note by note. And when he finished writing the song, he lay down on the bed, feeling very satisfied, and he suddenly looked forward to their expressions when they saw the song the next day. The next day, Ethan had a quick breakfast, didn't inform Hannah, and went to the company alone. Hannah was still busy working in the office, and was surprised to see Ethan, asking him why he came. Ethan smiled and handed her the paper. Under her astonished gaze, he gave her the thin paper. Hannah looked at him like he was a monster. The strong girl rarely lost control of her emotions, jokingly asking if he could write a great song in one night. Hannah raised an eyebrow, took the song, and wanted to see what he had written. The previous day, she saw him as a steady and superior person, but today, he came to surprise her. When Hannah saw the title of the song, she was still calm, but when she slowly read the lyrics, she was shocked. This was a divine song. It wrote about ordinary things, but it was extraordinary. The whole song didn't mention the word hero, but every sentence was about heroes. The lyrics only touched on the theme, and then Hannah quickly looked at the music. After a while, she suddenly raised her head, looked at Ethan, and her eyes sparkled. Asking if he really wrote it in one night, Ethan scratched his nose, calmly saying that he stayed up all night to do it, and asked if the song was good. In his heart, he was thinking that if this song wasn't good, then no song would be. Hannah's eyes sparkled even more, and she thought that Ethan was really too talented. Ethan, the main character, could sing, and Hannah White's daughter, Lily, wasn't around, but he was asked to sing for someone, and he agreed, closing his eyes to immerse himself in the emotions, then started singing in a gentle voice, his face serious and reverent, as if telling a normal yet unforgettable story, evoking feelings that were hard to express. And this was the first time his listener had felt such emotions, understanding the meaning of distance, which was when others could sense but not express it, and Ethan could convey it through his song. And his listener, who had initially thought of him as a talented but arrogant person, now saw him in a new light as someone with a delicate heart. And as the song ended, she was still immersed in the music, tears streaming down her face. And just as she was about to speak, the office door was pushed open by a man who applauded and walked in, accompanied by the HR manager, who looked pale and disbelieving, having difficulty accepting that Ethan had created such a perfect song in such a short time. And Hannah White's husband, who had entered without knocking, smiled and looked at his daughter with a strange gaze, seemingly surprised to see her looking so feminine, and he said that if he hadn't arrived, he wouldn't have known that Ethan had written such a great song. And Ethan thought to himself that this man was a businessman who only cared about people who could benefit him. And the chairman, pleased with the song, decided to sign a contract with Ethan, and after the contract was signed, Ethan said goodbye. And as he was leaving, Hannah White's daughter, who had been quiet until then, suddenly spoke up, asking him to wait, and walked him out, not daring to look at him, having become like a fan. And Ethan, feeling relieved that the issue had been resolved, couldn't help but notice the change in her behavior towards him. Ethan looked at this, thinking it was quite embarrassing for a beautiful woman like Hannah White to be in this situation. But now he was about to leave, and suddenly she seemed to feel a bit sorry, saying, "Little Lily, Daddy remembers you. I still have work to do. I haven't finished it yet." Just then, before Ethan could say anything, a voice interrupted, and he smiled gratefully at the timely intervention, saying, "Thank you for your kindness. I can take a taxi back. It's okay." After finishing speaking, Ethan turned around and left the office, while Hannah White was like a small, angry cat, suddenly getting angry and asking, "What's wrong with you? You just sent him away. Is there anyone like you?" Looking at her daughter's face, not angry, but speaking in a caring tone. "Lily, you're not a child anymore. You should find a partner. And although Hannah White is very good, don't forget that she has a husband and even a daughter." Hannah White suddenly fell silent, and after a while, she spoke coldly. "Of course I know. I sent him away just because he was the one I invited. That's all." Ethan's father suddenly remembered something and said, "I still have things to do. I'll go now," hastily leaving. But just as he reached the door, he turned around and said, "Really, my dear daughter, you're 26 years old. You should find a partner." Ethan went back to the hotel, planning to pack his things and prepare to go home. But before he could even book a flight, Hannah White called him, saying, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm sorry. My father's tone wasn't very good. I apologize on his behalf." Ethan was a bit surprised. He hadn't paid much attention to this matter, and Hannah White had already spoken very tactfully. As a capitalist, his father had shown great respect for him. And as for having intentions to kill or rob, that was just a fair transaction. Ethan was used to dealing with all kinds of people in the city, and he had long understood this, so he said, "It's okay. I don't think there's anything wrong." Hannah White's tone also became a bit softer, saying, "You're not bothered. That's good. Are you on your way to the hotel?" "Yes, I've already gotten in the car." After Ethan finished speaking, the other end of the line was silent for a moment. Then Hannah White spoke again. "Mr. Zhang, it's best if you wait for 2 more days. If your song is selected, the music company may need your assistance. After all, you wrote both the lyrics and the music. You understand the song the best." Ethan's plan to go home had failed, and he suddenly felt a bit empty. But Hannah White's words were not wrong. If there were any other matters in the future, flying back and forth between the two cities would not be easy, so he said, "I understand. I'll stay for a few more days." After hanging up with Hannah White, Ethan felt a bit regretful. Putting down the phone, He couldn't help but think of the little girl at home, little Lily, and he naturally found himself smiling. The 2 days passed quickly. During this time, Ethan had a phone call with Hannah White, and he couldn't help but feel a bit happy, thinking that maybe this trip would not be in vain after all. Ethan still finds it hard to get used to the fact that his relationship with others has changed. At least now people like Hannah White no longer call him with a title that makes him feel old. It's been a few days since he woke up early to go for a run. Everything seems peaceful. There's no news from the other side yet. He can only wait. On the third day, he receives a call from an unfamiliar yet familiar number. Hello, is this old Jiang? The voice on the other end says, "It's Chin Feng. I didn't expect to make this call." Ethan quickly sorts out his memories of his past life and after a while, remembers that Chin Feng is a friend from his past life's college days, a carefree and loyal person. Ethan can't help but smile. Thinking about Chin Feng's personality and character, his smile grows even wider. Chin Feng teases him over the phone. "Old Jiang, why didn't you answer my calls or texts? Do you think you're too good for us now?" Ethan feels a mix of emotions. He's touched by Chin Feng's concern, but also feels ashamed for not keeping in touch. "It's my fault. I'm sorry. Please forgive me," Ethan says. Chin Feng's voice is excited. "Haha, you'd better keep your word. Let's meet up and I'll let it slide." Ethan agrees, feeling a sense of joy and relief. Chin Feng suggests meeting up immediately, but Ethan explains that he's currently in Shanghai for work and won't be back for a few days. Chin Feng decides to come to Shanghai. Ethan is surprised and a bit embarrassed, but also happy to see his old friend. As they make plans to meet up, Ethan can't help but think about how his past life's mistakes have affected his relationships. He's grateful for Chin Feng's loyalty and friendship. Later that day, a taxi stops in front of the hotel. Two people get out. One of them is a slightly chubby man with a height of around 1.7 meters, his face full of excitement. The other is a petite and cute girl with a two-dimensional anime style. As Ethan meets up with Chin Feng, they both freeze for a moment, then break into a smile. "Old Jiang, Fong Zi." Chin Feng says Ethan is surprised by how much Chin Feng has changed, yet still looks familiar. He can't help but laugh at the sight of his old friend. Ethan chuckled, remembering how his friend used to have a great physique, and now he's changed so much, jokingly asking if it's because his mom, Hannah White, was always criticizing him for being too skinny and overfeeding him to the point where he could barely fit through the door. Tun Fong, now introduced as Ethan's friend, laughed and introduced his girlfriend Lily, who playfully hit him with her elbow, and Ethan greeted her, saying hello, and he's a close friend of Ethan's. And Lily responded, saying she's heard a lot about him and didn't expect him to be so handsome. Ethan's friend, now referred to as Ethan, continued beaming with pride, saying they don't discriminate, and Ethan joked, saying his mom doesn't let him run wild like this, and Ethan's friends said they're not going to let him get away today. As they walked, Ethan's friend spotted a street food stall and pulled Ethan to sit down. But Ethan noticed Lily seemed unhappy, and Ethan's friend didn't seem to notice, so Ethan suggested changing places, but Ethan's friend refused, saying they used to come here in college and it was fine, and Ethan said he's given up drinking, which confused Ethan's friend, who didn't understand why he was being so critical of the street food stall, and Ethan explained that he used to drink and made a lot of mistakes, so he quit. And Ethan's friends seemed to accept this, saying it's good he's changed, and they should just focus on eating. Ethan's friend mentioned that his sister-in-law had bought a house in Shanghai, but Lily didn't go with him, and Ethan asked if she was taking care of their child at home, and Ethan's friend boasted that he had to work hard to get his family's approval to come out and play. and Ethan joked, saying he's amazing. And Ethan's friend shared that he had discovered his family's business was actually a nationwide chain of supermarkets, not just a small shop. And Ethan was shocked, remembering how his friend used to eat off him in college. And now he's a rich kid, and Ethan gave him a thumbs up, saying he's really something. And Ethan's friend asked why he didn't just stay home and eat instead of running around outside. Ethan was having a conversation with his friend, and his mom, Hannah White, was also present, while his 3-year-old daughter, Lily, was running around as Ethan mentioned that he had a dream of being a stay-at-home dad, which made his friend incredulous, asking if he was serious about being a bum. Ethan quickly defended himself, saying that being a stay-at-home dad was not the same as being a bum, and that he was looking forward to spending quality time with his daughter. His friend, however, was not convinced and teased him about being a freeloader. Ethan's mom, Hannah White, tried to stay out of the conversation, but it was clear that she was amused by the exchange between Ethan and his friend. As they continued to chat and joke around, Ethan's friend, Tun Fong, mentioned that he had a dream of opening his own animation studio and creating movies that showcase the beauty of their culture. Ethan was impressed by his friend's passion and dedication, and Tun Fong offered him a deal to join him in his business venture and become a partner. Ethan was touched by the offer, but declined, saying that he was determined to be a stay-at-home dad. Tun Fong understood and respected his decision, and the two friends continued to talk and reminisce about old times. As they walked home, Ethan's friend, Tun Fong, received a call from his studio and had to step aside to take it. Ethan waited patiently, and when Tun Fong returned, he asked who it was, and Tun Fong explained that it was just a minor issue with the studio's equipment, but it had been resolved. Ethan reassured him that everything would be okay, and Tun Fong seemed to relax. As they continued their conversation, Ethan was impressed by his friend's dedication to his craft and the fact that he had been preparing for this moment for a long time. Even when he was still at home, Ethan felt a sense of admiration for his friend, and the conversation came to a close, with Ethan feeling grateful for the chat with his friend and looking forward to seeing how his friend's studio would turn out. As Ethan and his mother, Hannah White, rushed to their destination, she reminded him to hurry, warning that if they didn't arrive soon, they would miss their chance to eat. To which Ethan calmly replied that he wouldn't say another word and slid into the back seat, while Hannah took the front passenger seat, looking at him with a mixture of concern and curiosity. As they set off, she began to drive and chat with him, mentioning that the director had already called to praise him, asking if he had any ideas for the music video and the lead singer, and cautioning him not to lose his composure. When they arrived, Ethan reassured her that he was fine, but Hannah seemed more anxious than him. As they arrived at their destination, a group of people, led by an elderly man with silver hair, greeted them, and Hannah quickly got out and affectionately held the old man's hand, which surprised Ethan as the old man's face lit up with a warm smile, addressing Hannah as Little Lamb and teasing her about her rare display of cuteness, then turning to Ethan, introducing himself as Lamb and praising him as a talented young man. Ethan politely greeted him, and Lamb introduced himself as the director of the music video, inviting Ethan to call him Old Lamb instead of being formal. As they entered the recording studio, Lamb asked Ethan to sing a cappella or with a piano accompaniment, and Ethan agreed, starting to play the piano, while Lamb observed him with a serious expression, noticing that Ethan was fully focused on his music. And as he began to sing, everyone outside the studio fell silent, mesmerized by his voice, and Lamb's eyes widened in amazement, clearly impressed by Ethan's talent. As the music filled the air, Ethan's mother, Hannah, looked on with a mix of pride and nervousness, while little Lily, who was only 3 years old, sat quietly, taking it all in as Ethan's voice soared. The atmosphere in the studio became electric, with everyone waiting with bated breath to see what would happen next. And Lamb, clearly pleased with what he was hearing, nodded his head in approval as Ethan continued to sing, lost in the music, his passion and emotion pouring out of every note. And the people outside the studio, including Hannah and little Lily, listened in awe as the sound of the piano and Ethan's voice blended together in perfect harmony. As Ethan and his mother, Hannah White, rushed to their destination, she reminded him to hurry, warning that if they didn't arrive soon, they would miss their chance to eat, to which Ethan calmly replied that he wouldn't say another word and slid into the back seat, while Hannah took the front passenger seat, looking at him with a mixture of concern and curiosity. As they set off, she began to drive and chat with him, mentioning that the director had already called to praise him, asking if he had any ideas for the music video, and the lead singer, and cautioning him not to lose his composure when they arrived. Ethan reassured her that he was fine, but Hannah seemed more anxious than him. As they arrived at their destination, a group of people, led by an elderly man with silver hair, greeted them, and Hannah quickly got out and affectionately held the old man's hand, which surprised Ethan, as the old man's face lit up with a warm smile, addressing Hannah as Little Lamb and teasing her about her rare display of cuteness, then turning to Ethan, introducing himself as Lamb and praising him as a talented young man. Ethan politely greeted him, and Lamb introduced himself as the director of the music video, inviting Ethan to call him Old Lamb instead of being formal. As they entered the recording studio, Lamb asked Ethan to sing a cappella or with a piano accompaniment, and Ethan agreed, starting to play the piano, while Lamb observed him with a serious expression, noticing that Ethan was fully focused on his music. And as he began to sing, everyone outside the studio fell silent, mesmerized by his voice, and Lamb's eyes widened in amazement, clearly impressed by Ethan's talent. As the music filled the air, Ethan's mother, Hannah, looked on with a mix of pride and nervousness, while little Lily, who was only 3 years old, sat quietly, taking it all in as Ethan's voice soared. The atmosphere in the studio became electric, with everyone waiting with bated breath to see what would happen next. And Lamb, clearly pleased with what he was hearing, nodded his head in approval as Ethan continued to sing, lost in the music, his passion and emotion pouring out of every note. And the people outside the studio, including Hannah and little Lily, listened in awe as the sound of the piano and Ethan's voice blended together in perfect harmony. Ethan's performance left a profound impact on everyone in the room, including his father, Ethan, and his mother, Hannah White, as well as little Lily, who was only 3 years old, as he sang a song that evoked strong emotions. And even though this was the second time he had heard the song, he still couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe and admiration. Ethan had totally immersed himself in the song, and as it reached its climax, he was overcome with emotion, his eyes reddening. And he was clearly a man who had experienced his fair share of hardships and struggles. And as a former soldier, he could deeply understand the meaning and significance of the song, which was that ordinary people who work behind the scenes are often the most remarkable and deserving of admiration. But unfortunately, not many people appreciate them. However, Ethan's song had clearly touched the hearts of everyone present, and as he finished singing, the room erupted in applause, with everyone praising his incredible talent. And Ethan was visibly moved, his eyes shining with tears, and his face alight with a sense of pride and satisfaction. And when asked if he would consider becoming the lead singer, Ethan humbly declined, saying that he had a better idea, which was to have a group of children sing the song, as their youthful voices would bring a sense of innocence and purity to the music, and would help to convey the message of the song more effectively. And Ethan's suggestion was met with enthusiasm, with everyone agreeing that it was a brilliant idea, and that he was a genius, And as they discussed the details of the project, Ethan's mother, Hannah White, couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and happiness, seeing her son's talent and creativity being recognized and appreciated. And little Lily, who had been quietly observing the scene, couldn't help but be inspired by Ethan's performance and the impact it had on everyone in the room. And as the conversation came to a close, Ethan's father, Ethan, couldn't help but feel grateful for the opportunity to see his son's talent shine and to be a part of something that would bring joy and inspiration to others. And as they all left the room, they couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and anticipation, knowing that they were about to embark on a project that would bring people together and celebrate the beauty and power of music. Ethan was taken to a different office by a man who waved at him, leading him to a room where all the footage would be edited. And after entering the room, the people there began to introduce themselves enthusiastically. Ethan looked at the computer screen in front of him, where various scenes were flashing, and in each scene, there were unsung heroes working silently, which shocked him. He didn't expect there to be so many scenes, and many of them would ultimately be cut, which made him feel a bit sad, because in his eyes, everyone in the footage deserved to be respected and known. But the man, seemingly understanding Ethan's thoughts, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be sad. This is their job. And the promotional video this time won't remember each person. They represent a group of people. As long as people can appreciate these groups of people and silently remember that there are still many lovely people in this society, it's enough. And besides, they should also thank Ethan. The song, Being Ordinary, not only fits the evaluation of most people nowadays, but also spreads positive energy," the old man said. "They can't make songs that fit the tastes of modern people, but they're afraid people will forget about them. So they thought of collecting songs. And Ethan had made something that they wanted, which made the old man smile. And Ethan looked at him, and then at the people flashing on the screen, and was truly moved by them. It's clear that in any world, there are people who are worthy of love." The old man said that the footage was good, and as for the production of the video, Ethan wasn't a specialist in this field, so he still needed the old man and the others to complete it. Ethan said honestly that he was a bit impatient to see the finished product, and he felt that after being edited by this group of people, the finished video would definitely touch people's hearts more than the original. The old man said they would definitely do it as soon as possible, and at the latest, it would be done by the end of the month. And by then, this wind would have blown to every corner of the country. Ethan's mother, Hannah White, and his 3-year-old sister, Lily, were also mentioned, and the old man agreed with Ethan, and also suggested that when the promotional video was released, it would be launched in cooperation with Ethan's TikTok account, which made Ethan startled as he didn't expect his own things to be involved again, and he thought it was just a recording. But the old man said that Ethan was the main force behind this video, and Ethan's songs would also be released at the same time, which made Ethan feel a bit overwhelmed. Ethan and Hannah White's life was about to take a dramatic turn, as they found themselves entangled in a complex web of fortune and fame. And it all started when Ethan, who had been struggling to make ends meet, stumbled upon an opportunity to work with a renowned company where he met a dynamic and charismatic figure who would later become a crucial part of their lives. And as Ethan navigated this new world, he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude towards the people who had helped him along the way, particularly Hannah White, who had been his rock, his confidant, and his guiding light, and he made sure to express his heartfelt thanks to her, saying, "I appreciate your kindness, Hannah White, and I'm grateful for your support." And as they delved deeper into the world of entertainment, they were joined by their adorable 3-year-old daughter, Lily, who brought immense joy and laughter to their lives. And as they walked out of the building, they were greeted by the warm sunshine, which was a stark contrast to the pouring rain that had been forecasted, and Ethan's friend, who had been waiting for them, exclaimed, "Gang, I was thinking of inviting you to grab a bite to eat. Why don't you join us for a meal?" But Ethan declined, citing his exhausted state of mind. And instead, they decided to head home. But not before their little daughter, Lily, threw a tantrum, demanding to be taken out for a meal, and Ethan couldn't resist her charming smile. And eventually, they ended up having a grand feast. And after the meal, they were joined by their friends, who were eager to discuss their upcoming projects. And as they engaged in conversation, Ethan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the passion and dedication of the people around him. And he realized that he was still an outsider, looking in, and didn't need to get involved in their discussions. And so, he excused himself. And as they left the building, they were met with a gentle drizzle, which had replaced the earlier sunshine. And Ethan's friend, who was walking alongside him, asked, "Aren't you going to invite me to join you for a meal now that we're working together?" And Ethan smiled, knowing that his friend was only joking. And as they approached their car, Ethan's friend, who was known for her mischievous streak, stuck out her tongue and said, "You're so stingy, Ethan." And Ethan chuckled, knowing that she was only teasing him. And eventually, they arrived at their destination, where they were greeted by the familiar face of Hannah White, who was waiting for them with a warm smile. And as they signed the contract, which was the initial goal of Ethan's visit, he felt a sense of relief and satisfaction, knowing that this was just the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. And as they finalized the paperwork, Hannah White looked a bit down, and Ethan couldn't understand why, considering they had just finished a grand meal. And he thought to himself, women are really hard to understand. They're like the weather, unpredictable and changing all the time. And as they exited the elevator, they headed straight to the office, where they were met by the friendly face of their host, who had been waiting for them, and he welcomed them with his signature smile, saying, "I've been waiting for you, my friends. The contract is ready. All you need to do is sign it." And Ethan nodded, taking a seat at the desk to review the contract, which was written in a very formal tone, and it stated that the company would provide Hannah White with the best resources and maximum freedom, allowing her to work on her own terms, without any external pressure. And the contract was for a period of 2 years, with the option to renew or terminate, depending on Hannah White's preference. And as Ethan finished reading the contract, he put it away, stood up, and shook hands with their host, marking the beginning of a new partnership. As Ethan walked in, his face lit up with a warm smile, and his mother, Hannah White, couldn't help but notice the gentle glow spreading across her cheeks, her heart skipping a beat as she stood still, unsure of how to react, a mix of surprise and sweetness swirling inside her. Handing her a bouquet of lavender, said, "I saw someone selling these on the street, and they smelled so good, I just had to buy a bunch. They're beautiful, aren't they, Hannah?" Hannah's face grew redder as she took the flowers, her first ever gift from Ethan, lavender symbolizing forgiveness and hope, and she couldn't help but feel a rush of gratitude. "I love them, thank you, Ethan." Summoning her courage, Hannah looked up at Ethan, her eyes locking onto his, and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Ethan smiled. "Not yet, and I'm sure the kids haven't either. Why don't I cook dinner?" But Hannah, wanting to take care of him after a long day, insisted on cooking, until she saw the determination in Ethan's eyes, and knowing he was a better cook, she relented. "Okay, you go call Lily. It's time to wake her up." Lily, who was fast asleep, was gently lifted by Hannah and brought to Ethan, who gave her a gentle kiss on the cheek and whispered in her ear, "Wake up, sweetie. Daddy's home." And Lily, now awake, stared around, confused, until her eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed, "Daddy!" clinging to Ethan's neck, refusing to let go. Even when he tried to put her down to cook, Hannah had to intervene, using a stern face and a new toy to coax Lily away, finally managing to pry her off Ethan. As the family sat down to a delicious meal, laughing and chatting, Ethan played with Lily, asking her about her day, and she recounted everything, including how much she missed her daddy, and how her mother would watch videos of him singing and smile. Ethan, not meaning to pry, listened intently, as Lily spoke openly, not noticing Hannah's face growing redder by the minute, until she couldn't take it anymore, and burst out laughing. "Don't listen to Lily. She's talking nonsense." But Ethan, holding Lily close, smiled. "It's okay. I believe her." And Lily, snuggled up against him, repeated, "Mommy misses Daddy," as Hannah's face turned beet red, and Ethan, holding up his hands in surrender, said, "I give up. Don't blame Lily. She's just telling the truth." But Hannah, teasingly, threatened to get revenge, and Ethan, closing his eyes, pretended to be afraid. As the family continued to play and laugh together, Lily eventually succumbing to her mother's teasing, and Ethan, happy to see his family thriving, didn't mind taking the fall, as they all enjoyed each other's company. As Ethan walked in, his face lit up with a warm smile, and his mother, Hannah White, couldn't help but notice the gentle glow spreading across her cheeks, her heart skipping a beat as she stood still, unsure of how to react, a mix of surprise and sweetness swirling inside her. She nodded softly, subconsciously tugging at her sleeve, pulling it down over her shoulder, and Ethan, handing her a bouquet of lavender, said, "I saw someone selling these on the street, and they smelled so good, I just had to buy a bunch. They're beautiful, aren't they, Hannah?" Hannah's face grew redder as she took the flowers, her first ever gift from Ethan, lavender symbolizing forgiveness and hope, and she couldn't help but feel a rush of gratitude. "I love them. Thank you, Ethan." Summoning her courage, Hannah looked up at Ethan, her eyes locking onto his, and asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Ethan smiled. "Not yet, and I'm sure the kids haven't either. Why don't I cook dinner?" But Hannah, wanting to take care of him after a long day, insisted on cooking until she saw the determination in Ethan's eyes, and knowing he was a better cook, she relented. "Okay, you go call Lily. It's time to wake her up." Lily, who was fast asleep, was gently lifted by Hannah and brought to Ethan, who gave her a gentle kiss on the cheek and whispered in her ear, "Wake up, sweetie. Daddy's home." And Lily, now awake, stared around, confused, until her eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed, "Daddy!" clinging to Ethan's neck, refusing to let go. Even when he tried to put her down to cook, Hannah had to intervene, using a stern face and a new toy to coax Lily away, finally managing to pry her off Ethan as the family sat down to a delicious meal. Laughing and chatting, Ethan played with Lily, asking her about her day, and she recounted everything, including how much she missed her daddy and how her mother would watch videos of him singing and smile. Ethan, not meaning to pry, listened intently as Lily spoke openly, not noticing Hannah's face growing redder by the minute, until she couldn't take it anymore and burst out laughing. "Don't listen to Lily. She's talking nonsense." But Ethan, holding Lily close, smiled. "It's okay. I believe her." And Lily, snuggled up against him, repeated, "Mommy misses Daddy," as Hannah's face turned beet red, and Ethan, holding up his hands in surrender, said, "I give up. Don't blame Lily. She's just telling the truth." But Hannah, teasingly, threatened to get revenge, and Ethan, closing his eyes, pretended to be afraid, as the family continued to play and laugh together. Lily eventually succumbing to her mother's teasing, and Ethan, happy to see his family thriving, didn't mind taking the fall, as they all enjoyed each other's company. Ethan gently stroked the head of his 3-year-old daughter Lily before standing up and retrieving a folder from his luggage, which he placed in front of his partner, Hannah White, saying that his mission was complete and that she should take a look, as it was the contract from Hyente, and Hannah White bowed her head, took the folder, and began to examine the contract, her eyes widening as she read through to the end, her hand slightly trembling, this being a contract that she had never dared to dream of, with top-notch benefits and perfect freedom, even when she was still active in the entertainment industry. And now she couldn't even get a contract like this. Hannah White looked up at Ethan, her eyes shining with tears, and asked how he had managed to do it in just a few days. What he had to give up to get this contract that people wouldn't even dare to think about. Ethan smiled gently, his face still wearing a soft smile, as if all of this was as easy as a breeze. After a while, Hannah White finally spoke up, her voice small but determined, saying that she didn't have to sing. Ethan raised an eyebrow, not understanding, as Hannah White had always loved singing, and now she was hesitant. Ethan's voice was slightly heavier, this being the first time he had spoken to her in such a tone since he arrived. He didn't understand what Hannah White was thinking, why she didn't want to take this opportunity. Hannah White explained that she was afraid that if she went back to singing, her life would change, and she wouldn't be able to live like she did now. Ethan listened, and for the first time, Hannah White was opening up to him about her inner fears. Ethan's expression softened, and he reassured her that he would take care of their daughter Lily, and that she shouldn't worry, that he would be a full-time father, and that nothing would change. Hannah White was taken aback by Ethan's words, and she wiped away her tears. It had been a long time since she had encountered such intimacy, and she felt embarrassed. Ethan continued to reassure her, telling her to just focus on taking care of herself, and that he would handle everything else. But Hannah White wasn't listening, still stuck on her initial thoughts. Ethan realized that Hannah White was afraid of change, and that it was understandable given that she had been a stay-at-home mom for so long, and he tried to comfort her as he gently stroked her face, while their daughter, Lily, looked on, sensing the emotions between her parents. And Ethan told Hannah White to just leave everything to him, and that he would take care of Lily, and that she should just focus on her own well-being. But Hannah White remained frozen, still caught up in her own thoughts. Ethan's heart skipped a beat as his 3-year-old daughter, Lily, suddenly jumped onto his lap, looked up at him with sparkling eyes, and exclaimed, "Daddy, Lily wants to sleep with Daddy and Mommy tonight." Hannah White, Ethan's wife, immediately turned bright red, her eyes widening in surprise as she tried to composing herself. "Does Mommy agree?" "You have to ask, Mommy, sweetie." Lily began to whine and squirm on Ethan's lap, and Hannah quickly stood up, trying to escape the awkward situation. "I'm going to go wash up, okay?" She hastily retreated to the bathroom, leaving Ethan and Lily alone in the living room, their eyes locked in a sweet and innocent gaze. Ethan was taken aback, unsure of how to react, but Lily just snuggled into his chest, and he could smell the sweet scent of her baby shampoo, which only made his heart melt further. After what felt like an eternity, Hannah emerged from the bathroom, her face still flushed, and quietly slipped into the bedroom without even glancing at Ethan and Lily. Ethan took a deep breath, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, and carried Lily to the bathroom to get her ready for bed. As he washed her face and his own, he couldn't shake off the feeling of unease that had settled in his chest. Once they were done, he carried Lily to the bedroom, where Hannah was already in bed, pretending to be asleep, her bright red ears a dead giveaway of her true state. Ethan gently placed Lily in the middle of the bed and sat down beside her, trying to calm his racing heart. "Tonight, Daddy will tell you a bedtime story, Lily. Let's hear the story of Snow White. As he began to spin the tale, his soothing voice filled the room, and Lily's eyes slowly drooped, her breathing becoming more relaxed. Hannah, too, seemed to be calming down, her chest rising and falling in a gentle rhythm until she finally drifted off to sleep, unaware of the turmoil that had been brewing inside Ethan. The night wore on, and Ethan continued to tell the story, his voice weaving a spell of tranquility over the room, until Lily and Hannah were both fast asleep. As the darkness enveloped them, Ethan's heart slowly returned to its normal rhythm, and he drifted off to sleep, his arm wrapped protectively around his little family. The next morning, Ethan woke up to the sound of his own heartbeat, and as he instinctively wrapped his arms around the soft waist beside him, he froze, realizing that Lily had grown up so much, and his heart swelled with a mix of emotions, love, and trepidation. Ethan couldn't help but stare at the sight before him, his eyes widening in surprise as he took in the scene, where instead of his little Lily, it was Hannah White who was snuggled up close to him. Her soft breathing, a gentle caress on his skin, the warmth of her body radiating towards him, making his heart skip a beat as he felt his face grow hot with embarrassment, his mind racing with thoughts of how this had happened, and when, his eyes scanning the room, trying to piece together the events of the previous night. But his gaze kept drifting back to Hannah White, who was still fast asleep, her face serene, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she stirred, and Ethan's heart skipped another beat as he felt his body lean in, his face inches from hers, his lips almost brushing against her skin, before he suddenly jerked back, his mind reeling with the implications of what he was doing. As he hastily sat up, trying to compose himself, his hand shaking slightly as he pulled away, his eyes never leaving Hannah White's face, as he slowly got out of bed and made his way to the bathroom, the cool water a welcome relief as he splashed it on his face, trying to calm his racing thoughts and process what had just happened. Little did he know that as soon as he had left the bedroom, Hannah White's eyes had fluttered open, a look of relief washing over her face, as she let out a soft sigh, her hand still clutching the pillow, where Ethan's head had lain just moments before. She couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and more than a little confused, as she tried to piece together the events of the previous night and how she had ended up in Ethan's bed, her mind a jumble of thoughts and emotions, as she slowly got out of bed and made her way to the bathroom to wash her face and try to clear her head. It wasn't until she was washing her face that she felt a pang of disappointment that Ethan had stopped and pulled away when she had been so close to, well, she didn't quite know what, but she knew it was something, as she made her way back to the bedroom to get dressed and try to shake off the feelings that lingered. Just as Ethan was starting to cook breakfast, the aroma of food wafting through the air, making her stomach growl with hunger as she entered the kitchen to find Ethan already cooking, his back to her, as she said good morning, trying to sound casual. Despite the awkwardness that still lingered, Ethan turned around, a smile on his face, as he replied, "Good morning," his eyes crinkling at the corners as he turned back to the stove. Hannah White couldn't help but feel a little self-conscious as she walked over to the sink to wash her hands, before turning to Ethan and offering to help, her voice a little softer than she had intended, as Ethan handed her a bowl, and together they started to prepare breakfast, their movements fluid and synchronized, like a well-oiled machine, as they worked together in comfortable silence. The only sound, the sizzle of food, and the soft clinking of dishes as they cooked and laughed and talked like a couple who had been together for years. And as they sat down to eat, Lily, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, suddenly piped up and asked to get her hair cut. Hannah White's face lighting up with a smile as she suggested they go to the salon and get her hair done, as Ethan sat back and watched, a feeling of contentment washing over him as he realized that this was what it meant to be a family. As he sat back and relaxed, feeling like the king of the world, his heart full and his belly full, as he picked up his phone and started to scroll through TikTok, watching videos of other families and feeling grateful for this little family of his that had brought so much joy and love into his life. As Ethan's eyes widened with excitement, he gazed at the introduction video that had taken the internet by storm. With over 26 hours of viewing time and a soaring position on the trending charts, all thanks to a simple yet captivating snippet of his voice and a couple of lines of song that had sent the audience into a frenzy. The video began with his voice booming from the phone, echoing through the darkness, and then cut to a scene of 3 brave firefighters valiantly battling a raging inferno, their faces set with determination, before abruptly stopping and leaving only the faint sound of his voice lingering in the air. Ethan couldn't help but ponder the thought of being the main singer, and why his voice was featured in the introduction, but this didn't seem to diminish the excitement surrounding the teaser. With just a brief video and a short verse, the introduction had managed to leave a lasting impression on everyone's hearts, and its popularity continued to skyrocket, thanks in part to the media's aggressive promotion, as well as the attention it received from bloggers and celebrities, all of whom were eager to share the teaser and fan the flames of its growing popularity. As the door creaked open, Ethan's gaze shifted towards it, and he saw Hannah White, his mother, walking in with little Lily, whose new haircut had transformed her into a tiny, endearing fairy, with 2 small braids and a fringe that framed her face, leaving Ethan utterly enchanted. He rushed to scoop up Lily, who giggled and ran to hide behind Hannah White, before peeking out with a shy smile. And Ethan couldn't resist the urge to shower his little girl with affection, picking her up and twirling her around, much to Hannah White's amusement. And as Lily nuzzled her face into Ethan's chest, he felt his heart swell with joy and love, relishing the tender moment with his precious daughter, who had grown a bit more timid, but still melted his heart with her adorable antics. Ethan was delighted as he listened to Hannah White's words, feeling like his heart was melting with sweetness, just like eating candy, and he couldn't help but think that the saying, "a daughter is a father's cotton jacket," was indeed true, and he smiled, telling Hannah White to stop lingering by the door and come inside, where he proceeded to sit on the sofa, feeding their 3-year-old daughter, Lily, a slice of watermelon, and then turned to Hannah White, saying, "Yes, I'll go to Mr. Entertainment's company to register at the beginning of August," right? Hannah White's beautiful eyes sparkled as she replied, "Yes. Before that, I need to pick up Lack and then go find Sister Ven. If they know I can come back, they'll definitely be very happy." And Hannah White's face revealed a genuine smile as she thought about the people who had wronged her in the past. And now she felt guilty, especially towards 2 people. And Ethan nodded, stroking Lily's hair, thinking about what kind of song to write for Hannah White, as this was her first time performing, and she had to make a good impression. And Hannah White's voice was very nice. Whether it was a sweet or sad song, she could handle it well. But there were too many options, and Ethan was having a hard time deciding, and after a while, he thought about something else, saying, "Oh, right, we should go buy a car in a few days, and we can buy 2 at once, because in a month, Lily will be going to kindergarten, and it will be convenient to drop her off and pick her up." And Hannah White thought for a moment, and also felt that it would be better to buy a car now, because although Mr. Entertainment's company would provide her with a car. When Ethan was not around, she would still need a car. And Hannah White was worried that Ethan's money might not be enough, as the income from the 2 previous videos had been used to buy a lot of things for the house. And Ethan had also gone out on a trip, and she didn't know how much money was left. Although Ethan had linked his bank card to Hannah White's WeChat account, she didn't know exactly how much money was in there. And with Lily going to kindergarten soon, there would be another expense, and Hannah White was thinking that maybe they should just buy a car first, and then Ethan could drive her around and use the company's card temporarily and wait until she earned some money before thinking about buying another car. And Hannah White thought that after she released her song and album, she would have some income, and then they could consider buying a car. But she was worried that she might not have a song to release anytime soon, as the contract with Mr. Entertainment's company required her to come up with her own song. And she didn't know how Ethan had negotiated with the company, and she wondered why they didn't help her sign a contract with a composer. And Hannah White was puzzled, as she didn't know any composers. And just then, she looked at Ethan, who seemed to know what she was thinking, and it seemed like he knew some composers, although she didn't know when he had learned. But from the 2 songs on TikTok, one of which he had written for Lily, she knew that Ethan understood her concerns when she didn't buy a car, and Ethan calmly waved his hand, telling her not to worry about the money. Ethan had finally found the car he wanted, and the salesperson's face lit up as he handed over his credit card and driver's license to pay for the H9, the highest end model, which cost over 300,000 yuan after discounts. And as he drove out of the 4S store, he felt accomplished. And upon arriving home at 5 p.m., he received a call from someone congratulating him on his newfound fame. But Ethan was not thrilled about being in the spotlight, and instead, he thought that his company would be the one benefiting from all the attention, and he couldn't help but think that the music company, High Entertainment, would also gain a lot from this, and that they would remember him in the future when things go well. And just then, his mother, Hannah White, walked into the room, smiling, and asked him when he would be going to the company. And Ethan joked that he would go when she told him to, and Hannah White teased him, asking if he was waiting for someone. And Ethan couldn't help but think of the mysterious woman who had been on his mind. And the next day, Hannah White went to look for little Lily, who was 3 years old, and her sister, to take them to High Entertainment. And as she drove to the building, she called little Lily, trying to surprise her, and little Lily answered, wondering where Hannah White was. And Hannah White told her she was outside the building, and little Lily was surprised, asking why she was there. And Hannah White just told her to come down quickly, and little Lily rushed down, looking surprised. And when she saw Hannah White and the new car, she looked stunned, asking if Hannah White had bought the car. And Hannah White just smiled and nodded, and little Lily looked at her, wondering why the man who had been treating Hannah White badly would buy her a car. And Hannah White just smiled and took little Lily's hand. And they walked together, chatting, and little Lily noticed that Hannah White seemed different, her skin looking smoother, her cheeks a bit rounder, and her complexion better. And most importantly, she seemed happier. Ethan, a man with an extraordinary presence, was standing on a bus, looking intently at a thief, when he swiftly grabbed the thief. But the people around him recoiled in fear, watching indifferently as 2 more thieves appeared, surrounding Ethan, whose situation suddenly became precarious, causing the numerous people watching the video to become anxious and wish they could intervene to help him catch the thieves. But the image on the screen faded away, replacing it with a scene of a teacher quietly playing the piano, a little girl singing, and then the scene abruptly changed to a hospital where an exhausted doctor was handing a newborn baby to an elderly couple who were overjoyed and tearfully thanked the doctor. As the baby grew up, it became clear that the baby was none other than Ethan, the man who caught the thieves on the bus, who was now facing 3 thieves, but still showed no fear, and the camera then shifted to 2 little girls, including Lily, a 3-year-old, appearing again, opening their arms as if calling out to everyone. And everyone was moved by the music and the profound images, feeling regretful that they had not discovered the beauty around them sooner. Throughout the entire video, the heroes appeared without saying a word, but their actions had a profound impact on the audience. And the image continued with the children starting to sing in harmony, touching the hearts of everyone, singing about moving stories that left everyone in silence, as if a fire had been ignited within them, replacing their usual pursuit of idols or online trends. And at the end of the song, the scene showed all the children singing together, a life without regret. As the flame of life had been lit, the image faded into darkness, and a male voice suddenly rang out, saying they were not heroes, just doing what they should be doing. And then the video ended with a screen that said the video was made with a cappella and piano, and a simple question and answer appeared. But the voice of the man in the dialogue sounded familiar, and many people felt a sense of nostalgia. And then they realized that the gentle and unique voice belonged to Hannah White, Ethan's mother, and they wondered if Hannah White would appear, and indeed she did, as the video clips that had been cut out quickly flashed by, and Hannah White's gentle and unique voice continued, and then the video finally ended, leaving the audience in a state of quiet contemplation, tears streaming down their faces, as they reflected on the profound impact of the video, and the heroes who had touched their hearts without saying a word, including Ethan, Lily, and the others, who had become an integral part of their lives, and the music that had brought them all together, a truly unforgettable experience that would stay with them forever. Ethan was overwhelmed with emotion as he held his loved ones, Hannah, White, and little Lily, close to him, gently stroking their hair and back, as he struggled to find the right words to express his feelings, because he too was deeply moved. The song, which he had entrusted to Lam Kwok Dong, had become a massive hit, with the entire video being a masterpiece created by the Hoa production team, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and satisfaction, knowing that he had made the right decision in choosing this song. As the viewing numbers continued to soar, with over 100 million views on the WOAM platform and over 200 million on Douyin in just a short span of time, and Hannah White, who was crying uncontrollably in his arms, finally understood why he had been so busy lately, pouring his heart and soul into creating this song and collaborating with Hoa to secure a groundbreaking contract, and she couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions, knowing that he had gone through so much without saying a word. And Ethan reassured her that everything was okay, and that he had done it all for their family, and Hannah White asked if he had faced any difficulties or been scolded by anyone, and if he had spent a lot of money. But Ethan just smiled and held her close, as he watched the viewing numbers continue to rise, with the likes and comments exploding like a tidal wave. And he couldn't help but feel grateful for the opportunity to have worked with HOAM and to have created something that had brought so much joy to so many people. And as he looked at Hannah White and Lily, he knew that it was all worth it, and that he would do it all again in a heartbeat, because in the end, it was all about making his family happy and creating something that would be remembered for a long time to come. Ethan tried to comfort his distraught mother, Hannah White, as she cried, telling her not to cry anymore and asking if she had eaten, then offering to cook something delicious for her, and she handed him their 3-year-old daughter, Lily, to hold. And as he gently patted her back, she soon fell asleep in his arms. Meanwhile, at the heart of Gyeongthon City, Hannah's sister, who was also her manager, was dealing with her own frustrations, her face as gloomy as the atmosphere in the room, the only sound being the distant laughter of a colleague, which only seemed to annoy her further as she complained about her album being taken down and delayed until August, and how the company had wasted all her resources on advertising, and now she was being told to wait even longer. Hannah's sister was furious, her mood growing darker by the minute as she lashed out at her colleague, who simply told her to go ask the company herself. And at this point, Ethan was enjoying a meal with his family, his mother having calmed down. And after they finished eating, they decided to take a taxi to a 4S store to buy a new car, despite not having received the income from their collaboration with a certain artist. Ethan's savings were enough to afford a new vehicle, and as they arrived at the store, they were greeted by a salesperson who was experienced and confident, knowing that 80% of cases like this ended in a successful sale. Ethan nodded, and the sales process began, with the salesperson eagerly awaiting the opportunity to make a deal. As Ethan's family started to browse the available models, the salesperson was optimistic, thinking that this would be an easy sale, given the family's enthusiasm and apparent financial stability. Ethan had finally found the car he wanted, and the salesperson's face lit up as he handed over his credit card and driver's license to pay for the H9, the highest end model, which cost over 300,000 yuan after discounts. And as he drove out of the 4S store, he felt accomplished. And upon arriving home at 5 p.m., he received a call from someone congratulating him on his newfound fame. But Ethan was not thrilled about being in the spotlight, and instead, he thought that his company would be the one benefiting from all the attention, and he couldn't help but think that the music company, High Entertainment, would also gain a lot from this, and that they would remember him in the future when things go well. And just then, his mother, Hannah White, walked into the room, smiling, and asked him when he would be going to the company. And Ethan joked that he would go when she told him to, and Hannah White teased him, asking if he was waiting for someone. And Ethan couldn't help but think of the mysterious woman who had been on his mind. And the next day, Hannah White went to look for little Lily, who was 3 years old, and her sister, to take them to High Entertainment. And as she drove to the building, she called little Lily, trying to surprise her, and little Lily answered, wondering where Hannah White was. And Hannah White told her she was outside the building. And little Lily was surprised, asking why she was there. And Hannah White just told her to come down quickly. And little Lily rushed down, looking surprised. And when she saw Hannah White and the new car, she looked stunned, asking if Hannah White had bought the car. And Hannah White just smiled and nodded, and little Lily looked at her, wondering why the man who had been treating Hannah White badly would buy her a car. And Hannah White just smiled and took little Lily's hand, and they walked together, chatting. And little Lily noticed that Hannah White seemed different, her skin looking smoother, her cheeks a bit rounder, and her complexion better. And most importantly, she seemed happier. Ethan's confidence seemed to have returned, and Hannah White's eyes sparkled with amusement as she said, "Let's talk about something, shall we? Little Lily, be a good girl and translate for me again, okay?" Ethan's eyes widened in surprise, and Hannah White continued, "Your father is calling me, and I'm going to go talk to him, okay?" Lily looked puzzled, and after a moment, she regained her composure. "Really, Hannah White? You're not teasing me, are you?" Hannah White smiled and said, "Of course not, dear. I'm going to go talk to him now." And Lily asked, "How can that be?" Hannah White replied, "It's true, and you know why. Your father is going to negotiate a contract for me, and it's going to be a good one. Ha ha. Isn't it convenient that we can be together now?" Lily looked even more perplexed. "But how can that be, Hannah White?" Hannah White chuckled and said, "You know, I just quit my job, and now we can spend time together." And Lily asked, "Do you know where Sister Vun is?" Hannah White suggested, "Let's go find her, She's probably at the hospital taking care of her mother. And Lily agreed. I know. She's been there every day, only leaving for 4 hours to go to work. So they quickly set off to the hospital, with Hannah White saying, "Let's not waste any time." And as they got into the car, Lily asked, "Does your father know that Vun is back?" Hannah White nodded, and a sly smile spread across her face. "Of course he does. And this time, he's even negotiating a contract for me. Isn't that great?" Lily's eyes widened in shock, and Hannah White continued, "You know, this car was even bought by him for me." And Lily looked stunned. "How can that be, Hannah White?" Hannah White reassured her, "It's true. I'm not teasing you. And this time, your father is really helping me out." And Lily couldn't understand how Hannah White's relationship with her father had changed so much. And as they arrived at the hospital, Hannah White said, "Let's go see Vun." And when they found her, Lily was shocked by her appearance, with gray hair and a frail complexion, and Vun was taken aback by Hannah White's visit. And after a moment of silence, Lily asked, "How are you, Aunt Vane?" Vun slowly regained her composure and said, "I'm okay. I just came to see my mother. She's sleeping now, and after another surgery, she should be okay." And as she mentioned her mother, a faint smile appeared on her face, but it was tinged with a hint of bitterness. And Hannah White looked at her with concern, and Lily asked, "What's wrong, Aunt Vun?" Ven hesitated, and Hannah White sat down, looking anxious, and Lily put her hand on Ven's hand, saying, "Don't worry, we're here for you." And Ven looked at Hannah White, her eyes searching for something, and after a moment, her face revealed a mix of emotions. Ethan's mother, Hannah White, smiled contentedly as she sat down beside him, taking his hand, and Ethan felt happy to see his mother, and she was even more delighted to see him, which proved that he was living a good life, and she had previously prevented him from doing something, but it was all for his own good, and Ethan should not hold a grudge, Hannah said, and Ethan apologized, unable to hold back his tears, and Hannah gently patted his back, telling him not to apologize, as she considered him like a daughter, and she had always been by his side, from his early days to his rise to fame. And even when he withdrew from the entertainment industry, Hannah had witnessed his every step and was the one who was most hurt by his decision to leave, and she continued to comfort Ethan until he looked up, his eyes red from crying. And Hannah smiled softly at him, and Ethan said his mother would still be his manager when he returned, and Hannah raised an eyebrow, and Ethan asked about his 3-year-old daughter, Lily. And Hannah told him not to worry, that Gyeongthon Nagia, Lily's father, would take good care of her, and Ethan believed that Gyeong would do so. But Hannah was not convinced, as Gyeong did not seem like a responsible person who could take care of a child. And Ethan showed Hannah a contract from On High Entertainment, which made Hannah surprised, as it was a very good contract, with terms that seemed to favor Ethan, such as unlimited resources and a 2-year contract. And Hannah was amazed, asking if it was real, and Ethan told her that Jiang had helped him get the contract, and that On High Entertainment had even written a song for him. And Hannah finally believed Ethan, and he felt relieved, with a slightly red face. Ethan's mother, Hannah White, was skeptical of him, saying that he was negotiating a contract for a song, which seemed like a wild tale, and she warned him not to get deceived, asking how a song could be worth such a big contract. But Ethan insisted that he really knew how to write music, and to prove it, he took out his phone, opened TikTok, and showed her his account, Thut-E, which had over 100 million likes, leaving Hannah and their little 3-year-old daughter, Lily, who was also watching, shocked and amazed. And just then, a nurse came in and apologized, saying that they were in a hospital room and needed to keep the noise down. Hannah was still in shock, wondering what kind of video could get so many likes, and then she saw the account name Thut-E, which meant lost in music, and she realized that it was Ethan's account, which made her even more surprised, and Lily also looked amazed. Asking how someone so famous and mysterious could be right next to them, Ethan's face turned red as Hannah told him that she was happy for him, but also a bit angry, saying that he had been pretending to be ignorant just to trick people. And Hannah, who had calmed down, looked at Ethan with a complex expression, saying that she was happy that he had a bright future ahead of him, but she wasn't going to go with him because she needed to take care of her mother. And Ethan looked disappointed, but Hannah told him not to try to convince her, that she would be holding him back if she went with him. And Ethan, still looking sad, told her to take care of herself and not be stubborn anymore, and Hannah patted him on the head, telling him to go. And Ethan, still looking disappointed, drove Lily home, and then went back home alone, lost in thought. And as he arrived home, he saw his daughter playing games. And he couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Still thinking about the conversation he had with Hannah, and feeling a bit down, but also trying to understand her decision. And as he sat down next to his daughter, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness and loss, but also a sense of hope for the future. Ethan couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw his mother, Hannah White, as she burst into tears upon seeing him. And he wondered what had happened, so he asked her directly, but she just gestured for him to sit down. And after he did, she began to recount the events that had transpired at the hospital earlier, speaking in a downtrodden tone, and Ethan listened attentively, nodding his head in understanding. And after she finished, he told her to stay at home and take care of their 3-year-old daughter, Lily, while he went out to take care of some business, which made Hannah White look unhappy, apparently because he had called her foolish or because he wasn't staying to comfort her. And Ethan went to find the person who was important to his sister. And first, he went to a domestic helper company, then drove to the hospital that Hannah White had mentioned, where he didn't directly look for his sister's friend, but instead met with a doctor to understand the situation with his sister's friend's mother, and then went to the hospital room, where he composed himself and put on a calm expression before knocking on the door. And after a while, his sister's friend, whose name was not mentioned, appeared with slightly red eyes, looking surprised to see Ethan, and she didn't invite him in, but he calmly asked her why she didn't want to go with them, and she raised an eyebrow, but still moved aside to let him in. And as soon as he entered, he saw an old lady with silver hair and sunken cheeks lying in bed, and his sister's friend introduced her as her mother. And Ethan quickly went to her bedside, holding her hand, and the old lady, upon seeing him, asked who he was, and his sister's friend explained that he was a friend of her daughter, and the old lady praised him for being thoughtful, saying that having friends like him was a blessing. And Ethan mentioned that his wife and daughter often talked about his sister's friend, and the old lady was touched, saying that she was grateful for their concern. But his sister's friend suddenly changed her expression, realizing that Ethan was there to persuade her, and she told her mother not to listen to him, that there was no problem, but the old lady, despite her advanced age, was not foolish, and she knew that her daughter was worried about her, which was affecting her work, and she grasped Ethan's hand, asking him what his sister's friend's job was. And Ethan hesitated, looking at his sister's friend, before explaining the situation, and the old lady looked at her daughter, concerned. Ethan was discussing his mother Hannah White's care with her, as he had to go out of town for work and was initially planning to hire a helper to look after her. But Hannah White was not comfortable with that idea, wanting her daughter to take care of her instead. Ethan's sister, however, was hesitant due to financial constraints, including the cost of their mother's upcoming surgery and the expense of hiring a caregiver, Ethan, seemingly oblivious to his sister's frustration, suggested they step outside to discuss the matter further, and as they walked out into the hallway, his sister couldn't help but feel annoyed, asking Ethan what he planned to do, and he calmly explained that he would cover the costs of their mother's surgery and caregiver, even handing her a phone number to choose a helper, which only added to her irritation. As she felt he was being condescending, Ethan's response was that he was simply helping and that his sister should focus on her own salary. The conversation ended with Ethan walking away, leaving his sister feeling frustrated and annoyed. Later that day, Ethan returned home to find his 3-year-old daughter Lily eagerly waiting for him, and he asked her what she wanted for dinner, to which she replied that she wanted whatever her father was cooking. Lily's enthusiasm was a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere earlier, and Ethan couldn't help but smile as he headed into the kitchen to start cooking. However, his peaceful moment was short-lived, as his partner, who had been waiting at home, was clearly upset, asking him why he was ignoring her, and Ethan, feigning innocence, asked what was wrong, which only added to her frustration, as she felt he was being dismissive of her feelings. The argument ended with Ethan deciding not to push the issue further, and the next day, he reminded his partner to bring along some items, as the tension between them was still palpable, with his partner still visibly upset and Ethan trying to navigate the situation with care, all while taking care of his mother and daughter and dealing with the complexities of his relationship with his partner. Ethan's mother, Hannah White, suddenly turned around, her bright eyes gleaming with a speed that left him astonished, and Ethan couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder, as his sister Ven agreed to let him go. But Hannah White scolded him, telling him to go cook, and Ethan, pretending to be oblivious, asked his sister what she was doing, but she just told him to go. And Ethan, enjoying the admiration from his mother, didn't let her questions bother him, and since his brother, Jeong Thon Nia, changed, it seemed like there was nothing he couldn't do, and Ethan basked in the admiration. Now a man who solved problems with money, and his income from working with the music industry made his wallet swell to an unimaginable size. And after Hannah White told him about his sister Ven, he guessed the reason. People who couldn't even afford food, how could they chase their dreams? And the next morning, Hannah White got up early, rarely missing her morning run, and the two of them worked together in the kitchen, making breakfast. And Lily, their 3-year-old, was still asleep, and Hannah White didn't want to wait for her to wake up, fearing she wouldn't be able to leave. And they quickly finished breakfast, and Hannah White ate in silence, while Ethan chatted, and they were like a normal family, with Ethan reminding Hannah White to call often and not to hide things in her heart, and Hannah White, eating her porridge slowly, suddenly felt a pang of hesitation, not wanting to leave. And just as she was about to finish, her phone rang, and she answered, and Ethan saw her spacing out, and only reacted when he reminded her, and she picked up, saying "Allo," and her sister Ven was already on her way, and Hannah White told her to wait, and they would meet up later, and Ethan looked at the luggage, and it was time to leave, and Hannah White didn't want to keep them waiting, and she went to check on Lily, and then they left. And on the other side, at the Mado building, where Ethan's friend, Mr. Hai, worked, Bung Bung had arrived at the office early, feeling a sense of unease. And finally, the time had come, and she went downstairs to the entrance of the building, where she would meet Hannah White, and she wanted to see what kind of person her husband's favorite was. And after waiting for a while, Bung Bung saw a car with a familiar license plate, and she narrowed her eyes, looking closely as a girl with a lively personality got out of the car, chatting non-stop, and an older man with a few gray hairs, and Bung Bung looked at them with interest, wondering who they were. Ethan's mother, Hannah White, was a woman with a gentle and soft voice, and a face as pale as a peach blossom, with almond-shaped eyes that sparkled like water, making her look lovely and endearing, and it was hard to imagine how such a woman had married a man like him, and Ethan couldn't help but think that only someone with a unique perspective could have discovered his father's hidden qualities when he had nothing to offer. As they walked, Hannah White was greeted by a woman who introduced herself as the deputy director of the Human Resources Department, who smiled and extended her hand, saying hello, and Hannah White replied with a soft and gentle voice. And the deputy director, whose name was not mentioned, thought to herself that it was hard to understand how a man like Ethan's father had managed to marry such a wonderful woman, and she couldn't help but feel a little complicated. But she quickly adjusted her mindset and welcomed Hannah White to the company, offering to show her around the place, which was much more magnificent than the branch of the company where Ethan's father used to work, with many stars frequently appearing, and it was clear that this was something that the other branch couldn't compare to. And as they walked, the deputy director introduced Hannah White to many people, who all greeted her with flattering smiles, and Hannah White was a bit curious about the envy and jealousy she saw in their eyes, and she couldn't understand why the deputy director seemed to be treated with such respect and admiration, and why even the director of the Human Resources Department, a balding man with a name tag, had stopped to greet her and Hannah White, and she was surprised by the kindness and courtesy of the people they met, which was a stark contrast to the haughty attitude of the leaders at the other branch. And as they stopped at a corridor, the deputy director pointed to a room and said that this would be Hannah White's private resting room, where she could rest whenever she needed to. And Hannah White looked up to see that the room was closed and had a password lock. And the deputy director entered the password and introduced the room to Hannah White, saying that the initial password was 6 zeros, but she could change it later. And as they opened the door to the room, Hannah White's daughter, Lily, who was 3 years old, was the first to exclaim in wonder at the size and beauty of the room. And even Hannah White was impressed by the luxurious decor. And the deputy director smiled and said that this was just one of the many perks of working at the company. And as they walked in, Hannah White couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed by the grandeur of the place. And she was grateful for the kindness and hospitality of the people they had met. And she was excited to start working at the company and to see what the future held for her and her family. Ethan was taken aback by the luxurious room, and his mother, Hannah White, couldn't help but smile at the excitement of everyone around her, noting that not everyone receives such high-end treatment, and naturally, the living quarters had to meet the same top-notch standards, at which point the door to the adjacent room suddenly opened, and a refined, elegant woman, dressed to impress in high heels, walked out, accompanied by a bespectacled young assistant, and promptly greeted Ethan, to which he calmly responded, and the woman, not bothering to acknowledge Hannah or the others, turned and walked away, her high heels clicking, and Ethan suggested they follow, explaining that the entire floor was mostly meeting rooms that were rarely used outside of company gatherings, so he wouldn't bother showing them around. Instead, leading them to the artist's residence area, where they could drop off their luggage and then head out for a meal, during which Hannah couldn't help but notice the woman's excessive enthusiasm, finding it somewhat odd, and as they stepped into the elevator, Hannah asked Ethan about his relationship with the woman, causing Ethan's smile to falter for a moment, before he explained that he had gotten to know her through work, and Hannah merely nodded in response, remaining quiet. And once they reached the parking area, Ethan got into a sleek gray Mercedes, with Hannah and the others following. And as they drove, one of the young girls, Lily, excitedly chattered on about the good things she had experienced so far, until one of the other women seemingly unimpressed, shot her a glance, at which point Lily began to ask if everything was okay, to which the woman responded that she was fine, though it was clear that something was amiss. And as the conversation continued, Ethan found himself discussing his own struggles with taking care of his 3-year-old daughter, Lily, who had been incessantly crying and demanding to see her mother, despite Ethan's best efforts to comfort her, leaving him feeling helpless and frustrated. And as the scene unfolded, it became clear that Ethan was in over his head, and despite his earlier confidence, he was now at a loss for how to handle the situation. With Lily's tears and demands for her mother continuing to escalate, and Ethan feeling like he was losing control, his usual calm demeanor giving way to desperation and frustration. Ethan was having a tough time with his 3-year-old daughter, Lily, who refused to calm down and was throwing a tantrum on the sofa, and he was at his wit's end, scratching his head, wondering what to do, since her mother, Hannah White, had left for the day and he was in charge. But Lily was being stubborn and wouldn't listen to him. He tried being firm, then soft, but nothing seemed to work. Just as he was about to give up, his phone suddenly lit up with a message from Hannah, and his face immediately brightened up with a mixture of relief and joy as he quickly grabbed his phone and saw that it was a simple 2-word message from Hannah asking if everything was okay. He hastily replied, trying to play it cool, asking if she had eaten yet, and if she was resting well in their apartment. Hannah responded calmly with a hint of sarcasm, asking why he was being so clingy and if he thought she needed to report back to him every hour. Ethan laughed nervously, trying to brush it off, and quickly video called Hannah, who appeared on screen with her beautiful, yet cold face. He forced a smile and turned the camera to show Lily, who was still sniffling, and said, "Look, Hannah, Lily is calling you," trying to sound cheerful, but Hannah's expression remained calm as she cooed and talked to Lily, trying to comfort her, and eventually, Lily's tears subsided, and she stopped crying as Hannah reassured her that she would be home soon and that she loved her. Ethan felt a pang of guilt, realizing that he had been outsmarted by Hannah, who had managed to calm Lily down with just a few words. Whereas he had been trying for hours, he felt like he had been punched in the gut and was struggling to catch his breath as Hannah continued to talk to Lily and then turned her attention to him, asking if he was really capable of taking care of their daughter. Her tone was questioning, and Ethan felt his confidence deflate as he tried to respond, but stumbled over his words. Hannah's expression turned cold, and she asked about his day with their neighbor, Sister Duong, trying to sound nonchalant, but Ethan detected a hint of jealousy and tried to brush it off, saying everything was fine, but Hannah's gaze was piercing, and he felt a shiver run down his spine as she repeated her question, and he struggled to maintain his composure. Eventually, Hannah lost interest in the conversation and abruptly ended the call, leaving Ethan feeling bewildered and unsure of what had just happened. As he looked over at Lily, who was now calm and peaceful, sitting on the sofa, he couldn't help but smile and feel a sense of relief that the storm had passed and that Hannah would be home soon. Ethan's daily phone calls to his family have become a ritual, helping to alleviate his worries, but he can't help but notice that his conversations with Hannah White, his mother, are always brief and lacking in warmth, as if he owes her something, leaving him feeling unappreciated and forcing him to find solace in the notion that women, like his mother, have days like this too, and all he can do is endure it, just like the past 2 days, which have been uneventful for Hannah White, who has been staying at home with no scheduled performances or activities from the company, and her attempts to contact external musicians and authors have been fruitless, causing her to feel restless and idle, like now, as she lies on the sofa, clinging to a pillow and complaining to her sister, who is still trying to get in touch with various musicians and authors they've worked with before, But they're all hesitant to collaborate with Hannah White, who has been absent from the entertainment industry for over 2 years and lacks the fame and resources to make it worthwhile for them to write songs for her, which is disheartening. But Hannah White tries to reassure herself that she just needs to be patient and wait for the right opportunity, and if all else fails, she can consider reaching out to Gyeongthon Gia, but she's reluctant to depend on him too much, and decides to wait another 2 days before making a decision. Meanwhile, Lily, Ethan's 3-year-old sister, suddenly sits up and suggests that Hannah White ask Gyeongthon Gia for help. But Hannah White is hesitant. And what Hannah White and the others don't know is that at the High Entertainment office, Doong-hin and the leaders are discussing a potential opportunity as they've received an invitation to participate in the upcoming Tun Ka Hoi, a prestigious music competition, and they're deciding who to send, with one spot already allocated to a promising young singer, and the other spot still up for debate, with various opinions being thrown around until a well-dressed man suggests that they should consider sending someone with a good image, moderate fame, and decent singing skills who could potentially rise to the top rank if they perform well, and the majority of the people present seem to agree, and Doong-hin decides to go with this suggestion, leaving one more spot to be filled, and Tung-seo stands up, addressing the chairman with a proposal, but the conversation is cut off as the scene ends with a sense of anticipation and uncertainty. Ethan's mother, Hannah White, seemed to recall something, wondering if this wasn't the person Gyeongthon Gia had introduced and why she had come to the company. As Tung-seo spoke up, the well-dressed man chimed in, suggesting that Hannah White was not stable. Even newcomers to the industry were better. Not to mention her lack of fame and previous work, which had left a bad impression on the audience. However, Tung-seo pointed out that this was exactly why they should choose her. She had returned to their company, and they needed to give her a chance. Having heard her previous songs, he thought she sang very well, and her appearance was not bad either. So why not choose her? The well-dressed man raised an eyebrow, disagreeing, saying that as a company, they weren't a charity. Just because she was in their company didn't mean they had to give her a chance. Ethan, who was sitting there with his little sister, Lily, who was 3 years old and always called Nai Nai, was watching the exchange. Meanwhile, the well-dressed man continued, saying that what a singer needed most was fame, and Hannah White didn't have it. Tung-seo asked him if he knew who had introduced Hannah White and what her relationship was with the famous musician Yi. If Yi wrote songs for Hannah White, that would be different. The well-dressed man seemed taken aback, not daring to say that Yi didn't have fame or that their collaboration wouldn't be successful, with over 10 million fans and 50 million likes on their MV. Yi's influence was undeniable, and if Yi wrote songs for Hannah White, that would be a guarantee of success. The argument was put to rest as the decision had been made, and at the branch office, Gyeongthon, a colleague, rushed in, excitedly telling Hannah White the good news that the company had decided to let her participate, and had even invited a famous musician to write a song for her, which was a compensation for her previous loss. Hannah White was shocked, looking at her colleague with disdain, but still had to serve her, as she hadn't fallen out of favor yet. The colleague told her that this was her chance, and she had to grasp it tightly. Having spent a lot of effort to help her get this opportunity, Hannah White's expression turned serious, and the colleague breathed a sigh of relief, even changing the way she addressed Hannah White, now calling her M, as in younger sister, saying that she would become famous, and Hannah White finally reacted, jumping up from her seat, overjoyed, not even listening to her colleague's words, just thrilled at the opportunity. Ethan was thrilled to learn that he would be working with a renowned music composer, and his mother, Hannah White cautioned him to remain calm, as they still had 3 days before the competition, and Ethan's little sister, Lily, was being taught children's songs by her caretaker, who was trying to entertain her with a fun performance, wearing a gray wolf mask and singing cute lyrics, while Lily, although sleepy, tried to stay awake to listen to the story. Meanwhile, Hannah White received a call from the company's operations department, informing her that Ethan would be participating in the Newcomer Awards in 3 days, and she was shocked, as they had just been discussing how to make a comeback, and her friend, who was sitting next to her, asked who was on the phone, and Hannah White replied that it was the operations department, informing her about the Newcomer Awards, and her friend was excited, asking if it was true, and Hannah White confirmed, and they both were thrilled, as this was a great opportunity for Ethan to make a strong comeback, and they started discussing how to find a suitable composer for Ethan's song, and Hannah White suggested that Ethan try writing his own song, and Ethan began brainstorming, while his little sister, Lily, was enjoying her time with her caretaker, who was taking care of her and telling her stories, and Ethan's mother and her friend were trying to find a good song for him to perform at the awards, and they were all excited about the upcoming event, and Ethan's mother was happy to see her friend so enthusiastic, and she was looking forward to seeing Ethan perform on stage, and she knew that with the right song, he could definitely make it into the top 3, and she was grateful for the opportunity, and she hoped that Ethan would do his best and make her proud, and she was confident that with the help of a good composer, Ethan could achieve great things, and she was excited to see what the future held for him, and she knew that this was just the beginning of his journey to stardom, and she was happy to be a part of it, and she was looking forward to seeing Ethan shine on stage, and she was proud of him no matter what, and she knew that he would always do his best, and she was grateful for the love and support of her family and friends, and she was excited to see what the future held for all of them. Ethan was lying in bed, trying to recall any news about him, but there was nothing. So he decided to scroll through TikTok before going to sleep. And after watching a few videos, he stumbled upon a video related to Hannah White, where many people were commenting about how after listening to her song, they couldn't get any other song out of their head, and some even formed a fan club with Nai's expressions as their avatar, which later became stickers. Ethan was relieved that most people were focused on Hannah White and only a few were fans of Nai. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for Lily in the future. Meanwhile, the hottest topic online was the upcoming new singer concert, which was held once a year and always produced 1 or 2 explosive singers. And this time, the fans of the participating singers were actively campaigning for their idols. The concert would be broadcast live, and the voting process would involve 4 experienced judges and a public vote, which increased the audience's participation. The next morning, Ethan was woken up by his phone, and he saw that Lily was already up, playing with her toys. He received a call from a girl named Lack, who told him that Hannah White was acting strangely, like she was possessed, and hadn't slept since the night before. Lack said that Hannah White was going to participate in the new singer concert, but they didn't have a song yet, and Hannah White was haunted by the pressure of composing a song. Ethan was surprised, thinking that he had written a song for Hannah White, but it seemed that he had made a mistake. He decided to call Hannah White, and Lock thanked him for taking care of her. Ethan thought it was normal for him to take care of Hannah White, and he was worried about her. Hannah White was feeling frustrated, thinking that she was about to grasp the melody, but something was missing, and she didn't know what it was. Just then, Ethan's phone rang, and he was about to answer it, while Hannah White was still struggling with her song, feeling annoyed and unaware of the small actions of Lack, who was trying to help her. Ethan's eyes narrowed as he listened to the voice on the other end of the line. His tone was calm, but his words were laced with a hint of warning. I'm not sure if I can do that. I have to discuss it with my company first. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Whether it's a yes or a no. After hanging up, he walked out of the room to find his 3-year-old daughter Lily still playing with her toys. Her mother, Hannah White, was sitting at the dining table, having just finished washing up. Suddenly, they heard a knock at the door. Ethan and Hannah exchanged a surprised glance. They hadn't had any visitors in a long time. So, who could it be? The knocking continued, growing louder. Ethan got up to answer it, but before he could, a loud shout came from the other side. Ethan, open the door! We know you're home! Ethan's face darkened as he recognized the voices. He slowly made his way to the door. Hannah's expression was also one of disgust. Lily, sensing the tension, had stopped playing and run to her mother, clinging to her. The knocking had startled her. Ethan's face turned even darker as he saw the fear in his daughter's eyes. He opened the door to find 2 men, Sao and Hua, standing there with smug grins on their faces. Ethan's eyes flashed with anger. What do you want? He growled, not waiting for a response. He reached out and pulled them outside. Cao and Hua struggled to free themselves. But Ethan's strength was too much for them. He dragged them out to the hallway, finally releasing them. Leave now and don't come back. Cao and Hua's faces were red with anger, but they seemed to be intimidated by Ethan's strength. Cao spoke up. We came to invite you to rejoin the band, but it seems your wife has ruined your career. Now we can help you get back in, but you have to divorce her. Ethan's eyes rolled in disgust. Just leave. Don't bother my wife. If you do, you'll have to answer to me. With that, he turned and went back inside, leaving Cao and Hua to seethe with anger and humiliation. Ethan spoke with a steady voice, saying that ever since he came into this family and was accepted by Hannah White and little Lily, they were a real family now. And in a family, no one should depend on the other alone, but instead support each other. Hannah was stunned, not expecting him to say something like that, and the way he used the word wife made her cheeks, already slightly pink, turn completely red. She let out a soft sound, and her mood clearly brightened. She told him that from now on he shouldn't let his mind wander in unnecessary directions. Ethan replied that he would send her the song that night and she should make the most of the next 2 days to practice, because if she gave up before even starting, wouldn't that embarrass him? His playful voice coming through the phone made Hannah laugh, asking since when he became some kind of historic figure, and the phrase giving up before the battle even starts sounded surprisingly poetic coming from him. She was now convinced and ready to rest, so she wished him good night. Once she hung up and the beeping tone faded, Ethan let out a long breath of relief, thinking that calming a wife was far more challenging than soothing a child, but fortunately still manageable for him. He pulled out a pen and sheet music paper from the drawer, hesitating over which song to choose. Anyone else would rack their brain for days to write just one song, yet here he was struggling, not because he couldn't write one, but because he had too many good ones to pick from. The overwhelming number of melodies in his mind made it difficult to decide, leaving his thoughts tangled. Feeling slightly frustrated, he opened the window to let in a cool breeze that eased his mood. Down below, he spotted a young couple parting ways, the boy pulling a suitcase with a reluctant expression while the girl's eyes filled with tears. The scene suddenly reminded him of a line about love rising like the wind, and when the wind stops, feelings become difficult to calm. Watching them separate made him wonder if, when the boy returned after his journey into the wider world, they would still be together. The thought struck him deeply, and he quickly returned to his desk, writing the words "rising wind" on the sheet music. A familiar melody surfaced in his mind, one that once became a beloved memory of youth for countless people. As he laid out the sheet music, memories gently resurfaced, and as he wrote down the notes, he became completely immersed, humming along without realizing how much time had passed. Only when Lily's small voice called him for lunch did he snap out of it. He immediately smiled warmly and asked if his little one was hungry, saying he would prepare lunch right away. For a father, his daughter's request was like a royal decree, and he would not dare delay even for a moment. Ethan and his 3-year-old daughter Lily were lounging on the sofa, having eaten their fill, with Lily giggling and playfully rubbing her belly, then proceeding to rub Ethan's belly as well, before letting out a cute burp, causing Ethan to burst into laughter. And the two of them instantly became a bundle of energy, playing and joking around, all of which was caught on camera by Hannah White, who was watching from afar, feeling a pang of jealousy at the sight of her family's carefree enjoyment, while she was out working hard. And she couldn't help but think that they were taking advantage of her, being lazy and having all the fun, with Hannah rarely putting on a pitiful face, but this time, she pretended to be hurt, closing her eyes and feigning tears, only to be mimicked by Lily, who also put up her hands, closed her eyes, and pretended to cry, with Hannah finding it difficult to resist her daughter's antics, and eventually, she couldn't help but laugh, admitting that she couldn't compete with Lily's cuteness, and Lily, not one to miss an opportunity, asked for a kiss from her mother, who happily obliged, and then turned to Ethan, asking why he wasn't getting a kiss, to which Ethan responded with a hint of sarcasm, and Hannah, not wanting to be outdone, also gave him a peck on the cheek, after which Ethan quickly ran into the bedroom, holding up a piece of paper with a completed song, which he had written in just a few hours, and he couldn't wait to show it to Hannah, who was amazed by his speed and talent, and she couldn't help but feel a little defeated, thinking that she had underestimated him, and she wondered what other secrets he was hiding. And as she read through the lyrics and music, she felt her heart racing, and she couldn't wait to hear the finished product. And just then, Ethan received a call from Hannah, asking if there was anything else she needed to know, to which Ethan replied, still trying to process the events of the day. And Hannah, still reeling from the shock of Ethan's songwriting skills, couldn't help but tease him, asking if he was hiding any other talents. And Ethan, still basking in the praise, couldn't help but smile, feeling happy and content with his little family and their never-ending antics. And as they continued to chat, Ethan was getting ready to take Lily out for a walk when he received another call from Hannah asking if there was anything else. And Ethan, still grinning from ear to ear, replied, still feeling elated from the events of the day. Ethan just got off a video call, but then his phone rang again, and on the screen was a stunning woman, Hannah White, with piercing eyes that made him feel uneasy. Her gaze was so intense that he couldn't help but stutter, wondering what she wanted. And he thought to himself, why was she being so flirtatious? And she teased him, asking if he had nothing better to do than call her, and he realized she was retaliating after he used a similar excuse on her earlier. And he found out that not only was she beautiful, but also vengeful, and he thought to himself that she was a woman to be reckoned with. And she asked him what else he was hiding from her, and he was taken aback, and he scratched his head, raising an eyebrow, not understanding what she meant. And Hannah's face turned red with a hint of shyness, and she asked him about some songs, and he was caught off guard, and he suddenly felt enlightened, and he laughed, and she asked him if he believed in sudden epiphanies, and he didn't know how to explain, and he just touched his nose, trying to deflect her question, and Hannah looked at him intensely, and after a while, she spoke up, thanking him, and her words took him by surprise, and she told him to practice singing, and that she and Lily would cheer her on, and she smiled, and Ethan nodded, holding Lily's hand and waving at the camera, and Hannah took her phone and knocked on the door, and they were about to leave for a singing practice session, and Ethan asked if Hannah had a song to practice, and she said yes. And he asked if it was from a certain person, and she said yes. And Ethan's friend, Dow, was excited, and Hannah's face turned red, realizing she had said something she shouldn't have, and the three of them went to the entertainment company, and Hannah planned to stay there for 2 days to practice a song until she got it just right. And after trying a few times, she started to find her rhythm, and her voice became more natural, and even impressed one of the staff members. And time flew by, and before he knew it, the day was over, and they left the recording studio and ran into a girl with a doll-like face who was also a singer, and she was surprised to see Hannah, but still greeted her warmly. However, the man behind her, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looked down on Hannah, and after they left, he scoffed, thinking that Hannah was rude for not greeting him properly. And Hannah, determined to prove herself, thought to herself that she would sing well and make the man regret underestimating her. And she knew that she had to do well, or else she would disappoint Ethan, who had chosen her. Ethan was excited to attend the music competition with his mother, Hannah White, and his little sister Lily, who was only 3 years old, as they waited in line to enter the venue. The atmosphere was electric, with almost everyone carrying cheer sticks and banners to support their favorite artists. Meanwhile, Ethan, feeling a bit out of place, was just holding Lily, trying to find a seat. The live broadcast of the competition had already started, and the comments section was filled with predictions and opinions from the audience. Ethan took a glance and noticed that no one seemed to be rooting for his mother, Hannah White, to win. Instead, the top contenders for the championship were Yen, Lu Thien, Tiu, and Bak Miu. Ethan was only familiar with Lu Thien, a woman who had once given his mother a hard time. The other three contestants were unknown to him. Just as the competition was about to begin, Ethan's mother, Hannah White, appeared, causing a stir, especially for Lu Thien, who was shocked to see her. Her face turned pale, and she couldn't believe her eyes. She had thought that Hannah White had given up on music and wouldn't be participating in the competition. But here she was, and Ethan, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness, was ready to cheer her on. As the show was about to start and the audience was eagerly waiting for the performances to begin, Hannah White's participation was sure to shake things up, and Ethan was thrilled to be there to support her. Little Lily, sensing the excitement, was also cheering and waving her hands as the music competition was finally underway, and the crowd was on the edge of their seats, waiting to see what the contestants had in store. Ethan and his family were ready to take on the challenge and make this a day to remember. As Ethan's eyes wandered, he couldn't help but notice the tension between his mother, Hannah White, and a woman named Thien, whose face was filled with disdain, causing Thien's expression to become even more unsightly, her eyes flashing with anger. And it seemed that Thien was taken aback by Hannah's sudden appearance, accompanied by a woman named Van, which made Thien feel like she was inferior in every way, her face contorting with jealousy. But Van quickly pulled Thien aside, warning her in a low tone, "Don't make a scene, Thien. She's nothing now, not worth your time." And Thien's expression improved slightly, thinking to herself that Hannah was no longer the famous person she once was, and that she, Thien, had the upper hand, especially with her connection to the renowned music teacher, Ngo Pham. So she didn't need to be afraid. And with that thought, Thien regained her composure, casting a scornful glance at Hannah, who was about to take the stage, accompanied by Ethan and their 3-year-old daughter, Lily, who was cheering her on, waving a sign that read, "Mom, let's go." And the host of the show took the stage, holding a microphone, and after a brief introduction, invited the 4 judges to take their seats. And soon, the first 2 contestants were announced, with Hannah representing On High Entertainment and Thean representing Thean Me Entertainment, and as the light shone on them, they made their way to the stage, with Hannah looking a bit nervous, and Thean with a cold expression. But as they walked, Lily's voice could be heard, shouting, "Mom, let's go." And Ethan, noticing Hannah's tension, lifted Lily up, and the little girl started waving enthusiastically. And Hannah, seeing her family's support, felt her anxiety dissipate, and her eyes sparkled with newfound confidence as Lily continued to cheer her on. Ba-ay! Ba-ay! Mom looks at us, and Hannah, filled with joy, smiled warmly. Yes, Mom sees you. And with that, the scene was set for an exciting competition between Hannah and Thean, with Ethan and Lily watching anxiously from the sidelines. Ethan's mother, Hannah White, was about to take the stage, and the host's voice echoed throughout the hall. "Let's give the stage to her now." And then the lights dimmed, leaving only a single beam of light shining on Hannah White. With the music playing in the background, Ethan held 3-year-old Lily in his arms, closed his eyes, and listened intently. He couldn't help but notice the faint smile on Hannah White's face, which seemed to strike a chord deep within his heart, and he couldn't shake it off. He recalled a line from the song, "Like passing through this world with 1,000 tender feelings." As the melody played on, the massive screen behind her displayed the title of the song, Gyo Noi, a simple yet profound name, and the author's name, which left everyone in awe, wondering how this mysterious singer had managed to invite such a renowned songwriter to compose a song for her. The audience's curiosity was piqued, and they eagerly awaited the song's climax. Meanwhile, in the backstage, a rival singer, Lu Thien, was left with her mouth agape, her hands trembling uncontrollably. The intro was simple, yet it managed to captivate everyone's attention. Hannah White's voice soared, and the audience was entranced. Following the melody as if it was a nostalgic journey through their own memories, the song seemed to awaken a deep sense of longing, and the audience was completely absorbed in the music. Hannah White's eyes sparkled as she gazed out at the crowd, where Ethan and Lily were seated. Her voice poured out her heart and soul. The song was like a gentle breeze that rustled through the leaves of memories, and the audience was swept away by the emotions. The song continued to play, and the entire stadium was silent, as if everyone was lost in their own thoughts. Lu Thien, on the other hand, had lost all confidence. She couldn't bear to perform after Hannah White's mesmerizing act. The judges were also moved to tears by the song, and the audience was spellbound. Ethan's thoughts were filled with memories of the past, as the song seemed to whisper secrets in his ear. The melody still lingered in the air, as if the memories themselves were singing, and the crowd was frozen in time, savoring the beauty of the song. The music had transcended the boundaries of time and space, and Hannah White's voice had become the soundtrack of their collective memories. The song Gyo Noi had left an indelible mark on the hearts of all who listened, and Ethan knew that this was a moment he would never forget. As the music faded away, the audience was left with a sense of longing, and the silence was deafening, the only sound being the gentle hum of the music still echoing in their minds. Ethan was utterly enthralled by the mesmerizing performance of Hannah White, whose poignant voice seemed to transcend time and space, evoking an overwhelming sense of nostalgia in the audience. As if they were collectively yearning for a bygone era, her song weaving a tale of love, loss, and longing that resonated deeply with everyone, including Ethan, who couldn't help but feel an intense sense of admiration for Hannah's incredible talent. Meanwhile, little Lily, who was only 3 years old, seemed completely oblivious to the emotional turmoil that had beset the adults around her, and was instead cheerfully looking around at the crowd, her innocence and joy a stark contrast to the nostalgic melancholy that had settled over the audience. As Hannah's voice continued to soar, it was as if the very fabric of time and space had been transcended, and the audience was transported to a different realm, one where the past and present converged, and the emotions that had been dormant for so long were finally set free. Ethan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the sheer power of Hannah's music, which seemed to have the ability to touch the deepest recesses of the human heart. And as the song came to a close, the audience was left to ponder the lingering emotions that it had evoked. Like the gentle breeze that caresses the soul, Hannah's voice had awakened a deep sense of nostalgia and longing in everyone, including Ethan, who felt as though he had been on a journey through the very fabric of time itself. And as he looked around at the crowd, he saw that everyone was similarly affected, their faces etched with a mix of emotions, from sadness to joy, and everything in between. It was as though Hannah's song had become a catalyst for a collective emotional release, one that would stay with them long after the music had faded away. And as the applause finally died down, Ethan turned to Hannah and smiled, his eyes shining with admiration. "You sang incredibly. Your voice is truly a gift," he said, his words barely above a whisper, as if he was afraid to break the spell that had been cast. And Hannah, still basking in the glow of her performance, smiled back at him, her eyes sparkling with a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing that she had touched the hearts of everyone in the audience, including Ethan, who was still reeling from the emotional impact of her song. And as they walked away from the stage, arm in arm, Lily skipping along beside them, Ethan turned to Hannah and asked, "How do you do it? How do you manage to evoke such powerful emotions in your music?" And Hannah smiled, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's all about the heart, Ethan. Music is a reflection of the soul, and when you sing from the heart, you touch the hearts of others." And with that, the three of them walked off into the distance, the music still echoing in their minds, a reminder of the incredible power of song to touch, to heal, and to transform. Ethan watched as his little daughter Lily tried to clap for her mother, Hannah White, and the next moment, like a chain reaction, applause erupted like thunder, resonating throughout the venue as tears filled the eyes of the audience, who gave their support to Hannah. And the live broadcast of the new singer's stage was like a tidal wave, with comments saying it was a masterpiece that did not disappoint. Absolutely amazing. I'm crying. This is not just a gust of wind, but a tornado that has swept away the memories buried deep in my heart for years. Hannah, now on stage, bowed to the audience below, then looked at Ethan and Lily with a mixture of emotions before walking off behind the stage. The competition continued, with the next performance being a song by Liu Xian, who had stood up from the ground, watching Hannah walk by, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. She didn't know how she got on stage, and even when the music started, she was dazed for a moment before reacting. Unfortunately, it was still half a beat too slow. The audience below the stage booed her, making her even more panicked. Her singing was also off-key. After finishing a song, in the backstage, Director Ren looked at the real-time viewing figures and couldn't help but frown, wondering what Liu Xian was doing. He knew her singing skills were good before, but today she was a mess. However, Ren was only slightly annoyed and didn't think much of it. After all, Liu Xian was sure to lose. What was there to think about? Today's viewing figures had exploded, and the final voting result was a landslide victory for Hannah, with over 5 million votes. The message from Hannah had officially been sent to Ethan, asking him to meet her at the backstage exit. Ethan saw this and didn't pay attention to the rest of the performances. He took Lily out of the venue. Before Hannah had even arrived, she saw Ethan holding Lily under the orange lights. Hannah suddenly felt a sense of happiness. It was the feeling of happiness when her husband and child were waiting for her to come home under the simple, ordinary, but warm lights. Ethan saw Hannah as soon as she arrived. Tonight, she was beautiful, but her beauty was different from the one on stage. On stage, she was like a goddess, but now she was just a simple, lovely woman. Ethan's mother, Hannah, was beautiful, but the beauty now was different. When Ethan's little daughter, Lily, saw her mother, she struggled to get out of Ethan's arms and took small steps, running towards Hannah, who immediately sat down with a big smile on her face, embracing Lily, who was running towards her. Ethan also walked up, smiling, and said, "Let's go find somewhere to eat. Lily and I haven't had dinner yet." Hannah's face turned red, but she still looked straight at Ethan. "I'm not hungry, but Lily's little stomach must be growling." Ethan's mother, who was standing beside them, suggested they go to her apartment where there was still food and they could eat together. So they all went to the parking lot, unaware of what would happen next. As Ethan and Hannah White drove to the hotel, the atmosphere in the car suddenly became silent, with only the two of them inside, and Ethan didn't know what to say, glancing at Hannah White, who was driving, then turning his head to quietly look at the night scene outside the window. Hannah White noticed Ethan's gaze and couldn't help but sneak a peek at him, but quickly turned away, her small heart beating faster, her face flushing as she tried to suppress the strange feelings in her heart. Pretending to be calm and looking straight ahead until they arrived at the hotel, the two of them still didn't exchange a word. If someone who didn't know them saw this, they would have thought that the two were strangers. The car stopped at the hotel parking lot, and only then did Ethan turn to look at Hannah White, who carefully got out of the car, told Ethan to be careful on his way, and handed him her phone to call her when he arrived. Hannah White bowed her head, didn't say a word, and quickly got out of the car. Ethan's heart skipped a beat as he wondered what she was thinking. He secretly swallowed his saliva and pretended to be calm. Little Lily, who was 3 years old, was left at the apartment, and Hannah White would take care of her tonight. Since Ethan had crossed over to this world, he had hardly ever been alone with Hannah White, and now in the car, with only the two of them, the atmosphere was tense. Ethan didn't know what to say, and Hannah White was trying to hide her emotions. As they arrived at the hotel, Ethan got out of the car, and Hannah White reminded him to be careful and to call her when he arrived. Then she quickly turned around and left, leaving Ethan to wonder what was going on and why the atmosphere between them was so strange. Earlier, Hannah White had been trending on social media, with many people discussing her past and her decision to withdraw from the public eye. Some people thought she had made a mistake and that she shouldn't have come back, while others thought that as long as she sang well, her personal life was none of their business and that they would continue to support her. Ethan's entertainment company had also released a statement announcing that Hannah White would continue to perform and that her songs would be collected into an album, which would be released soon. The announcement had caused a stir on social media, with many people excitedly discussing Hannah White's comeback, and Ethan was now left to wonder what was going on between him and Hannah White, and why the atmosphere between them was so tense. As Ethan stepped out of the elevator, he asked in a voice still filled with the tension of the confined space, his heart beating rapidly, and he couldn't help but wonder if Hannah White was feeling the same way, but she didn't respond. Instead, she seemed hesitant, and he couldn't understand why she suddenly didn't want to go back home. It was frustrating, and Ethan thought to himself, what was he supposed to do now? The two of them were married because they had a child, Lily. But since their marriage, Hannah White had never been intimate with him. She was now staring at her feet, not daring to look up, and Ethan didn't know what to do. As they both stood there, lost in thought, the elevator door opened on the 3rd floor, and Ethan instinctively stepped out. Hannah White followed slowly, swiping her card to open the room door, and Ethan entered, finding only one bed in the room. Hannah White's body stiffened. She didn't know how she had entered the room. Ethan closed the door behind her, and the only sound left was their heavy breathing. What would happen next seemed predictable, but Hannah White suddenly felt a sense of desperation. She wasn't ready. She had only begun to accept Ethan a little and couldn't do other things. But Ethan didn't understand her thoughts. He knew that a woman going to a man's hotel room had a certain implication. He might be single, but he wasn't clueless. He had asked himself many times. From the start, he only wanted to make up to Hannah White, but gradually, he began to feel sorry for her. And then he started to like her, and even admired her. He understood his own feelings, so he sat down on the bed, looking at Hannah White, who was still standing with her head down. He took a deep breath and took her hand, looking straight into her eyes for the first time. But the next moment, the passion in his heart suddenly disappeared, replaced by the fear and anxiety in Hannah White's eyes. Ethan sighed and slowly let go of her hand. He went to wash his face, his voice hoarse. Hannah White was still standing, asking softly, and Ethan used cold water to wash his face. It took a while for him to calm down. When he came out of the bathroom, Hannah White was laughing, still with her head down, like a foolish girl. Ethan couldn't help but smile, and he told her to leave. Hannah White suddenly looked up at him, and Ethan was annoyed, tapping her head. Hannah White was in pain, rubbing her head, looking at Ethan with shining eyes. Ethan couldn't resist her charm, but he told her to go, and now she couldn't leave. Ethan opened the door and told her to go. Hannah White quickly left, and when Ethan closed the door, she let out a sigh of relief. Ethan saw her off, watching her drive away, and he waited silently until her car disappeared from view. Ethan's world was turned upside down when his wife, Hannah White, suddenly lowered the car window and gave him a stern look, her face reddening to the roots of her hair, her eyes sparkling with an unspoken message, as she told him to take their 3-year-old daughter, Lily, to her grandparents' house, warning him to be careful and to call her when they arrived. And as Ethan reluctantly obeyed, he couldn't shake off the feeling that their marital problems were far from over. Later that day, Hannah called Ethan to inform him that she had arrived at their apartment, and they exchanged polite goodnights. But little did they know, a scandalous post about Hannah's alleged infidelity with a mysterious singer had surfaced online, quickly gaining traction and climbing up the trending charts, with many marketing accounts sharing and commenting on the story, which claimed that despite being married with a child, Hannah's relationship with Ethan was strained, and she had used her charm to seduce the singer, who had written a song for her, sparking a maelstrom of reactions from netizens, who were initially skeptical but eventually became convinced by the mounting evidence. As the news continued to spread like wildfire, Hannah's team tried to mitigate the damage, but their efforts were in vain. And by 9 a.m., the post and Hannah's Weibo account had skyrocketed to the top of the trending charts, leaving Ethan oblivious to the chaos that was unfolding, while Hannah, still reeling from a sleepless night, was finally informed about the scandal by her team, including her assistant, who seemed to be walking on eggshells, trying to break the news gently. But Hannah's confused and tired mind struggled to grasp the situation, as she was told that it would be best for her to stay silent and let the storm pass, rather than risking further backlash by speaking out. And it was only when she finally checked her Weibo account that she realized the full extent of the damage. with countless comments and notifications flooding her screen, leaving her reeling from the aftermath of the scandal that threatened to engulf her life. Ethan's mother, Hannah White, couldn't help but feel a sense of unease as she scrolled through the numerous malicious messages, her hand instinctively tightening as she took a deep breath and continued to browse. Noting that about 9 out of 10 messages were insults, she quickly exited the chat and saw the post along with several marketing accounts. After finishing, Hannah White put down her phone and continued eating breakfast with a calm demeanor, as if nothing was wrong. Seeing Hannah White like this, Lily's babysitter, Dow, felt even more worried, wondering if Hannah White could handle the intense scrutiny. Hannah White's reaction was met with Dow's reassurance, but Hannah White's subtle eye movement betrayed her calm exterior, as she thought to herself that while she may appear calm, she wasn't, but she couldn't reveal the identity of the anonymous singer. Giang, who had been releasing songs under a pseudonym. Meanwhile, the public was eagerly waiting for Hannah White's response, and after a long wait, she finally updated her social media. But to everyone's surprise, it was a simple 4-word post, "The innocent will shine," which only fueled the rumors and speculation. At Tianmei Entertainment, Giang's manager, Lu, was overjoyed. Despite having just been scolded by the company, Lu's smile was undeterred. As she had successfully pulled Hannah White into the drama, Lu's colleague looked at her with a mixture of surprise and disapproval, feeling that Lu had gone too far. Lu's response was casual, asking if her colleague knew what she was doing, as she felt that Hannah White was just a pawn in a larger game. Lu's colleague warned her that what she was doing was slander, and if it was true, it could ruin Lu's career. But Lu just rolled her eyes, feeling that Hannah White was just a nobody, and that it was unlikely that Giang would write a song for her. Lu's colleague remained unconvinced, and the situation continued to escalate. Meanwhile, Ethan was relaxing in a hotel room, taking a leisurely bath, when his phone suddenly rang. He was surprised to see the caller's name, wondering why they were calling him, as he thought to himself that he was just a laid-back person and that the caller must have the wrong number. Little did he know, his life was about to take a dramatic turn. As he answered the phone, Lily, who was just 3 years old, was playing nearby, oblivious to the drama that was unfolding. Ethan received a call from a woman named Hannah White, but on the other end of the line was a girl named Bung Bung, who sounded unhappy, prompting Ethan to think back and realize that ever since he had Lily, a 3-year-old girl, it seemed like everything was related to him, and he couldn't help but wonder who told her he was so attractive that everyone liked him. To which Bung Bung retorted that she was calling to ask if he had done something, and Ethan asked what was wrong, but Bung Bung just told him to look at what had happened to Hannah White, saying she was covered in bruises, and Ethan immediately became serious, asking what had happened to Hannah White, which made Bung Bung feel a pang of sadness, as Ethan's seriousness was something she had never seen before, and she told him to look it up online before hanging up the phone, leaving Ethan confused and wondering what was going on. But instead of dwelling on it, he quickly opened his web browser and saw that several articles about Hannah White were trending. And as he read through them, his face darkened, and he couldn't help but laugh in anger, thinking that someone was trying to bully his woman, and he wondered why Hannah White hadn't told him about it, and he wanted to ask her if she thought he was her husband or not. But before that, he had some things to take care of, and just as he was about to do so, a video of him and another person appeared online, and it turned out that the video was posted by a mysterious figure with millions of fans who had posted it without any explanation. And as people watched the video, they were shocked to see that the mysterious figure was actually Ethan, who was not only handsome but also fierce. And in the video, he was eating dog food while counterattacking, and his words left the online community feeling like they had been attacked, as he said hello to everyone and introduced himself as Ethan. and the video was a huge surprise to everyone, as no one expected Ethan to post a video at this time, especially since the main target of the attack was not him, but he had decided to speak up anyway. Ethan, the main character, woke up to a flurry of negative comments and speculation about his relationship with his wife, Hannah White, with many people questioning why he wrote a song for her and even accusing her of infidelity. But he simply wanted to ask why people were so interested in his personal life, and he stated that he wrote the song for his wife, not for the public, and he wouldn't be swayed by their opinions, saying that what's clean and pure will naturally be so, and he introduced himself as Gyong, explaining that he took his wife's surname because their 3-year-old daughter, Lily, bore her name. And he warned those who had been spreading rumors and falsifying information that he had collected evidence and would take legal action, and he advised them to be careful as the law would catch up with them. Meantime, the argument had been going on for a while, and it turned out that Ethan and Hannah were indeed married. And despite the surprise, the video had spread like wildfire, with many people still discussing it. And then Ethan's team issued a statement warning against the spread of false information. And Weibo, a social media platform, chimed in, announcing that they had suspended 1,500 accounts for spreading false information, and warning that the internet is not a lawless place, and that those who spread rumors would regret it. And after Weibo's statement, Ethan's video shot to the top of the trending list, and Hannah's video also rose to the second spot, with the hashtags crazy about my wife and what's clean and pure will naturally be so trending. And fans were spamming the comments with, my wife doesn't want to pay attention to you, I won't worship you. And Hannah was at home, watching her daughter Lily watch cartoons. And she was beaming with joy, and her face was filled with smiles, and everyone was extremely excited. And Hannah was still basking in the joy of the moment. Ethan's voice rang out from the phone's speaker as Hannah White played a video, and their 3-year-old daughter Lily curiously leaned in, eyes wide with wonder, recognizing her father's voice coming from the phone. And as Hannah White finished watching the video, her mouth agape in shock and surprise, she was still listening to Ethan's friend Luck talking, who jokingly said people now call Ethan a Kwang Ver or a doting husband, which made Hannah White's face flush with a mix of emotions as she pondered whether anyone would not want to be cherished and cared for. Thinking about this made her quickly get up and walk to her room, where she hesitated on what to say when calling Ethan, wondering if she should acknowledge her embarrassment or tell him he's being too sappy, or perhaps ask if he thought of himself as a jealous person. Hannah White eventually laid down on her bed, face buried in the pillow like a little girl, and mustering up her courage, she called Ethan directly on WeChat, still hiding her face in the pillow, and in a muffled voice, asked what he was doing, only to be met with Ethan's teasing laughter, asking her what she was doing, to which she responded with a start, realizing she had accidentally pressed the video call button, and upon seeing Ethan's face on the screen, she was taken aback, quickly hiding her face in the pillow again, too embarrassed to look up, telling him to stop laughing, and after a while, Ethan finally stopped, saying he wouldn't laugh anymore, and asked if he should come over to her place, to which Hannah White said he should wait for her there. Throughout the conversation, Hannah White didn't ask Ethan why he posted that video, but Ethan brought it up anyway, asking why she didn't tell him about the rumors, and what she thought of him. Hannah White remained quiet, thinking to herself that she saw Ethan as a bit foolish, and wondered if she really liked him, but quickly came to the realization that she did, especially after he had changed and taken care of her and their daughter, his thoughtful actions making her happy, and the way he looked at her with such adoration and affection was genuine, and she found it hard not to like someone like that. It's just that her past experiences made her hesitant to open up, and as she waited, Ethan remained silent, waiting for her response. Ethan's voice was filled with a hint of disappointment as he spoke, and it seemed to take a while for him to continue, his tone now laced with a sense of sadness, as he told Hannah White to come downstairs. He'd be waiting. But their conversation was cut short, and Hannah White was left to recall the tone of Ethan's voice, which had suddenly become a pang of pain in her heart, like a sharp stab, and she couldn't help but wonder what she had done to disappoint him. Her footsteps quickened as she rushed to meet him, but when she saw him standing outside, she noticed that he seemed oblivious to her presence, lost in thought. And as she approached him, she saw that he was getting into a car, and she rushed to join him, her eyes red from crying. And as they drove off, she finally felt a sense of relief. And as she looked at Ethan, she saw that he was staring out the window, his expression unreadable, and she turned to him, her voice barely above a whisper, apologizing for whatever it was she had done. And Ethan's response was a mixture of sadness and resignation, as he told her that she didn't need to apologize, that he wasn't the person she thought he was. And Hannah White's eyes locked onto his, searching for answers. And as they drove in silence, Ethan's mind wandered back to their previous conversation, when Hannah White had asked him who he was, and he had told her that he was Jiang. But now, as she asked him again, he felt a sense of trepidation, and as he looked into her eyes, he saw a deep sincerity, and he knew that he couldn't keep up the charade. And Hannah White's words cut through his thoughts as she told him that she didn't care who he was, that she and Lily, their 3-year-old daughter, only cared that he was there for them. And as he listened to her words, he felt a sense of peace wash over him. And as he looked at Hannah White, he saw that she was clinging to him, her eyes filled with tears, and he knew that he couldn't abandon them. And as he wrapped his arms around her, holding her close, he felt a sense of comfort, and he smiled, knowing that he had found a sense of belonging with them. Ethan's world was turned upside down when his wife, Hannah White, suddenly lowered the car window and gave him a stern look, her face reddening to the roots of her hair, her eyes sparkling with an unspoken message, as she told him to take their 3-year-old daughter, Lily, to her grandparents' house, warning him to be careful and to call her when they arrived. And as Ethan reluctantly obeyed, he couldn't shake off the feeling that their marital problems were far from over. Later that day, Hannah called Ethan to inform him that she had arrived at their apartment, and they exchanged polite goodnights, but little did they know, a scandalous post about Hannah's alleged infidelity with the mysterious singer had surfaced online, quickly gaining traction and climbing up the trending charts, with many marketing accounts sharing and commenting on the story, which claimed that despite being married with a child, Hannah's relationship with Ethan was strained, and she had used her charm to seduce the singer, who had written a song for her, sparking a maelstrom of reactions from netizens, who were initially skeptical but eventually became convinced by the mounting evidence. As the news continued to spread like wildfire, Hannah's team tried to mitigate the damage, but their efforts were in vain. And by 9 a.m., the post and Hannah's Weibo account had skyrocketed to the top of the trending charts, leaving Ethan oblivious to the chaos that was unfolding, while Hannah, still reeling from a sleepless night, was finally informed about the scandal by her team, including her assistant, who seemed to be walking on eggshells, trying to break the news gently. But Hannah's confused and tired mind struggled to grasp the situation, as she was told that it would be best for her to stay silent and let the storm pass, rather than risking further backlash by speaking out. And it was only when she finally checked her Weibo account that she realized the full extent of the damage, with countless comments and notifications flooding her screen, leaving her reeling from the aftermath of the scandal that threatened to engulf her life. Ethan was taking care of a 3-year-old girl, Lily, and her mother, Hannah White, who seemed to be having a rough day. As she was on the phone with someone, her voice filled with frustration, saying she was better off without someone, and that even finding a man was a competition, and she was tired of being dominated. But then she mentioned something about knowing the truth, and Ethan had no idea what was going on. But then Hannah said she was going to make someone's life miserable, and Ethan was wondering who that person was and what they had done to deserve such treatment, as Hannah handed the phone to Ethan, who answered it. And on the other end was a man who seemed to be waiting for Hannah. And Ethan told him that Hannah was busy eating dinner with their family, and the man asked if he could speak with her. But Ethan said she was not available. And then he hung up the phone, and the atmosphere at the dinner table was a bit awkward, as Lily was eating her food, seemingly oblivious to the tension, while Hannah's face was red and she couldn't look anyone in the eye, especially Ethan, who was staring at her with a goofy grin as he was feeding her, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable, and she finally couldn't take it anymore and asked him what was wrong with him and why he was acting so strange, and Ethan said he was just trying to be a good husband and feed his wife, which made Hannah feel even more embarrassed, as she thought to herself that she had never seen him act like this before, and she didn't know what to make of it. And then Ethan stopped feeding her and started eating his own food, which made Hannah feel a bit relieved. But then she looked at him and saw the look in his eyes, which was filled with a mix of innocence and adoration, and it made her feel all fluttery inside, as she thought to herself that she had never seen him look at her like that before, and it made her feel happy. And then Ethan turned his attention to Lily and started feeding her, which made Hannah feel a bit left out. But then she started to eat her own food, and the atmosphere at the table started to feel a bit more normal, as they all sat there eating in silence, except for the occasional sound of utensils clinking against plates. And then Ethan started to think about his upcoming music competition and how he needed to come up with a new song. And he was feeling a bit anxious about it, as the competition was going to be tough, and he didn't want to lose, especially not to Hannah, who was also a talented singer, and she was sitting next to him, writing her own song, and Ethan couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated by her talent. And he started to wonder what kind of song she was writing, and whether it would be better than his own. And then he started to think about the competition, and how he needed to step up his game if he wanted to win, and he felt a surge of determination as he thought to himself that he was going to do whatever it took to come out on top. And then he looked over at Hannah, who was still writing her song, and he felt a pang of admiration for her, and he thought to himself that he was lucky to have her as his wife, and that he was going to do everything in his power to make her proud. And then he turned his attention back to his own song and started to brainstorm ideas, as the competition was just around the corner, and he knew that he needed to come up with something special if he wanted to win. Ethan's days were consumed by his mother, Hannah White's desperate attempts to finalize a song, but every time she thought she had it, she would hesitate and change her mind, much to Ethan's frustration, and by the time he left, she still hadn't finished, despite her hair, once soft and silky, now a tangled mess from her constant frustration. And it wasn't until late at night, when little Lily, just 3 years old, had long fallen asleep, that Hannah finally put down her music, exhausted, and lay down on the bed, feeling helpless, with the lyrics to the song still unfinished, a constant reminder that sometimes inspiration is elusive and can't be forced, and all she could do was wait for the right moment, like a revelation, to finally complete the song. And the next morning, Hannah woke up to a shocking discovery. A massive online event was trending, all about Ethan. And at first, she didn't pay much attention. But when she saw the title of the post, her eyes widened in alarm, and her heart started racing, as she realized that the online community had been following Ethan's every move since his account went public, and they wouldn't miss a single day without talking about him. and today was no exception. But this time, it was different. As the crowd eagerly clicked on the post, they were met with a shocking revelation. Ethan, the alleged domestic abuser, and they couldn't believe their eyes. Just yesterday, they were shipping him with his wife, and now this. And they thought to themselves, this must be a lie, a made-up rumor. But as they clicked on the video, two men appeared, Tao Cheng and Shu Bang, and the crowd, still in shock, couldn't help but laugh, thinking this must be some kind of publicity stunt. But Tao Cheng began to speak, introducing himself as a member of the boy band, Hoa Dang, and mentioning that he knew Giang Thon Gia, Ethan's mother's friend, and that they used to be friends, but not anymore. And the reason, he explained, was that after Jiang Thon Gia got married, he would often call them, asking for favors. But when they discovered his true nature, they decided to cut ties with him, and Cao Cheng claimed that he had evidence, a recorded phone call that proved Jiang Thon Gia was a domestic abuser, and the crowd, still in disbelief, couldn't help but wonder, how could this be true? And why would Cao Cheng say such a thing about Ethan's mother's friend? Ethan's voice was filled with frustration as he recounted the events that had led him to expose the truth, saying that he had inadvertently recorded a conversation that would later become crucial evidence, revealing the two-faced nature of the person in question. And he assured everyone that everything he said was true, and he was not afraid to confront the person directly, which made the online crowd momentarily silent despite their trust in Ethan's character. The words of the other person seemed reasonable and were backed by evidence, causing a slight wavering in their opinions, at which point a person named Hua Bang spoke up, holding a phone and saying that he could verify the truth of Ethan's words, and that the phone in his hand belonged to the person in question, and he proceeded to play a recorded conversation, which began with a greeting, and the voice of a person named Jiang Sheng could be heard, saying that he wanted to meet up for a drink, to which Ethan replied that he was not interested, and Jiang Sheng continued to press the issue, with Ethan refusing, and the conversation took a turn, with Jiang Sheng mentioning Ethan's recent marriage and saying that he should not be so devoted to his wife, Hannah White, and that women were like clothes, and that Ethan should prioritize his career, and that he should not be so controlled by his wife. And Ethan responded by saying that he was not that kind of person, and that he would not be swayed by Jiang Sheng's words. And the conversation ended with Jiang Sheng saying that Ethan was not a real man, and that he was being controlled by his wife, which sparked outrage among the online crowd, with many people, including women, expressing their disgust and anger towards Jiang Sheng's words. And Ethan continued to speak, saying that this was an example of a two-faced person, and that people should be aware of such individuals, and that he, Ethan, and people like Jiang Sheng who abused their families were not on the same level. And with that, the video came to an abrupt end, but the anger and outrage of the online crowd did not subside, with many people leaving comments and expressing their disgust towards Jiang Sheng's words. And Lily, Ethan's 3-year-old daughter, was also mentioned, as people couldn't believe that someone could speak so disrespectfully about a family, especially one with a young child. And Ethan's wife, Hannah White, was also brought up, as people praised her for being a strong and independent woman who would not tolerate such behavior from anyone. And the online crowd continued to discuss and share their thoughts on the matter, with many people saying that they could not believe that someone like Jiang Sheng existed, and that they were shocked by his words. And Ethan's decision to expose the truth was seen as a brave move, and many people thanked him for sharing his story and for being a good role model for others. And the conversation continued, with people sharing their own experiences and thoughts on the matter, and the online crowd remained engaged, discussing and debating the issue, and Ethan's video remained a topic of discussion, with many people sharing and commenting on it. And the story of Ethan and Jiang Sheng served as a reminder to always be aware of the people around us, and to never tolerate abuse or disrespect, especially towards women and children. Ethan's world was turned upside down as the dark secrets of his past began to unravel, leaving a trail of disgust and outrage in its wake. His fans, who had once adored him, now despised him with equal fervor, and as the saying goes, the more they had loved him, the more they now hated him. With many unable to fathom how their beloved idol could be so morally bankrupt, Ethan's sister, Hannah White, was among those who were appalled by the revelations, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of unease and discomfort as she watched the drama unfold. Meanwhile, Ethan's 3-year-old daughter, Lily, was blissfully unaware of the chaos that had erupted, but Ethan's own emotions were in turmoil as the familiar feelings of nausea and guilt began to resurface. He couldn't shake off the memories of his past transgressions, and the knowledge that he had caused so much pain and suffering to those he loved, including Hannah and Lily, was almost too much to bear as he lay in bed, his phone ringing nonstop. Ethan felt like he was back at square one, unable to escape the darkness of his past, and for the first time since his journey began, he felt truly helpless. The wounds of his past were still raw and unhealed, and the knowledge that he had never truly forgiven himself for his mistakes was a harsh reality that he couldn't escape. Hannah, who had been a constant source of support and comfort for Ethan, was now worried sick about him. She knew that he was struggling to come to terms with his past, and that the current situation was taking a toll on his mental health. She tried to reach out to him, but Ethan was too far gone, lost in a sea of self-loathing and regret. As the hours ticked by, Ethan's emotions continued to spiral out of control. He was trapped in a prison of his own making, unable to escape the ghosts of his past, and unsure of how to move forward. Hannah's concerns for Ethan's well-being were echoed by others, including his friends, who were shocked and outraged by the allegations against him. They demanded to know the truth. And Ethan knew that he had to face the music, but for now, he just couldn't bring himself to do it. The pain and the shame were too overwhelming, and all he could do was curl up into a ball and wait for the storm to pass. But as the darkness closed in around him, Ethan knew that he couldn't stay hidden forever. He had to find a way to confront his demons, and to make amends for his past mistakes. But for now, he just felt lost and alone, unsure of how to heal the wounds of his past and to move forward into a brighter future. Ethan, still reeling from the previous day's events, was taken aback when he heard the persistent knocking at his door, and with a sense of dread, he finally got up to open it, only to be met with the beaming smile of Hannah White, her eyes red from crying, as she pushed past him into the room, closing the door behind her, and Ethan, feeling trapped, stood frozen, unsure of what to do, knowing that she must have seen the posts and was probably thinking of divorce, which would mean everyone would take her side and she would no longer have to compromise. But before he could process anything, Hannah White's expression turned fiery as she grabbed his arm, her grip tight, and Ethan felt a surge of pain as she bit down, causing him to cry out, and as he instinctively tried to pull his arm back, he stopped, letting her vent her emotions. Until finally, she looked up at him, her eyes still gentle, and tears began streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "You fool!" and pulled up his sleeve to reveal a row of deep red scratch marks. And with a tone that was both fierce and tender, she said, "Now that we've made up, you're not allowed to be sad." As she leaned into him, and Ethan, though still hurting, felt a sense of relief wash over him. And as he looked at Hannah White, he knew that despite everything, they were going to get through this together. And little Lily, who had been quietly observing the scene, finally spoke up. "Mommy is calling Daddy." and with an air of innocence, she asked, "Why didn't Mommy go look for Daddy?" And Hannah White, trying to compose herself, explained that she was trying to call Ethan, but he wasn't answering, and Lily, with a curious expression, looked up at her mother, and Hannah White, feeling a pang of guilt, quickly got up and rushed out of the house, with Lily following closely behind, and as they disappeared from view, Ethan's thoughts were still reeling from the events that had transpired, and he couldn't help but think that Hannah White was scared, not of him, but of losing him. And with that realization, he felt a sense of determination to make things right between them. Ethan couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart as he gazed at Hannah White, his mother, and little Lily, his 3-year-old sister, who were all overcome with emotion, and he couldn't believe that they were all crying together. It was as if they had all fallen into a pit of sadness and were now crying out loud. And Ethan said that in the future, he wouldn't be like this anymore, and Hannah White and Lily would take care of him. Gradually, Hannah White stopped crying, and her voice rang out from the depths of Ethan's heart. He nodded, his voice still a bit hoarse, and said it wouldn't happen again. Hannah White lifted her head. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were slightly red, making her look like she was still tearful, and she seemed to suddenly remember something, her eyes revealing a look of excitement that she couldn't hide, and Ethan asked her what was wrong. And Hannah White said that she had thought of a melody that she had been thinking about. And Ethan looked at Hannah White's small, lovely figure, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to touch her. He had always lacked a bit of inspiration, but now he suddenly thought of it, and Hannah White quickly got out of Ethan's arms, and she wanted to take advantage of the moment when she had inspiration to complete the song, and Ethan was a bit reluctant to let her go. He stood up, took out a piece of paper and a pen from his backpack, and handed it to Hannah White, saying that he had planned to write a song tonight, but he didn't expect that Hannah White had already thought of one, and he told her to write it down. Hannah White sat on the bed, took the paper and pen, and began to write. From the time she arrived, the melody of this song had always been echoing in her head. She had always been composing, but she had never grasped the key to the melody, and now she had grasped it. The whole song flowed out naturally, and Ethan looked at Hannah White as she wrote quickly. In just a moment, a complete song appeared on the paper. Hannah White lifted her head, looked straight at Ethan. Under the shining light, her eyes were sparkling with joy, and she said that she had finally finished. Ethan smiled, shook his head gently, and said that he wanted to hear her sing. Hannah White blushed and said that the song was written based on her true feelings, and it could be considered a unique way of expressing her emotions. Ethan urged her to sing, and Hannah White nodded. Although there was no musical accompaniment, everything was very natural. Her soft humming voice rang out, and Ethan looked at her, his eyes slightly astonished. There was no reason why, but this melody, he had heard it before, and it seemed to be from his previous life. But now he was still unsure. He continued to listen carefully until Hannah White finished humming, and then he stood still, looking at her, his eyes fixed on her, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Ethan was suddenly interrupted while speaking, and he quickly grabbed a pen and started writing something on a piece of paper, causing Hannah White to jump in surprise, not understanding why he had stopped talking. But when she leaned in to see what he was writing, her eyes lit up as she saw the title of a song, and she realized it was the lyrics to a song she had always wanted to hear. And she was even more delighted to see that it was even better than she had imagined. And she had also written some lyrics, but they were far inferior to what Ethan had written, and she blushed as she looked at Ethan's serious face, thinking that he was truly handsome and that he must have understood her thoughts. And as she thought about it, Hannah White couldn't help but feel a little infatuated, and she gently kissed Ethan's cheek causing him to freeze, and he could feel the moisture on his cheek, along with a soft sensation, and he looked down at the lyrics on the paper, feeling like he was on top of the world, and he thought that this must be the courage that Hannah White wanted to show. And after kissing him, Hannah White was startled and looked down, wishing she could hide, and she didn't know what to do, as if she had been possessed by a ghost, and she was lucky that Ethan didn't react strongly, or else she would have run away. And Ethan was trying to hold back his emotions, knowing that Hannah White was delicate, and he continued writing the lyrics, and when he finished, he let out a sigh of relief and turned to Hannah White, pretending that nothing had happened, and he handed her the lyrics, saying, "Now you can see it. Can you sing it for me completely this time?" And Hannah White was still looking down, her voice barely audible, and she took the lyrics and placed them on her lap, and as she looked at the complete lyrics, she realized how great the song was, and Ethan looked at her with expectant eyes, and her soft singing had already amazed him, and he thought that if the song had lyrics, it would be even more perfect, and he wondered if the song had been famous in a previous life. And Hannah White said softly, "I'll sing it for you." And the room fell silent, and Hannah White opened her mouth to sing, finally deciding to follow her heart, and she didn't care what others said, as long as Ethan confirmed his feelings for her. She was willing to follow him anywhere, and she knew it wouldn't be easy, but she had been preparing herself. And what she feared most was that Ethan would suddenly say he wanted to give up. And as she started singing, Ethan's mouth was agape, and the song seemed to have been made for Hannah White. And he was also surprised that two people from different worlds could create the same spark of love. And it truly took courage to face the rumors and doubts, and all they needed was a confirming glance from each other to make their love meaningful. And they both needed courage to believe that they could be together in a crowded world. Ethan could feel the sincerity in Hannah White's voice as she sang, and she was completely absorbed in the song, like a fast-paced movie replaying every moment they spent together. With a love that required courage, she had changed, and had decided to be a person who held an umbrella. Two people walking together, not caring about the gaze of others, enduring the rumors. This was the courage she had always wanted to show. Hannah White sang softly, and Ethan quietly listened. Now, he was not listening to a song, but the voice of Hannah White, a talented girl like her. How could he not be fascinated? The singing continued. Now, Ethan and Hannah White both had the courage to face the future. If his own stubbornness had accidentally hurt her, could he gently remind her? His words made Hannah White even more delighted, as if he was whispering in her ear, saying that he was afraid of missing her. Hannah White looked up, their eyes met, and they just looked at each other like that. Their thoughts and feelings were all expressed. At this moment, in the house, little Lily, who was only 3 years old, finished her yogurt and looked at her mom, Hannah White, and asked, "Mom, where's Dad? Why hasn't he come back yet? Have they forgotten about me?" A song ended, and they were both back to reality. Ethan smiled and nodded at Hannah White, and she blushed, looking down, playing with the music sheet in her hand, saying that it was because of Ethan's lyrics. If not for his melody, she wouldn't have come up with such lyrics. They started to compliment each other. Hannah White was not like some people who would be offended by the phrase, "my wife." When she heard the 4 words, "my wife," she was completely defeated, like an ostrich. She buried her face in Ethan's chest, not daring to look up. This was the first time Ethan called her "my wife" directly. Hannah White felt both shy and sweet. However, before Ethan could fully enjoy the scene, his phone rang, disrupting the atmosphere. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Bung Bung. He frowned It seemed that Bung Bung had also seen the post. What Ethan didn't know was that Bung Bung was almost furious when she saw the post. She couldn't believe it. And when she saw that Ethan's account was attacked to the point where the technical team had to intervene, and Ethan still hadn't shown up to explain, Bung Bung started to doubt. Could it be that everything on the internet was true? Bung had always thought of Ethan as a gentle and talented person. How could someone like that be capable of domestic violence? She waited for a long time, but didn't see any explanatory video from Ethan. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore and made the call. The phone connected, and Ethan's voice was still calm. "Hello. What's up, Bung?" Bung asked directly. "Do you know what's going on?" "How can you not know?" Ethan replied. "What are you talking about?" Ethan's phone rang, and on the other end was a voice that sounded unhappy. "I've heard some unpleasant rumors about you. Care to explain?" Ethan scratched his head instinctively and glanced at Hannah White, who was playing with a musical piece. Her face serious, but her eyes sneaking peeks at him, clearly not focused on the music. Ethan winked at her, and Hannah White's face turned red as she quickly looked away, trying to hide her gaze. Ethan didn't need to explain. It was all true. The rumors, the whispers. He just let them be. What mattered was that the people he cared about understood him, and that was enough, he said calmly, still looking at Hannah White, who was now avoiding eye contact. The phone on the other end fell silent. Then a voice spoke up. "I don't believe it. My impression of you is not that kind of person." Ethan interrupted. "Let me ask you, do you understand me? Is everything the rumors say true? Do I need to explain? If I did something wrong, I'll take the punishment. But as for the rumors, let them talk. As long as the people I care about understand me, that's enough." Ethan spoke calmly, his eyes still on Hannah White, who was now fidgeting with the musical piece, looking uncomfortable. The phone fell silent again. Then the voice spoke up. "You're only concerned about the people who care about you. That's it. I just asked out of concern, no other intention. I'll hang up now." The voice sounded unhappy. Ethan didn't think much of it, just hung up and said, "You're being too cold." Hannah White's voice spoke up beside him. "What's wrong? You're being too cold," Ethan replied. "I'm just speaking the truth. I'm being polite too." "The girl on the phone probably had a crush on him," Hannah White said with a smile. "Maybe she likes you." Ethan scratched his head, feeling a headache. "I only consider her a normal friend. I don't think she has feelings for me." Hannah White looked up at him, her voice firm. "I trust my instincts, and you've misinterpreted them." Ethan continued to scratch his head, explaining, "My love is serious and exclusive. If not, it would be impolite to anyone seeing my sincere eyes." Hannah White hummed in response, but inside, she felt a bit stifled, not liking it when people didn't like her. But that didn't mean others wouldn't like her. That girl was very outstanding, better than her in many ways. Hannah White knew that, and continued to play with the musical piece in her hand, as if it was a treasure. Ethan looked at her with suspicion, thinking deeply about their conversation, then suddenly understanding something. A smile spread across his face, and he pushed Hannah White's arm. "Are you jealous?" Hannah White's face turned bright red, her eyes wide with denial. No, but her reaction only proved that she was indeed jealous. Ethan's smile grew wider as he looked at her, and Hannah White's face only grew redder. Ethan couldn't help but notice how adorable Hannah White was, and the more she tried to hide, the more flustered she became. He could sense it, and it made him smile, a feeling that left her feeling both embarrassed and angry, ultimately unable to bear his gaze any longer. So she tossed the sheet music in her hand onto the bed, and Ethan teased her, saying of course he was jealous. Who wouldn't be with a beautiful girl like her? His smile grew wider as he suddenly leaned in close to her, his voice full of enticement, asking if he should give her a sign, so she wouldn't be jealous anymore. His face was very close to Hannah White's, and she could feel his breath on her face, making her heart beat like it was about to jump out of her chest. Then she slowly closed her eyes, her small lips slightly pursed. And Ethan was also incredibly tense, seeing Hannah White close her eyes. His heart was racing. He silently pinched his palm. He closed his eyes and slowly leaned in. Just as he was about to make a move, his phone suddenly rang again, and it startled both of them. Hannah White even rolled off the bed. She covered her face with the blanket, not daring to come out. Ethan's eyes twitched in annoyance as he picked up the phone, answering with a stern tone, asking who it was, and if it wasn't something important. Not to bother him, because he had something important to attend to. He only wanted to kill the person on the other end of the line. But there was only silence. He furrowed his brow, looking at the screen, and saw that it was Tun Fong, this crazy guy. What was he doing? Not saying a word. Ethan spoke up, asking if something was wrong, if there was something going on. Then Tun Fong's voice finally came through, sounding depressed, asking Ethan if he was bullying his sister-in-law and if that's why his mom was calling. Ethan replied, not yet. He hadn't even started bullying her. And then Tun Fong's voice came through again, asking what was wrong with him, if he had learned a lesson from society. Ethan was still angry, and after a moment of silence, Tun Fong spoke up again, asking Ethan to come over, to have a few drinks with him, saying he didn't need to drink, just sit with him, because he only had Ethan as a friend. Ethan's expression turned serious. He had previously felt that something was off, and now Tun Fong was indeed in trouble, so he immediately told Tun Fong to send him the address, and he would be there in 3 hours. Tun Fong responded with a simple okay before hanging up. After hanging up, Ethan patted Hannah White, who was still hiding under the blanket, and told her to get up and drive him to the high-speed train station. Hannah White, still listening to Ethan's conversation, of course knew that he had to go, although she didn't know what was going on, but she could hear the seriousness in his tone, so she didn't hesitate, and immediately climbed out of bed, her face still red from holding her breath. And then she found the address on her phone and started driving. Looking straight ahead, Ethan sat in the passenger seat, glancing over at her. As she drove him to the train station, Ethan was seriously going to find out what was wrong with his friend, as his university buddy seemed to be going through a tough time, and Ethan decided to pay him a visit. So he told Hannah White, his mom, not to worry, and she just murmured in agreement, also having a decent impression of Ethan's friend as a simple and not bad person. And from the hotel to the high-speed train station, it took less than 20 minutes, but upon arrival, the place was packed with people, and Ethan wore a mask so Hannah White wouldn't worry, and also to avoid being recognized, as he was quite famous nowadays, and he told Hannah White that she didn't need to see him off, and to just head back home, be careful on the road, and if he had time, he would come watch her perform. Then he smiled and patted Hannah White's head, and her eyes sparkled a bit, though she was still not used to the feeling of parting. And Ethan got out of the car, closed the door, and watched as Hannah White drove away from the train station. It was already 3:30 p.m., half an hour later than planned, and when he arrived at Jiangcheng, the waiting time had made him late, and while on the high-speed train, Hannah White had already called to tell him to come back early, saying that Lily, their 3-year-old daughter, missed him, and Ethan smiled to himself, wondering if Lily really missed him or if Hannah White was the one missing him. Then he took a taxi to the address his friend had sent him, and after more than 10 minutes, the taxi finally arrived at the destination, a commercial building over 10 stories high, where his friend's studio was located on the 6th floor. And when Ethan arrived, the door was unlocked. So he just walked in, and the room was filled with the smell of alcohol. And his friend, Tun Fong, was sitting on the floor, drinking from a can of beer. And Ethan first opened the window to let in some fresh air, then walked over to his friend, took off his mask, and sat down beside him. And Tun Fong, with a pale face, raised his can of beer in a greeting, saying that Ethan was the only one who hadn't abandoned him. And Ethan waved his hand in front of his face, trying to get rid of the smell of alcohol, which was making him nauseous and reminded him of bad memories. And he asked his friend what had happened. And Tun Fong was silent for a moment, then drank the rest of his beer and crushed the can, throwing it away, saying that he really didn't understand why people were treating him like this. And Ethan didn't stop him from drinking, knowing that his friend needed to vent, and Tun Fong took another swig of beer, and Ethan asked him if he had guessed it already, referring to something Ethan had said earlier about being careful with relationships. And Tun Fong suddenly remembered something, and Ethan patted him on the shoulder, saying that he had only suspected it back then. And Tun Fong's girlfriend had called another man in the middle of the night. And what's more, she hadn't called Tun Fong, but someone else. And Ethan just listened, trying to understand what was going on. Ethan sat next to his friend, Tun Fong, who was drowning his sorrows in alcohol, and asked him what was wrong, to which Tun Fong replied that it was a personal matter and he didn't want to interfere. His face was stiff for a while before he let out a bitter laugh, saying that if Ethan had spoken up earlier, he might have been angry, but now the situation was different. And Ethan continued to ask what was going on, and Tun Fong explained that the studio was just a shell of its former self. The people had colluded against him, and he had lost everything, including his girlfriend. And Ethan listened intently, asking why he had lost his shares. And Tun Fong smiled bitterly, saying it was a stupid story. He had been blinded by his girlfriend's performances, and Ethan tried to comfort him, but Tun Fong just shook his head and continued drinking, suddenly turning to Ethan and asking about his own situation. But Ethan brushed it off, saying it was a long story, and Tun Fong nodded, not pressing the issue, and instead turned the conversation to his own problems, saying he was a useless person. And Ethan tried to reassure him, but Tun Fong was too far gone, and Ethan could only sit there and listen, feeling a bit helpless, as Tun Fong talked about his regret and longing, and how he wished he had talent and good looks like Ethan. Maybe then his girlfriend wouldn't have left him. And Ethan looked at his friend, feeling a bit puzzled, wondering why he was so heartbroken. And Tun Fong suddenly looked up and asked Ethan if he would be heartbroken if his girlfriend left him. And Ethan hesitated, unsure of how to answer, and Tun Fong saw his hesitation and punched him on the shoulder, saying what was there to think about. And Ethan was taken aback, feeling a bit confused, and Tun Fong asked him if he understood what love was. And Ethan was silent, lost in thought, wondering if he really understood love and what it meant to truly love someone. And he couldn't help but think about his own feelings and whether he really loved the people he cared about. And he sat there, unsure of what to say, as Tun Fong continued to drink and lament his losses. And Ethan could only sit there, feeling a bit helpless and wondering what the future held for his friend and himself. And he thought about his own life and how he had been living for others. And he wondered if he really knew what love was and what it meant to truly love someone. And he sat there, lost in thought, as the night wore on, and Tun Fong's words echoed in his mind, making him question everything he thought he knew about love and relationships. And he thought about his mother, Hannah White, and his little sister, Lily. and how they had always been there for him, and he wondered if he had been taking them for granted, and he felt a pang of guilt and regret, and he knew he had to make things right, but he didn't know where to start, and he sat there, feeling a bit lost and alone, as the darkness closed in around him, and he thought about his friend, Tun Fong, and how he had hit rock bottom, and he wondered if he would ever be able to climb out of the hole he had dug for himself, and he thought about his own life, and how he had been given a second chance, and he knew he had to make the most of it, and he sat there, feeling a bit determined, and he knew he would do whatever it took to make things right, and to find out what truly mattered to him, and to discover what love really meant. Ethan was taken aback as Tun Fong patted him on the shoulder, and he couldn't help but think that this guy was always so carefree. Yet now he was consoling him. What a sudden change. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. Ethan thought to himself, he had never been in love before, and now he was faced with this problem. He couldn't help but think too much. Originally, he just wanted to make it up to Hannah White and her daughter Lily, but now he felt that this life wasn't so bad, and then he started to develop feelings for Hannah White. From her looks to their small interactions in life, Ethan was a serious person. What moved him wasn't the grand gestures, but the small everyday things. Just like Tun Fong said, when he thought of love, the first person that came to mind was Hannah White. Ethan forced a silly smile. Tun Fong looked like he was in pain. It seemed like he had been punched in the gut, and it was at his most vulnerable moment. It turned out that his best friend knew how to stimulate him the most. Tun Fong's sadness and boredom were instantly lifted. He wanted to jump up and give his friend a big hug, but then he asked if Ethan knew about his family. Ethan quickly changed the subject. It was a sensitive topic for Tun Fong. He shook his head and said he always thought Hannah White was a good girl and wouldn't care about those things. Ethan's mouth twitched. Who had a good girl like that? Oh wait, this wasn't the face of a man who beat his family. Tun Fong smiled wryly. Just then, a voice came from the door of the studio. Tun Fong's face turned gloomy. Ethan turned to see a handsome man standing at the door, and beside him was the girl he had met before. She was still dressed in her usual androgynous style, but this time she looked more feminine. Tun Fong angrily asked what business they had here. The man smiled and said his name was Vung Kwon, and he was here with his girlfriend, Tun Fong's friend. It turned out that this man was the one who had been mentioned before. Tun Fong told them to leave, but the girl spoke up, saying they were here for Tun Fong's own good. Tun Fong scoffed, saying they just wanted to make him unhappy. The girl continued, saying that she and Vung Kwon had liked each other before they met Tun Fong, and now they wanted him to join their studio. With his talent, his future would be brighter. Ethan watched as the scene unfolded, feeling a sense of unease. As Tun Fong and Vung Kwon stood facing each other, the tension in the air was palpable. Ethan's eyes widened as he listened to the conversation, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of amusement. Hannah White also chimed in, saying that they understood each other and that Ethan's long-held dream of animation shouldn't be wasted, and that even if they couldn't be lovers, they could still be friends. Lily, who was only 3 years old, seemed to sense the tension and clung to Hannah White's leg. As the conversation took a turn, Ethan heard them say that they had finally learned what it meant to be wolves and foxes in the same pack, and how to catch rats in the same hole, and that they had demonstrated these phrases perfectly. But then Tun Fong's face turned red with rage as he pointed at Vung Kwon, saying that everything belonged to him, including the girl beside him, and that he wouldn't join them or be friends with them. Because Tun Fong wasn't used to lowering himself, Vung Kwon remained calm, smiling and saying that everything now belonged to him, and Ethan could see that Tun Fong was about to lash out, but he stopped him, saying it's okay, and then asked if they knew him, and when they didn't seem to recognize him, he introduced himself, saying that he was a composer, but this seemed to have no effect on them, as they just laughed and said that being a composer had nothing to do with their field of animation. Tun Fong also felt that Ethan was talking nonsense and that no one cared that he was a composer, but then Ethan said that he also knew a thing or two about animation, which made Vung Kwon raise an eyebrow, and Ethan continued, saying that it was similar to composing music, just a basic understanding, but this seemed to make Vung Kwon uncomfortable, and he suddenly had a bad feeling, but then he just laughed it off, saying that the two fields were completely different and that Ethan's basic understanding wouldn't be enough. But Ethan just looked at him with a pitying expression, saying that his basic understanding, combined with Tun Fong's expertise, would be more than enough to deal with them. And with that, Vung Kwon didn't want to talk to Ethan anymore, saying that he spoke smoothly, but with a hidden sharpness, unlike Tun Fong, who was more straightforward. Ethan knew that the other person's anger was not something to be afraid of, so he decided to ignore them, turning his attention to Tun Fong, asking if he had thought carefully about joining them, or if he believed the sweet words of the girl beside him, who was even showing a fake sentimental expression. Ethan said this was a genuine opportunity for Tun Fong to fulfill his animation dreams, and that joining them would be a better choice. Tun Fong had calmed down and took a step forward, standing beside Ethan, smiling coldly and ignoring Vung Kwon, instead looking straight at the girl, saying they had been together for a year and he had never done anything wrong, nor had any shortcomings. So why was she saying such things? He told her he didn't want to be friends with someone who was being manipulative, and then glanced at Vung Kwon, saying Jeongthon was his brother, and he trusted him, and asked what qualifications they had to compare with him. This made Vung Kwon and the girls' faces turn gloomy. They glared at Ethan and Tun Fong before turning to leave, but Ethan and Tun Fong's voices still echoed behind them. Ethan saying he had one more thing to say, citing a proverb. 30 years in Ha Dong, 30 years in Ha Tai. Don't underestimate those who have experienced hardship. And then added that he was Rick Kid, which made Vung Kwon and the girls' faces turn red with rage. Especially when Ethan added another sentence that made the girl's face even more unsightly. They quickly left, and Tun Fong couldn't maintain his composure, sitting down on the ground, looking troubled, with tears streaming down his face. Ethan knew he was still trying to endure. Despite having been in a relationship with the girl for a year, Tun Fong said he really liked her. Ethan didn't know how to comfort him. He found it difficult to offer solace, so he just patted Tun Fong on the shoulder, handed him a beer, and told him to cry it out, that they would start anew the next day and show them that they were nothing. Tun Fong took the beer and drank a gulp, his face turning paler. Ethan said it wouldn't be easy to start anew. Tun Fong's animation designs were truly exceptional, and it was clear that the other two were not talented. Ethan nodded, acknowledging Tun Fong's struggles and the challenges of creating a new animation, especially after being deceived and losing his previous work.